Contradictions and internal limits. At first sight, capital's universalism appears to find its objective resonance in the development of a world market and in the massive transformations in the social and cultural fabric of the ancien regimes of Europe. However, ironically, this very development proceeds in a contradictory fashion, creating, overcoming, and recreating obstacles to itself, thus leaving in its wake not only a highly uneven and polarized world geography, but also highly localized social formations that appear to share very little in common with one another. Much of this is attributable to a dynamic interaction between capital as social form and economic system, driving to subsume and discipline pre-existing forms of production, making them adequate to capital accumulation when not supplanting them altogether with new production processes, and the class divisions within this new form. The latter is signified, on the one hand, by the still considerable presence of dominant classes of the old regimes. It is also signified by the masses of working populations, including, in the course of the 19th century, significant concentrations of proletarians in the great industrial conurbations of Western Europe, subject to new methods of control and discipline. These are no longer based on extra economic coercion, but on forms of economic compulsion and gradual co-optation into the institutional structures of parliamentary democracy that emerge in the course of the 19th century. The concept of bourgeois hegemony emerges within this new constellation of forces and was the subject of considerable theorization in the early decades of the 20th century. This concept is revived for the study of colonialism by Ranjit Guha in his Dominance Without Hegemony. Guha begins his attack on the problems of the specificity of the Indian social formation under colonialism and the limits of bourgeois hegemony therein by locating it in a global framework embracing capital's revolutionizing of society from the mid-17th century onwards. He notes that both in the Communist Manifesto and the Grundrisse, Marx opens up a vista of receding horizons over an endless cultural space. 102 Compared to the epoch of capital, all earlier social formations were, quoting Marx, mere local developments of humanity and nature idolatry. Capital as a revolutionary force tears down barriers that hem in the development of the material, and scientific, forces of society. But, as Guha notes, this is where the ideal and the reality differ. Capital may posit every limit signified by national barriers and prejudices, nature worship, traditional, confined, complacent, encrusted satisfactions of present needs, as a hindrance and get ideally beyond it, but that does not mean that it has really overcome it. 103. In reality, each bourgeois revolution that had transformed the societies of Western Europe and North America exhibited specific national characteristics based on its ability to transcend the limits imposed by its ancien regime. Marx himself ranged Germany, England, France, and the United States in an ascending order in terms of the extent and the manner of their adequacy with regard to the universalist ideal. By this reckoning, both 1648 in England and 1789 in France were victories not only for the bourgeoisie, but the victory of a new social order, the victory of bourgeois ownership over feudal ownership, of nationality over provincialism, of competition over the guild, of enlightenment over superstition, of industry over heroic idleness, of bourgeois law over medieval privileges. By contrast, 1848 in Germany was not a question of establishing a new society, but a way of betraying the people and compromising with the crowned representatives of the old society refurbished interests within an obsolete society, in other words, a mere parody of 1789.104. Guha wishes to locate Indian history under British colonial rule in this regression. Colonial rule in India represented, according to him, an even more egregious compromise with the old order than the German case, as described above. British rule in India, liberal dogma to the contrary, did not represent the expansion of the universalizing mission of the Enlightenment or the revolutionary bourgeoisie. Almost as a reflex of this, the nationalist movement too, Guha argues, did not represent the energies of a revolutionary bourgeoisie able to assimilate the class interests of the peasants and workers into a bourgeois hegemony. Rather, the Indian National Congress, as the voice of the leading sectors of the Indian bourgeoisie, found itself flanked both by communalism and autonomous peasant and working class politics, never being able in that regard to become the representative of the whole society. Nothing testifies, Guha adds, more clearly to the predicament of a bourgeoisie nurtured under colonial conditions and its difference from its opposite numbers in Western Europe. 105 Therefore, not only did colonial rule fail to bring to India the universalistic élan of the English and French bourgeoisie in their respective revolutionary moments, but the historiography of India produced by the colonial rulers represented merely the particular interests of the colonizers in their portrayal of Indian history as an interesting chapter in British history. That is, they denied any autonomous creative role to social and cultural forces in the subcontinent itself. Guha likens this to a form of appropriation, or expropriation. British dominance, without hegemony, in India was registered and objectified in the appropriation of the Indian past, ousting Indians from the site of an autochthonous occupancy, violating the traditions of a pre-existing right of use. 106 In this way, Guha links the contradictory, historically compromised, universalising mission of capital with the nature of colonial rule in India and the subsequent failures of the Indian bourgeoisie to go beyond their particular interests to represent their hegemony over the entire society. The political point, of course, is to show that only an autochthonous Indian historiography of India could begin to point the way out of this impasse, presumably to recover some sort of autonomous space in which such a role might be articulated. I have argued in Part 4 that the Indian historiography of India Guha singles out for elaboration hardly makes much headway in this direction, producing at best a very limited and qualified version of the universalism of its English or French counterparts. In reflecting on Guha's phrase, the site of an autochthonous occupancy, the identity of the occupants is a key issue. Had not expropriations of the so-called tribal groups already occurred prior to colonial rule, and was that not the settled reality of the India that the British came to control? And were not the expropriators the ones who worked with the British to set in place key components of the colonial social order? The price of this type of historical amnesia, in answering the question of who was to write a history of Bengal, anyone who is a Bengali writing in Bhadralok Bengali, is indeed to reduce the Indian past to a tabula rasa, a null point, accepting, to all practical purposes, the colonizers' view that the history of the colony begins with their arrival. But the uncertainties revealed by Guha's argument lie deeper, in his schematic discussion of the concept of bourgeois hegemony, the mechanical counterposing of dominance and hegemony, and a historiography that fails to reckon with the burning out of the bourgeoisie's revolutionary élan in the heartlands of the bourgeois revolution in Western Europe. The last, in particular, not only spurred some of the comparative inquiries of Marx and Engels, but also Gramsci's investigations of Italian politics and his working out of the concepts of hegemony, passive revolution, and transformism in his prison notebooks. The following pages will turn to an examination of these issues. 5.5 Modernity in the fullest sense. The term hegemony itself, as Perry Anderson reminds us, was not coined by Gramsci. It had a long prehistory in debates and discussions within the ranks of the Russian Social Democrats, and later the Comintern following the Russian Revolution of October 1917. The slogan of the hegemony of the proletariat in a Russian bourgeois revolution was a common political inheritance for Bolsheviks and Mensheviks of the Russian social democracy from 1901 onwards. 107 At the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, in 1922, the term hegemony was extended, perhaps for the first time, to the domination of the bourgeoisie over the proletariat, referring to a situation in which the former succeeded in confining the latter to a corporative role. The bourgeoisie always seeks to separate politics from economics, because it understands very well that if it succeeds in keeping the working class within a corporative framework, no serious danger can threaten its hegemony. 108 In this formulation, the economic corporative, domination and hegemony are combined in a tightly integrated set of concepts. Gramsci's studies of the history of bourgeois hegemony in Western Europe evidently drew on this conceptual inheritance, vastly enriching it in the process, and it was further premised on what he saw as the need to construct the proletarian antithesis of bourgeois hegemony in countries where the bourgeoisie had created a much more elaborate political cultural structure than had historically existed. 109 He took his cue from Lenin, who had said as early as 1918, "The world socialist revolution cannot begin so easily in the advanced countries as the revolution began in Russia, in the land of Nicholas and Rasputin, the land in which an enormous part of the population was absolutely indifferent as to what peoples were living in the outlying regions, or what was happening there. To start without preparation a revolution in a country in which capitalism is developed and has given democratic culture and organization to everybody, down to the last man, to do so would be wrong, absurd." 110. According to Gramsci, the period from the French Revolution of 1789 to about the revolutions of 1848, and perhaps up to about the time of Paris Commune of 1870, was a period of expansion in which the new state of a victorious bourgeoisie, with the ever-present threat of popular rebellion, undertook a program of social and political education and elevation. 111 During this period, the bourgeoisie was able to present itself as possessing all the intellectual and moral forces necessary and sufficient for organizing a complete and perfect society. 112 In arguing thus, as Thomas notes, Gramsci was supplying a political counterpart to the Communist Manifesto's praise of the bourgeoisie's economic transformations, the two seen in a complex relation of dialectical interaction, wherein the bourgeoisie presented itself as an organism in continuous movement, capable of absorbing the entire society, assimilating it to its own cultural and economic level. 113 Unlike the previous ruling classes, which were essentially conservative, in the sense that they did not tend to construct an organic passage from the other classes into their own, in effect, being a closed caste, the bourgeoisie had an expansive notion of their role, the state had become an educator. 114. Gramsci saw this as a genuinely revolutionary project, the Rubicon beyond which lay modernity in the fullest sense, which, for Gramsci, signaled the victory of a relation between classes, supplanting a casteal logic. 115 For the first half of the 19th century at least, the bourgeoisie, or certain sections of it, was confident in its universal claims to produce real historical progress and institutionalize it in a new state form. And if at this stage it had not yet constructed the sophisticated apparatuses penetrating into the innermost depths of civil society, which Gramsci calls the integral state, it had at least established an irrevocable principle of modern life. Instead of sporadic and largely coercive appearances in public life, the state undertook through its presence in civil society a capillary and permanent direction of an entire social fabric. 116 It is one of the ironies then of the very concept of bourgeois hegemony that the institutional structures of this capillary and permanent direction of society were constructed generally in the aftermath of the waning of the bourgeoisie's most revolutionary period. As Gramsci noted, the period after 1848, and more so 1870, ushered in a new phase of historical development. The progressive expansivity of the bourgeois project encountered an organic crisis, signifying not a momentary interruption or internal conflict among the ruling coalition, but rather something more profound, the moment when, as Peter Thomas puts it, the bourgeoisie's claims to universality, to advance the common good, were shown to be in the service of particularist interests, namely, the accumulation of capital in the hands of the ruling class. 117 Optimistic magnanimity soured into cantankerous parasitism, while consent was redefined to include coercion, or in Gramsci's words, the conception of the state as pure force is returned to. 118 It is within this complex and contradictory historical development, signified not only by the economic ascent and political consolidation of the bourgeoisie, but also a realignment of class forces, that the construction of a maze of trenches, the array of institutions and associations of the integral state, commenced. It is in the period after 1870, with the colonial expansion of Europe, that Gramsci sees the full development of this process, whereby the internal and international organizational relations of the state become more complex and massive. 119 The massive structures of the modern democracies, both as state organizations and associations in civil society, are for the art of politics what trenches and permanent fortifications of the front are for the war of position. 120 It is also within this constellation of forces that the modern European states come into existence by successive small waves of reform rather than by revolutionary explosions like the original French one, the successive waves made up of a combination of social struggles, interventions from above of the enlightened monarchy type, and national wars. 121 Gramsci saw the Risorgimento, for instance, as being shaped by a complex and contradictory historical development which achieves wholeness from all its antithetical elements. Their struggles and the reciprocal modifications the function of latent and passive forces like the great peasant masses, and above all, naturally the function of international relations, and ultimately directed as much against the Italian South and the peasantry as against the old order of the church, the aristocracy, and the Austrian alliance. 122 It would appear, then, that the greatest period of political maneuver for the plebeian masses came before the 1870s, and that it was concentrated over a couple of generations at most, between the overthrow of feudal privileges and the onset of the process of full institutionalization of the integral state of the bourgeoisie. The trenches and permanent fortifications that were being erected as part of bourgeois consolidation were constructed not so much against the old feudal elites as against the workers, whose participation had been vital to the bourgeois revolution in the first place. The discovery of the importance of civil society, the crux of a political definition of modernity, seems to have been largely negated by the obstacles to institutional innovations within it as the state apparatus expanded to encompass civil society. 123 Part of the realignment of forces in the second half of the 19th century was what Gramsci calls transformism, the winning over of elements of the opposition, including intellectuals, to the side of the now chastened and more cautious upper reaches of the bourgeoisie. Gramsci sees two periods of transformism, the first from 1860 to 1900, which he calls molecular transformism, the incorporation of individual political figures formed by the democratic opposition parties into the conservative moderate political class, whose prime characteristic seems to have been its aversion to any intervention by the popular masses in state life, the second from 1900 onwards, involving transformism of entire groups of leftists who pass over to the moderate camp. 124. Transformism, for Gramsci, was part of an overarching logic of disintegration, transformation, absorption, and incorporation, an integral part of what he called the passive revolution. 125 Dedicated to the goal of preventing the cathartic moment when the subaltern classes cross the line separating an economic corporative phase from a truly hegemonic one in which they become the genuine architect and favor of a historical epoch. 126 Across much of Europe, the First World War may have destroyed the formal control of the ancien regimes of Austria-Hungary, Germany, and Russia, but this only modified rather than destroyed the historical accommodations that had been reached between them and the captains of industry and finance. Advanced industrial organizations and mass consumption were as yet confined to the United States of America, while revolution and counter-revolution battled each other from the Vistula to the Ebro. 127 The failure of revolution in Western Europe, in the immediate aftermath of the First World War, also dramatized the extent to which the political classes of the bourgeoisie and its allies could mobilize a political common sense in an anti-progressive, anti-revolutionary direction. 128 And even when a fresh surge of the forgotten classes burst forth in a storm of mass movements across interwar Europe, which sought, in Adamson's words, to free the political system from the inertia of half a century of transformism. 129 They could be contained, directed against the more militant sections of the working class and the foreigners in their midst, while the top levels of the leadership of those movements made their peace with the various sections of the ruling classes, including the landlords and industrialists. Modernity was caught in an Arnoldian twilight. 130 Or as Gramsci famously put it, the old is dying, and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. 131 The triumphant bourgeois project may have suffered setbacks in these historical cross-currents, but it still seems to have been able to endure, and in some senses deliver real progress. In the period between the wars, and more so after 1945, the modern integral state was fully developed, a remarkable achievement, one might think, for a social order faced with chronic political and economic challenges and crises. It was within these constraints that the bourgeoisie found a way to advance its own, now contradictory, form of modernization, a massive increase in the forces of production through new forms of collective work, the division of labor, and the deployment of the forces of science and technology in factories and farms, the defense of private property, and limitations on the political power of the popular classes. It was also structurally committed to mystifying the true nature of its project, by manufacturing consent. In the words of Valentino Garitana, a class that manages to lead, and not only to dominate, in a society based economically on class exploitation, and in which the continuance of such exploitation is desired, is constrained to use forms of hegemony that obscure the situation and mystify this exploitation. It therefore needs forms of hegemony designed to give rise to a manipulated consent, a consent of subaltern allies. 132. The climax and hub of the institutionalization of the capillary and permanent direction of society, the forms of hegemony that obscure the limits on the working class's room for maneuver within advanced capitalism, is indeed the Western parliamentary state that took shape during the course of the second half of the 19th century, with significant variations across Western Europe, and further consolidated itself in the interwar and post-Second World War years. Parliamentary democracy, which Anderson dubs the objective structure of a once great, still potent, achievement, is where bourgeois hegemony has been really secured. In his opinion, the highly elaborated cultural control systems, including mass education and the mass media, within civil society play at best a critical complementary role, as does the distorting prism of market relations and the numbing structure of the labor process. 133 The subjective side of this development, the novelty of consent under advanced capitalism, is rooted in the structural separation of the economic and the political, and the sense emerging from universal suffrage and regular elections that the parliamentary state represents the juridical sum of its citizenry, reflecting the fictive unity of the nation back to the masses as if it were their own self-government. 134 The working class, confined to an economic-corporative role undertaken through the proper representative channels, may conclude that they exercise an ultimate self-determination within the existing social order and tolerate their impotence because there is a belief that there is really no ruling class, and that bourgeois democracy offers real freedom. Or as Lenin was to put it, whereas the Russian Tsars ruled by force, the British and French bourgeoisie had developed another method, the method of deception. Flattery, fine phrases, promises by the million, petty sops, and concessions of the inessential while retaining the essential. 135 Of course, bourgeois hegemony does not simply rest there. A more careful scrutiny of the matter would also highlight a structural difference between the rule of the Russian Tsars and Western parliamentarians. The normal conditions of the ideological subordination of the masses, the day-to-day routines of parliamentary democracy and the operation of the variety of cultural institutional trenches of the integral state, are themselves backed up by a silent, absent force, which gives them their currency, the state's monopoly of violence. 136 Deprived of this monopoly, Anderson maintains, the system of cultural control would be instantly fragile, since the limits of possible action against it would disappear. With the backing of this force, the state is immensely powerful. In the normal course of life, violence may not appear within the bounds of the system. The normal structure, then, of capitalist political power in the democratic states is simultaneously and indivisibly dominated by culture and determined by force. 137 Anderson maintains that a non-additive and non-transitive relationship exists between ideology and repression, consent and coercion. The Western parliamentary democratic state was stronger than the Tsarist state because it rested not only on the consent of the masses, but also on a superior repressive apparatus. 138 Gramsci, Anderson suggests, had underestimated the structural underpinnings of bourgeois hegemony in a superior repressive apparatus, and the latter's functional relationship to the representative machinery of suffrage and parliament. But that appears now to be a misreading. As Thomas reminds us, Gramsci maintained that coercion was not eclipsed by consent, nor was their combination a merely external relation, a sum of distinct parts. Rather, coercion and consent counterbalance one another in a unity that requires the maintenance of a precise unbalanced equilibrium between its poles. In parliamentary regimes, coercion is the ultimate guarantee of consent, coercion by consent, as it were. Domination, including the silent, absent force of coercion, is conceived as including hegemony as one of its necessary moments. 139 Undoubtedly, this type of coexistence and co-determination of coercion and persuasion, repression and co-optation is only conceivable within the very specific historical form of the capital relation, wherein a class of juridically free workers separated from their means of subsistence confronts a class of people with a monopoly of the means of production. A juridically free exchange of labor power for wages mediates the exploitation of workers in the production process. Outside the production process lies the very Eden of the innate rights of man. 140 If these are historical rather than innate rights, they are not thereby an illusion. Anderson is right to stress the novelty of consent under capitalism, a purely secular, non-ascriptive, universal form of legitimization, resting on a free if unequal exchange between capitalists on the one side and workers on the other, which is the source of surplus value, the basis of profit, the very lifeblood of the entire system and a perennial mystery. Pace Garitana, the bourgeoisie is not required to mystify it. Workers are apparently quite able to manage the mystification without help. The resistance to Marx's exposition of the roots of the unequal exchange between labor and capitalists is grounded in its profoundly counterintuitive form. Its expositional challenge is formidable enough to have required 3 dense volumes of an unfinished opus. If modernity in the fullest sense lies on this side of the Rubicon, and it is, in Gramsci's terms, a relationship of classes, then on the other side must lie something else whose imagination requires going beyond modernity. 141. 5.6 Beyond the bourgeois revolution? Hegemony revisited. In thinking about these issues, and particularly about the ways in which the advanced capitalist system has worked to confine the working classes to an economic corporative framework, a critical understanding has to reach beyond the policies of transformism, co-optation into the integral state of political and civil society, or, for that matter, bourgeois ideology in whatever historical sense one uses the term. Other, more objective mechanisms operate. For example, the effective repressive powers of the state, the politics of the parliamentary form, not to mention the multiple lures of the commodity economy at large and the possibility of social mobility in an expanding and highly innovative system of production. Within the parameters of the ever-present possibilities of crisis and periodic contractions of the economy, recessions, depressions, capitalism nonetheless has had a hugely transformative effect on the lives of people subjected to its disciplinary powers. In countries where these have not operated, and still do not operate with any widespread degree of effectivity, the order of the day appears to be a combination of long-running insurrections, often lumped together under the rubric of Maoism, and brutal repression from above. 142 A map of the worldwide distribution of overt violence from above and insurrections from below ought to give us some approximation of the limits to the operation of hegemonic political cultural forms. The latter should be understood as systems of effective containment of the tendencies mentioned above with some real social gains to sustain their legitimacy, held together, as it were, by the buoyancy provided by the system of capitalist production. In any case, the issue of bourgeois hegemony brings together the political and the economic, the political, as we have seen, involving the development of the integral state within a process of the passive revolution, not to mention the interpenetration of political society, the state, and civil society. The economic involves the development of capitalism as a socio-economic system, premised upon the effective separation of the immediate producers from their means of subsistence who then have no option but to sell their labor power for a living wage. 143 The monopolization of the means of production by a class of capitalists, the very special economic dynamism associated with The resulting recombination of the means of production and the labor power of the now propertyless workers in collective labor processes of increasing scale and sophistication. This is hardly the place to trace in any degree of detail either the emergence of a bourgeoisie out of the decay of the feudal system, or the co-evolution of base and superstructures and the expansionary pressures they exerted over the centuries that have seen capital as a social form emerge as a worldwide phenomenon. A useful point of departure for a more summary exposition is Ellen Wood's caution against identifying bourgeois with capitalist and both with modernity. 144 All of these are tied into some hypertrophied claims about the Enlightenment, whether favorable or, now in post-colonial circles, largely unfavorable, being the source of rationalism and rationalization. In this view, the Enlightenment is supposedly the major turning point in the evolution of modernity, and by conflating modernity with capitalism, the Enlightenment is made the parent of the latter as well. Economic rationalization, a feature of capitalist production, is then assimilated to Enlightenment reason as the informing principle that gave us science, democracy, and so on. Ergo, capitalism, science and democracy co-evolve out of a single overarching 18th century development. To unravel this line of reasoning, Wood argues that much of the Enlightenment project belongs to a distinctly non-capitalist, not just pre-capitalist, society. 145 Emerging at a time of royal absolutism in France, associated with an overwhelmingly rural society and fragmented markets of commercial profit-taking. That is, it was based on profits of alienation, rather than profits generated via the production of surplus value in a labor process that brought together capitalists and proletarians. Now, we must remember, of course, that for Marx, no less than for Wood, commercial capital was not the origins of modern capitalism. The elements of a pre-capitalist system, for example, commerce or merchant capital, are not evolutionary predecessors of modern-day capital. 146 This non- or anti-teleological reading of merchant capital is a useful way of addressing the tendency to simply conflate all forms of capital together via the resort to prefixes like proto or adjectives like incipient. The bourgeoisie in this absolutist social formation was not a capitalist class. The main bourgeois actors in the French Revolution were professionals, office holders and intellectuals. Their quarrel with the aristocracy, as Wood cogently notes, had little to do with liberating capitalism from the fetters of feudalism. 147 The Enlightenment idea of universalism arose from an aversion to feudal particularism and privilege. As for the bourgeois attitude to the absolutist state, Wood points out that as long as the bourgeoisie had lucrative careers as functionaries of the state, they had no problem with it. Indeed, far from repudiating absolutist principles, they simply extended them. 148 As Hobsbawm notes, many of the more politically cautious and moderate continental champions of the Enlightenment put their faith in enlightened absolute monarchy. 149 Paradoxically, however, the Enlightenment also stood for general human emancipation, in which case, it could be read as an emancipatory universalism and an abolition of the prevailing social and economic order of royal absolutism, which would explain its attraction for radical thinkers and revolutionaries. 150 To underline the full complexity of the situation, Wood draws on the contemporary example of England, a country that had developed a national market for everyday mass consumer goods, especially food and textiles. With an agricultural economy that already operated on capitalist principles by the 18th century, and that was well on the way to launching the first industrial revolution. Here the characteristic ideology was not Cartesian rationalism and rational planning, but the invisible hand of classical political economy and the philosophy of British empiricism. Even the English state, as Wood notes, was far less rational than the bureaucratic French state, and English common law, based on a tangled skein of precedent, far less so than the Roman law-based French codes. 151 English improvement consisted of improvements to property, not to humanity per se. The Brenner debate, in particular Brenner's own contributions to it, underline the extent to which merchants were not the agents of a revolutionary transformation of production, which was largely carried forward in the 17th century and the first half of the 18th century by members of the English aristocracy and gentry in collaboration with their yeomen. Tenantry, in quite specific historical circumstances. 152 Indeed, Brenner's argument sees the early instances of agrarian capitalist development as unintended and, in the first instance, highly localized breakthroughs brought about by class struggles over traditional usufructuary rights to land, or unintended consequences of demographic growth or parcelization of peasant property in areas where peasant property was individually held, rather than any six-zionary idea of new and untested possibilities undertaken by a revolutionary bourgeoisie. 153 Or, as Brenner concludes, pre-capitalist economies have an internal logic and solidity which should not be underestimated, and capitalist development in the early historical instances is more limited, surprising and peculiar than is often appreciated. 154 Brenner's argument seems to suggest that a transformation of the very basic level of agricultural production was a necessary moment in the initial development of capitalism. Subsequent cases would be less dependent on localized breakthroughs in the agrarian sector in order to detonate a process of economic development, being able to draw on the accumulated experiences of the pioneers and a variety of actions undertaken by the state. Early industrial development in England rested on the innovations of small men like Robert Owen, an ex-draper's assistant, who in 1780 borrowed £100 in what were localized circuits of lending to start a cotton mill. By 1809, he had bought out his partners in the new Lanark mills for £84,000 in cash. 155 As late as the 1830s, Hobsbawm points out, cotton manufacturing was the only British industry in which the factory or the mill predominated. 156 Factory production was slow to develop in other branches of textile production. The machinery that drove the first industrial revolution in cotton manufacturing in England was based on simple innovations carried out by craftsmen and artisans. Even the critical innovations of the so-called Second Industrial Revolution, the steam engine, mining, and the railways, were driven by men like George Stephenson, the self-made colliery mechanic, or people like Matthew Boulton and James Watt, who despite their slightly more genteel background were, what Hobsbawm terms, products of an intellectual climate in which practical tinkering rather than technological education was the norm. 157 In these circumstances, clearly the development of capitalism did not require, in the first instance, bourgeois hegemony at all. Neither did the positions of a radical bourgeoisie in the ideological sphere guarantee the development of capitalism. France remained in the 18th and 19th centuries far behind England in that regard. By the late 19th century, it had been economically outstripped by a newly unified and rapidly industrializing Germany, hardly a place one associates with the radical Enlightenment-inspired class of capitalists. If, indeed, over time, capital and the bourgeoisie did converge to the point that later thinkers like Weber could conflate Enlightenment rationalism with English rationalization, improvement, this was the result of a long historical process. This involved a radicalization of Enlightenment ideas, consistent with the end of the more revolutionary aspirations of the bourgeoisie in the period after 1830 or so, and long-term trends in capitalism. The latter were the consequence of further rationalizations of production as it moved from farming and small-scale family firms to larger-scale production based on factories, together with the mobilization of sciences like chemistry and physics and the applied arts like engineering. 158 The bourgeois revolution is thus a historically variable convergence, not the outcome of the actions of a Promethean group fired by revolutionary zeal. The best that one can say is that the bourgeois revolution, that might finally be resumed as a combination of the radical principles of the Enlightenment, the development of an integral state with its hub in parliamentary democracy, and the development of an unprecedentedly dynamic economic form, is a somewhat summary term for a whole series of historical evolutions. The latter might take in, over a long epoch, a diverse spectrum of autonomous developments that we name the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, not to mention struggles over land and property, a range of civil rights, the working day, and so on, all of which contributed, in a non-teleological and contingent fashion, to an outcome that now seems a fait accompli. This last idea is reinforced by the observation, made by Anderson and others, that the development of the complex of state, economy, and civil society, which we associate with the bourgeois revolution, had little to do with the outright revolutionary victories of the bourgeoisie over the ancien regime. Abstractly designating a bourgeoisie as the agents of a far-reaching transformation might serve as part of a simplistic class analysis mode of writing history, but then what we have is a deus ex machina, a demiurge driven to remake the world. In this formulation the very historicity of the bourgeois revolution, however inexact the phrase itself may be, will be lost. Arguably, the hegemony of a dominant social order could signal a situation in which the universe of all classes is more or less fully contained in an elaborate set of constraints constituted by the normal workings of a system. The bourgeois revolution has to be understood not so much in class terms, even retrospectively, but as a complex historical effect. It is worth being reminded that if the initial thrust towards modern capitalism was driven by members of the aristocracy and gentry, then the civic freedoms and suffrages of bourgeois democracy as a regular, taken for granted aspect of our lives, whose loss would be a momentous defeat for the working class, were historically put on the agenda by grassroots revolutionary movements and consolidated in part by the labor movement. 159 In view of the above, any simplistic notion of bourgeois revolution must give way to a complex series of innovations, interventions, and mediations, by which a particular socio-economic order, associated with capitalism and bourgeois democracy, was constructed in Europe. Bourgeois hegemony might be seen as a moment of historically determinate consolidation, rather than the origination of the process. This is not to deny that the cumulative result was anything other than a transformation of life in Europe, signaling the arrival of modernity as we understand it. And it is in this context that Thomas's point about Gramsci's theory of hegemony, that is, as not simply a generic set of maxims about the manner in which consensus was achieved in governance, a technical act, but instead as a continued commitment to revolution, strikes an important corrective note. 160 In other words, his prison notebooks project was a politically informed theoretical effort, following Lenin's maxim, that in countries where advanced capitalism and democracy had developed, the call for a revolution to overcome capital would be a much more difficult and protracted endeavor. Perhaps it was also motivated by a sense that the sort of deterministic confidence that had propelled revolutionary thought of an earlier generation 161 was no longer sufficient after the defeats of workers' uprisings in Germany and Italy, and the subsequent rise of fascism. 162 Thomas argues that Gramsci made a conscious theoretical effort to reconstruct the history of the bourgeois integral state from the perspective of a truth revealed during an attempt to overcome it. The guiding thread of Gramsci's carceral research was the search for an adequate theory of proletarian hegemony in the epoch of the organic crisis of the integral state. 163 Insofar as the proletariat was constrained to develop its hegemonic project from a subaltern position, its theoretical comprehension had to proceed from the theoretical dissection of the solidified integral state as an expression of the culmination of bourgeois hegemony to its practical dismantling in reality. If the conditions in which the project was undertaken were necessarily national, the perspective from which they were viewed was equally necessarily internationalist. 164 Gramsci's great merit was to resist seeking general laws of historical development in favor of developing a view that linked theory and practice by identifying concretely and historically how people came to constitute, and could therefore reconstitute, their worlds. 165 An arduous method and, one would think, worthy of further effort in our times. Gramsci's argument about the bourgeoisie having an expansive understanding of its role as educator, forging an organic passage from the other classes into their own, classes it sought to lead, and dominate, via the interpenetration of political and civil society, has probably encountered a sort of historical terminus in our day. Not only has capital implanted itself in a number of countries that appeared not to be tracing their own autochthonous path to capitalism, but the very historicity of the uneven and combined development that resulted has had an impact on the Western, erstwhile colonial powers. Here, one might say, following Perry Anderson, that the bourgeoisie itself, as known to Baudelaire or Marx, Ibsen or Rimbaud, Gramsci or Brecht or, for that matter, Gramsci, has all but vanished in a world in which capital has thrust its way past all remnants of the hitherto unvanquished older social formations. For as Anderson argues, following Schumpeter, capitalism as an intrinsically amoral economic system, driven by profit maximizing and dissolvent of all barriers to the cold cash nexus, depended critically on pre-capitalist, in essence, nobiliary, values and manners to hold it together. As those have failed in the postmodern moment of capital, a symptomatic feature has been, indeed, the disappearance of the substantial figures grandees from a seigneurial past. 166 In the new constellation of a globe encircling capitalism, what we have instead of that solid amphitheater is an aquarium of floating, evanescent forms, the projectors and managers, administrators and speculators of global capital, functions of a monetary financial universe that knows no social fixities or stable identities. 167 This intensifies the paradox noted earlier, namely, that when the bourgeoisie seemed to be at its most developed, it was culturally and politically, to an extent, in partnership when not dominated by the aristocracy and its camp followers across much of the continent, while capitalism itself was in a somewhat rudimentary state. But as capital has established itself as a dominance par excellence, the bourgeoisie itself, in its classical sense, has vanished in all but name. The working class, or more narrowly its supposed representatives in the Social Democratic and Labor parties, has historically played a crucial role not in trying to overcome capital, but in managing its contradictions, as the capitalist system has lurched from one crisis to the next. And here we might go further to propose that in recent decades even this role has eluded it, as the formerly working class parties have gradually distanced themselves from the class they were supposed to represent. 168 The working class itself, as a solid amphitheater of organized forces with stable careers and a pathway into organized politics, has gone with the bourgeoisie. To speak now of bourgeois hegemony is absurd. What we have are unstable formations operating massive surveillance and coercion, under the appearance of continuities of constitutions, laws and precedents. The dominant has emerged more visibly from behind the screen of the determinant in the age of the dictatorship of the bankers. The absence of an organized response to the present crisis is a function of determined union busting, disorganization and fragmentation, workplace bullying even of the most abstractly computerized and impersonal variety. 169 Rather than of ruling class persuasion. Socio-economic polarization has once again acquired a nakedness and divisiveness reminiscent of the early industrial period. The question that Lenin and Gramsci suppressed was why the proletariat of the advanced countries should want a revolution in the first place. Was it simply to fulfill a prediction that Marx made, or to help out third world countries that had launched a successful blow against imperialism? If capitalism could provide democratic culture and economic advances down to the last person, then perhaps for the workers themselves the current management into which they had been co-opted was doing its job. If not, they could change the management through elections, rather than take over the shop altogether. By comparison, we now have a rather different moment. There is a need, objectively considered, to take over the shop, but it seems that the forces for it no longer exist. If in the age of imperialism, hegemony took on the form of trenches and fortifications that slowed the progress of the proletarian forces, then what form does hegemony, if, indeed, this concept is still valid, take now, after decolonization and post-1989? This might signal the need for a great effort to parallel Gramsci's over what sort of transformative agenda to set, and what might be needed in preparation for it, especially in conditions in which many of the classical features of capitalism on which earlier generations of Marxists relied seem to be irrevocably lost. What is certain, of course, is that postcolonialism with its theory of alternative, different and hybrid modernities is singularly unfit for the task. 5.7 The historic moment of colonial dominance in India. The progressive, revolutionary moment of bourgeois hegemony in Europe was past its prime by the time the mature colonial state came into existence in India. Generally, 1857 is seen as a watershed, the massive uprising of that year in North India coinciding with the terminus of one of the more aggressive phases of territorial expansion post-1818. The uprising of 1857 has been widely interpreted as having been triggered by an accumulation of a whole slew of discontents that finally burst forth in a series of rebellions embracing sections of the army and civilian society. 170 When the dust had settled on the reprisals that came with its suppression in 1858, 171 So the argument goes, the British decided not only to transfer power formally from the East India Company to Parliament, but the more in-your-face, utilitarian reforms of the earlier phase also came to an abrupt halt. Henceforth, the British were to set up an administrative structure in which not only was policy-making more tightly connected to Whitehall, but also the emphasis became a more sustainable level of surplus extraction in the form of home charges, profits to British banks that operated via a host of intermediaries, regular salaries, and pensions on a properly regulated scale for civilian functionaries and military officers. At the same time, with the more secure and rapid transportation and communication made possible by steamships, telegraphs and subsequently the Suez Canal, 172 the very structure of British residence in India changed, and the individual exit option premised upon the development of a rigidly bureaucratic apparatus became more regularly structured and available. The political conjuncture, coinciding with the so-called Second Industrial Revolution, and the rise of the United States and Latin America as arenas for capital investment in industrial development, changed the position of India in the total scheme of British imperialism. 173 It is within this overall global context that the localized development of Indian history in the second half of the 19th century and the early 20th century has to be understood. The British would henceforth have no interest in transforming India, leaving it to local propertied classes to run their affairs subject to the continued subordination of India within the parameters of a colonial mode of production. The consequences of this would be ghastly for many in the subcontinent, but quite profitable for some, especially those with access to capital, whether it originated in the metropolis or the colony itself. 174 For a generation or two after 1857, the consent of the Indian bourgeoisie, a product of British rule, for such a class had no independent existence under the earlier regimes in India, was secured by the spectre of the massive uprising. And the undoubted gains offered to them in the form of placement in the lower, provincial reaches of a colonial civil service, jobs in urban administration, and over time within the professional ranks of lawyers, school teachers, college lecturers, and the like. And while many of the more prominent ones were or became critics of British administration 175 and despite the rhetoric of nationalism, some degree of bourgeois consent was a constant thereafter, fluctuating with the impact of wars, famines, recessions and, more trivially, with the political persuasion of the viceroys, prime ministers and secretaries of state for India. Some such sentiment is surely implied in Tilak's statement that the extremists of today will be moderates tomorrow, just as the moderates of today were extremists yesterday. 176 A process of transformism was working its molecular way through the ranks of radical nationalism. As for the remnants of the old warrior elite, in the decades after 1858 they were slowly turned into a loyal aristocracy with secure titles, an English education, privy purses and so on. Parasitism, rentierism, and bureaucracy at all levels came to prevail. India was beginning to look like a proper caricature of England. For people in those positions, perhaps the nightmare haunting their dreams was popular Jacques and uprisings, which over time British rule seemed to make more likely, with its sloppy and often callous handling of economic and social issues, especially in relation to rural India. In the first instance, it is arguable, indeed, that the animus of writers like Dud had more to do with British misrule than with any developed nationalist ambition as such. They might have welcomed a partnership in empire, had it been offered. 177 In the Indian case, the failure of the colonizers thoroughly to renovate the economy and social order follows a common colonial script. They lacked the forces to do so, especially against the resistance of the classes they depended on, who were also the creations of their own rule. At the same time, the situation in Europe itself had settled into its Arnoldian twilight. Gains there certainly were, some emanating from the colonial expansion of Europe, but no revolutionary transformations of the socio-political order. One could barely expect colonizers to exceed the logic of the domestic situation that drove them to seek colonies abroad. But this diagnosis needs to be set against their undoubted success, discernible in the longer historical view, in establishing a socio-economic order in which capital and its accessory institutions would establish themselves, however crudely, as the horizon of possibility and desire of most people. 178 In that sense, colonial dominance was an interlude to secure the hegemony of the global capitalist order in India, which in turn has reduced the possibility of a purely autochthonous mode of politics or culture. If modernity in the fullest sense implies the supersession of a castal logic with the logic of classes, then certainly what prevailed in India throughout the colonial period and until now, albeit to a lesser extent, was modernity not in the fullest sense, where castal logic has pulled against the logic of classes, dominating in some arenas, while giving way in others, and in which a definitive subsumption of the former to the latter was not fully accomplished. Such a situation was clearly unstable, as witnessed by the violent methods often used to secure the domination of a castal logic, but its dissolution is a slow if certain process. In matters like this, the appropriate comparison is not between India and the United States, but between India and the more traditionalist social formations of Europe, which have only begun to unravel completely in the last 2 generations or so. 179. As Part 2 of this book argues, a significant shift of initiative occurred in the interwar years from the colonizers to the Indian bourgeoisie. However weak their hold over the countryside, a partnership with the upper-ranked caste/economic groups there allowed the Indian bourgeoisie to exercise power, often indirectly via the considerable survival of personalized forms of domination exercised by their rural partners, although here again the direction of change is unarguable, the assertiveness of the lower-ranked caste groups forming, as it were, the red thread of rebellion against the prevalence of an archaic logic of power. The much maligned parliamentary democracy of India does imply a sort of hegemony of the propertied classes, a reaching into and transformation, if only in the mode of a passive revolution, of the lives of people, behind which significant changes have come to India. That much is undeniable, even if the changes have not gone far enough or fast enough. If colonial rule did little to enable the development of civil society to reach down into the lives of the plebeian masses, which would have allowed them to whittle away at the bastions of oligarchic power, post-1947 there has been a definite emergence of civil society, a less oligarchic vision of life and a greater challenge to settled privilege. Popular politics does express a political dynamic of historic proportions. 180 In his Dominance Without Hegemony, Guha maintains that the moment of coercion vastly outweighed the moment of persuasion in colonial rule, but then he argues that the colonial regime utilized many of the indigenous idioms to fasten its leadership over the propertied classes of India. Along with this, one might consider the import of the construction, under colonial auspices, of racialized models of Indian history, the racialization of caste, the powerful inducements of Brahmanisation, or Sanskritisation, that have had such perduring effects on the thought and action, and therefore the politics, of substantial ruling sections of the Indian population. 181 This would have allowed the British to extract some degree of coercive consent from those whose collaboration was required for colonial rule to persist. The British presence would then have been the indispensable condition for the emergent nationalist bloc to develop their own version of coercive consent, at least until they were able to shake off their dependence on the colonizers' structures of domination. The political realities of dependence could in turn become the ground on which a discourse of tradition, autonomy, and independence was constructed. Nationalism comes in many guises. It is a deceptive ideology whose rhetoric is best not taken at face value. In this longer time frame, hegemony does not have to imply something progressive or transformative. It simply implies the capacity to lead and co-opt. In the mode of a passive revolution, it involves sufficient reform to head off more radical demands, while buying off the antagonists piecemeal. It could also imply a version of the transformism of intellectuals. So if coercive persuasion is the very core of hegemony, the British version of it appears to have acted well enough to have secured their presence in the subcontinent for almost 200 years with a very small deployment of civil servants, and an army the bulk of whose rank and file and some of the officer corps were recruited from among the populations of the subcontinent. Perhaps there was more persuasion than Guha allows, or at any rate the coercive consent that operated contemporaneously in Europe had its colonial counterpart. 182 And when finally the colonizers left India, after the considerable bloodbath of the partition, what remained to India was a structure sturdy enough to head off insurrectionary solutions to socio-economic grievances, or confine them, by and large, to rural areas in the more backward parts of the country. These are the areas where archaic forms of landlordism and tenancy still prevail, many of them coinciding with the formerly zamindari land settlements of the colonial era. Others are in the so-called tribal belt of the east and southeast of the country, often in areas of rich mineral deposits, coal and uranium among them, where state and central governments are pushing to expropriate the people who live there on behalf of large corporations. 183. In the end, no stark contrast between metropolis and colony will do, the distinctions call for a more subtle anatomization. From the vantage point afforded by Gramsci's study of hegemony, we can return to the question of Bahubal, the force of arms, as Guha defines it. Does Guha mean to suggest that the Bengali historians who sought to develop an Indian historiography of India were in the trenches constructing an alternative historiography as a way towards a counter-hegemony in relation to colonial dominance, even if we accept, for the sake of argument, this disposition of concepts? If so, how successful were they vis-a-vis the Bengali bourgeoisie, peasantry, working class? On the face of it, one presumes, very little. By and large, they seem not to have been able to construct a symbolism and culture of sufficient weight and momentum to function as an alternative code to the colonial capitalist order. One wonders if that was indeed even their aim. After all, the colonial code encapsulated in the way in which caste Hindus were seen as the authentic, autochthonous denizens of the subcontinent, and its natural leaders, served them very well and gave them access to relatively privileged positions in the colonial hierarchy. They were subaltern in the very precise meaning of the term. Even if the colonial rulers did not otherwise develop a successful method of renovating a society in dire need of it, they did develop the institutional and ideological structures that provided the emergent nationalist movement with its grammar and syntax. In this context, an Indian, Bengali, historiography of India, Bengal, that advocated a recourse to arms might have been operating not within a revolutionary frame, but, pace Guha, within an archaic and limited horizon, a reactionary force rather than a liberating one, more comfortable directing the force of arms against religious minorities and the rural poor than against the colonizers, except via the pseudo-anarchist methods of the assassination of individual representatives of the ruling order. What was the status of a war of Minerva vis-a-vis colonial rule, and why was it largely outstripped by the war of position, in compressed form, Gundaism, as Gramsci called it? 184 An interesting analysis of the Bengali historiography of Bengal, or more so an Indian historiography of India, would have sought to focus on the ways in which tensions between these strategies revealed themselves, and the pressure of circumstances in which the protagonists moved from one position to the other. Clearly, the answer to those questions must take us well beyond the terrain explored in Dominance Without Hegemony. A more mature historiography would perhaps have sought precisely ways to address what a war of position would have looked like, not only in textual presentations or in the political exegeses of individual representatives of a nationalist movement, but also at the level of popular struggles, where surely the tensions between those strategic moments must have been most keenly felt. One would expect a historiography dealing with such momentous issues to register, if only in muted accents, the contradictions of colonialism, not least of all the ways in which the hegemony of a social order established itself even as Indian nationalism moved vocally, and sometimes militantly, against its more superficial aspects. The historian's task is to perceive the contradictions where only antinomies are thematizable, especially in a situation in which castal logic appeared to be locked in battle with the logic of classes. The latter part of the preceding sentence most nearly defines modernity not in the fullest sense, and is also the most adequate definition of alternative modernity. In light of that fact, if indeed modernization is not the script of Indian history as Chatterjee assures us, then is that tantamount to saying that India is forever stuck between a castal logic and the logic of classes, and that neither will prevail? One can see how the Guhas, the Chakrabartis, the Chatterjees, and the Kavirajas, and the post-colonial intellectual progeny of 1989, who in their global peregrinations move comfortably from a dominant position in the former to a very cozy position in the latter, might find this situation agreeable. But it is a statement about themselves, and says nothing about authenticity and autonomy or the situation of the working classes, who would undoubtedly prefer modernity in the fullest sense and the freedom of moderns that accompanies it. 185 If the alternative modernities that do not lead to a replication of the situation in the more advanced countries of the world is the forever situation of India, we must indeed deplore this, and argue the need for a revolution, now no longer a bourgeois revolution whose moment has been historically surpassed. Resistance, mostly by those whom a castal logic favors, involves holding fast to a situation that is to their advantage. What sort of making oneself at home is this? What sort of home? And subversion of what? The linguistic chauvinism by which the Bengali of the Bhadralok is posited as the vehicle of an Indian historiography of India, and class struggles have been superseded by a kind of militant nativism, is surely a caricature of Gramsci. Gramsci's exposition of hegemony signals not a political paralysis, nor even a passive reflection of the antinomies of the age, but a sharp registry of the contradictions of his epoch and an attempt to wrest from them the political key to transformative action. From a Gramscian perspective, dominance without hegemony turns out to be a red herring, promising much but offering little in the way of insight into Indian historiography. 5.8 A liberation from blinding bondage, or the question of historicism. Chakrabarti's critique of historicism is premised on three positions. The first relates to attempts to write Indian history as if the coming of the British and the undoubted effects it had on Indian culture can be described as a liberation of the mind from a blinding bondage to the superstition and customs of the Middle Ages. 186, in this case, to struggle against historicism is to tell a different history of reason. The second questions the Eurocentric notion of modernity as a narrative of the arrival of John Locke's autonomous, sovereign, and propertied individual, supposedly the supreme embodiment of modernity, and in the process gives us other, more communal, or familial understandings. 187 The third involves the tendency of historicist narratives to reduce the past to a null point outside the present from one which charts a course towards a desirable future. While such a periodization may have played a part in radical programs of social justice, it may also create a sense that historical time is a measure of the distance assumed to exist between the West and the non-West, which legitimized in the colonies the idea of civilization. 188 Over time, Chakrabarti states, Locke's theological positions became secularized into the common assumptions and protocols of Marxism, liberalism, and similar histories of capitalism, industrialization, nationalism, and so on. 189 The culmination of Chakrabarti's critique of historicism calls on readers to resist the idea that everything can be historicized and that one must always historicize. 190 And therefore to turn away from Jameson's call to always historicize the one absolute and we may even say trans-historical imperative of all dialectical thought. 191 Chakrabarti's rather casual tossing together of Marxism, liberalism, and similar is hardly a confidence-inducing categorization of the histories of capitalism, industrialization and nationalism. The notion that Marxism represents a leftward extension and culmination of liberalism may be one of the instrumentalist myths of postcolonial studies. 192 This can be read in two ways, either that liberalism is the healthy product and Marxism its unhealthy progeny, or that liberalism might be damned by association with Marxism. Both positions will find takers in the contemporary political spread. Indeed, given the rightward drift of U.S. politics, even the mildest forms of reformism might come to be damned by being thrown together into a hopper with a liberalism tainted by Marxism. However, my main purpose in the following pages is to show that historicism is a much more complex phenomenon than Chakrabarty allows, and that a Marxist historicism sets out precisely to rescue history from metaphysical and speculative formulations. In addition, it carries a radical political charge that involves a future beyond the futures that already exist, to a radically different social order that calls for something other than the rather quietist Heideggerian turn of recent post-colonial studies. The latter is now perhaps mediated, as said implied, through a Foucauldian theory of power, which captivated not only Foucault himself but many of his readers who wished to go beyond left optimism and right pessimism so as to justify political quietism with sophisticated intellectualism, while wishing to appear realistic, in touch with the world of power and reality. 193 The first corrective, of course, is to restate for the purpose of clarification that the attraction for many on the Indian left of studying the historic failure of the nation to come into its own 194, a concern shared by their counterparts in other ex-colonial countries, has a material basis. Such failures, both in the immediate context of decolonization, and more so in the all-encompassing capitalist development of today, carry forbidding social consequences. These include mass poverty, famines, and epidemics, in addition to the chronic grinding down and demoralization that affect millions of people. Simply to dismiss this as an example of historicism, on the grounds that Indian modernity, for instance, does not have the developmental potentiality of its metropolitan counterpart, shows a grievous loss of political perspective. The battle between reason and superstition is not merely the invidious rhetoric of a colonial power imposing an alien order on pre-existing indigenous forms, but rather constitutes part of a war of position within the bourgeoisie itself, between those conservative elements that united behind a nostalgist ideology, and those that gravitated to more progressive positions. Within the polemics of emergent nationalism, unsurprisingly it took the form of authenticity versus deracination, religion versus secularism, Indian versus Western, tradition versus modernity, and so on. The different history of reason that Chakrabarty wishes to tell us is entirely familiar from other examples, for these polemics are neither uniquely Indian nor, for that matter, colonial, but occurred in every European society, German Romanticism and Russian Narodnism being two examples of cognate instances within Europe. 195 At determinate historical moments, when political economic transformations threaten to sweep away an established social order, political debate takes on those familiar forms. As for John Locke and Christianity, the latter is not, in the first place, a European religion, nor is it still confined to Europe. Did Christianity in Anatolia, Egypt, the Balkans, or, for that matter, Kerala, retrace the same connection between the individual and reason? If not, then the Lockean philosophical conception of the autonomous individual is not strictly a matter of Christianity alone, but a more complex outcome of church-state struggles, the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, the 30 Years' War and so on, deeply embedded in a singular history in which the secular and the theological intersected, or perhaps the secular was informed by a dominant theological idiom that over time gave way under the pressure of events. 196 Was the unmarked individual, for instance, more prominent originally in the Protestant Reformation than in the Catholic Counter-Reformation? Chakrabarty's stark Europe other binary is in fact an erasure of history, a hypertrophied concern with historicism tending to homogeneous vast territories behind unified conceptions of self and other. The call to resist historicizing the forms taken by cultural and political expression is a conservative, possibly even reactionary, political gesture. In the same vein, it can be pointed out that a narrative of steady progress is not the leitmotif of Marxist historiography in general. Althusser rightly noted the debilitating effects of this kind of historicism. 197 And Daniel Bensett has highlighted that the 3 volumes of Capital offer an organization of time that involves cycles and turnovers, rhythms and crises, strategic moments and contretemps. Time is layered, fragmented, fractured, and so on, hardly an example of homogeneous unfolding. The old philosophy of history fades into a critique of commodity fetishism on the one hand and political subversion of the existing order on the other. 198 Marx's theory captured the contradictions of the period by insisting that machinery, gifted with the power of shortening and fructifying human labor, we behold starving and overworking it. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life and in stultifying human life into a material force. 199 Of the sheer wanton destruction of the natural basis of life, Marx said that there exist symptoms of decay, far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire, and cautioned that progress is not to be regarded with the usual abstractness. 200 Rejection of progress in the abstract is also central to Marx's critique of political economy. For as he explains in the third volume of Capital, the fetishism that characterizes the value form reaches its highest pitch with the further development and elaboration of capital, in particular the attribution to interest-bearing capital, the mother of every insane form, of mystical creative powers apart from any connection to the exploitation of labor. 201 Indeed, this form of fetishism intensifies as the instability of the overall system reaches its apogee in the process, occluding the structural antagonisms that were apparent in earlier times. Even Gramsci's argument that colonial domination consigned the colonist populations to the past times of the colonizers can be read in a non-evolutionary manner, rather than as an expression of a normative and progressivist notion of capitalist development. 202 It can be seen as reflecting the extent to which relations of domination impose a structural unity on the disparity of historical experiences. Difference then emerges against the backdrop of the structural unity imposed by imperialist expansion. It is only if capitalism is accepted as the final horizon of human possibilities that this becomes an evolutionist position. Otherwise it is a sign of the fractured times of modernity on the world scale. Marxist transition narratives have been prompted by the understanding that historic ruptures and structural transformations have occurred in the past, inaugurating a new epoch associated with capitalism, and are occurring in the present, holding open the possibility of a future that involves the overcoming of capital. A very substantial historiography has developed to understand the nature of these breaks, what they imply for an understanding of the present and the potentialities for a future transformation, which must by the very nature of the existing mode of production present challenges of an altogether different order than the prior transitions. 203 Somewhat schematically, Marxist accounts of the transition from feudalism to capitalism begin with two fully constituted terms in which the first, feudalism, is not a newer stage of the second, capitalism. As Jameson notes, what is being investigated in such accounts is a structural transformation. Marx's Capital, for instance, does not argue that the elements of a feudal system, say, commerce or merchant capital, are the evolutionary predecessors of modern-day capital. 204 Rather, it offers a synchronic model in which once the capital form is fully constituted, merchant capital or commerce, or, for that matter, the original accumulation of land, the transfer of property by coercive mechanisms, debt bondage and the like, which in feudalism were not anticipatory of anything, can be rewritten as capital's preparatory requirements. 205 The implication of this is that feudalism does not evolve into capitalism, it is finally overcome by its antagonists. In retrospect, the punctual breaks that occurred along the way, and the long-term transformations of a mode of production in its entirety, might be summed up by the word revolution. But this in itself is a protracted process, historically comprising, as Blackburn and Ely point out, two levels of determination and significance. The revolution as a specific crisis of the state, involving widespread popular mobilization and a reconstitution of political relationships, and the deeper processes of structural change, involving the increasing predominance of the capitalist mode of production, the potential obsolescence of many existing practices and institutions, and the uneven transformation of social relations. 206 In Bensaid's words, Marx definitively rejects any suprahistorical general schema clamped onto the determinate unpredictability of actual historical development. 207 The 4 centuries-long transition involved in the genesis of capital, which was sporadic and uneven, was not accomplished solely on some evolutionary potential built into economic forces or production relations, but by way of wars, conquests, state intervention, religious conflicts, and legal reforms. 208 Not to mention struggles over access to the means of subsistence. The full range of consequences of all of the above could not have been foreseen, nor can they serve as a template for predicting the outcome of all the inchoate struggles underway at present. However, once established, a mode of production has definite properties that can be analyzed, tendencies that cannot be avoided, for example, towards crises of falling productivity in feudalism or overproduction in capitalism. It is in the wider social and political fallout of these crises, and the ultimate form of their resolution or overcoming, that the realm of uncertainty begins. In the meantime, some of the cultural practices associated with an ancien regime may be reproduced in everyday life, often via an adaptation of them to the life of the social classes that come to the fore in the new order, but the old social relations of production that underpin them are superseded. At the same time, powerful institutions may survive revolutions and upheavals, for example, the Church, and constitute within the new order a point of attraction for all manner of disaffected social groups. Marxist narratives are not about simple linear transitions. This has not prevented, it should be said, the construction, whether by Stalinists, Maoists or others, of a mechanical 4 or 5-stage succession of modes of production, a model of supra-historical development that has had its advocates in India, and was part of the catechism imparted to the faithful in orthodox Communist Party circles. In the teleology built into this model, history progresses from backward to more advanced forms, from superstition to reason, if you like, and here a debt to the more mechanical forms of Enlightenment thought sustains the post-colonial critique. Perhaps it is this teleological notion of progress culminating in modernity to which Chakrabarty and others, like Kaiwar, are objecting. But perhaps also implied in their reservations about transition narratives is the concern that the vision of the future described by such models, and for which people were expected to make sacrifices, was really a totalitarian nightmare, or had become so in its Stalinist version. But as Jameson notes, while it may be desirable to rid oneself of bourgeois or Stalinist images of progress and the future, to nervously abandon in the process any Marxian vision of the future altogether, an operation in which Marxism itself is generally abandoned in the process, is much less desirable. 209 Indeed, as Peter Thomas explains, there was in Gramsci's work both the notion of a time of duration, implying a sort of degenerate progress, mere quantity adequately measured in chronological terms, rather like the homogeneous, empty time of Benjamin, and the notion of constituting an epoch, among the cardinal concepts of the Gramscian theory of history. 210 If the former implied the persistence of a historical form, reproducing itself consistently in the force of the equilibrium between its own capacity of innovation and the progressive development of its own powers of viscosity, the latter implied a rupturing of the continuum of the time of duration, shattering its linearity, already in the womb of the preceding social formation, to break into a new historical form. 211 It is therefore quite odd that a project like Subaltern Studies, which began its work under the sign of Gramsci, should now abandon one of his cardinal concepts. This abandonment makes an unobtrusive appearance in the new institutional realist spirit of postcoloniality expressed by Chatterjee when he says that the postcolonial theorist is born only when the mythical time-space of epic modernity has been lost forever. 212 While it might seem that Chatterjee is addressing himself to the question of nationalism, one suspects that riding just below this bourgeois utopianism is the rejection of the potentiality of a breakthrough into a new historical form. It is also in this light that one tries to decipher the political implications of a statement like the following. It is possible to cite many examples from the post-colonial world that suggest the presence of a dense and heterogeneous time. In those places, one could show industrial capitalists delaying the closing of a business deal because they hadn't yet heard from their respective astrologers, or industrial workers who would not touch a new machine until it had been consecrated with appropriate religious rites, or voters who would set fire to themselves to mourn the defeat of their favorite leader, or ministers who openly boast of having secured more jobs for people from their own clan and having kept the others out. To call this the co-presence of several times, the time of the modern and the times of the pre-modern, is only to endorse the utopianism of Western modernity. 213. The nation and the West have acquired all manner of valences in post-colonial theories, not least those that are alluded to under Chakrabarty's critique of historicism, described at the outset of this section. However, in the process of consistently foregrounding the post-colonial world and the West as the prime categories of analysis, we are left with the notion that the real space of modern life consists of heterotopia. 214. This is a world in which industrial capitalists, together with their astrologers and ministers, exist alongside industrial workers, and presumably the masses of marginally employed and unemployed, in a dense and heterogeneous temporal configuration that does not have to take into account the relationship of exploitation that necessarily obtains between capitalists and workers. And perhaps more to the point, one is not supposed to inquire too closely into attempts to occlude the relationship of exploitation via the mobilization of all manner of ideological resources, astrology, prayer, magic, not to mention the all-consuming power of fire. Whether or not these avoidances work, Chatterjee's heterogeneity seems to be a function of enforced, ascriptive, inherited inequalities that it is now the task of the post-colonial critic to reconcile if not perpetuate. From this vantage point, a properly historical explanation will recognize the existence in Chakrabarty's work, for instance, of an implicit stages narrative, and will attempt to locate it in its time-space, political-economic coordinates. For after all, colonialism is said to have interrupted the continuity of old and unbroken intellectual traditions, reducing them to practical concepts, bereft of any theoretical lineage, embedded merely in quotidian practices in South Asia. 215. Colonialism thus marked a break from the plenitude and creativity of a pre-colonial past, and inaugurated a new historic moment, with which post-colonial studies in all its forms is trying to come to terms. Jameson's identification of a genetic trope in historicism might be useful here. In his explanation, what teleological thought reads as a narrative progression from a fallen present to a fully constituted future, is displaced in genetic thought to the past, so as to encompass origin, development, and ultimate fate. 216. Modifying Jameson's description and leaving aside the question of ultimate fate, which is rigorously excluded in post-colonial studies, of interest is the identification of a fall from an original state of plenitude to the somewhat degenerate present. It ought to be clear, of course, that we are not dealing with an evolutionary scheme, but with a rupture, a break, except that it cannot be represented in the manner of the old communist stages theory as portending the ultimate emancipation of human beings from exploitation and oppression. Jameson suggests that the original emergence of this trope may have been characteristic of a brief moment of history, that of the rapidly transforming nations of 19th-century capitalism, and that it provided a conceptual narrative mechanism, which allowed people to make sense of a very particular situation. 217. This was one in which a single lifetime could span both the experiences of collective, face-to-face village communities and the great industrial cities, and here it may have provided a way of thinking the vastly different terms of rural and urban experiences together, and thus resolving some of the lived consequences of the uprooting and relocation. The uprooting from rural communities and relocation to urban centers was part of a vast economic and cultural revolution that is now referred to euphemistically as modernization. 218. The narratives of the Bengali intellectuals in Chakrabarty's portraits of colonial Calcutta, now rewritten mainly it seems for a metropolitan audience, capture very well the sense of loss, and the acknowledgement of it by conceding the outside material domain to the West while preserving the autonomy of the inner spiritual domain that represents one's inner spiritual self, one's true identity. 219. If the intellectuals of the colonial period were trying to make sense of the economic and cultural revolution they experienced in terms of a fall from original plenitude, a different set of imperatives comes into view in post-colonial studies. Of course, these include other ways of being in the world, the unanticipated potentialities of European phenomenological theories once read through a post-colonial perspective, provincializing Europe by showing it the limits of its universalism, perhaps even reviving some of the pretensions of the Oriental Renaissance, all the while avoiding that which is of the most pressing concern to the post-colonial world, the question of socialism. Combining a historical understanding of the genetic trope with the political implications of the notion of dense and heterogeneous times gives us a clear indication of the absolutely apologist nature of post-colonial studies as practiced by Chakrabarty, Chatterjee, and their epigones. It is something of a tribute then to the great Marxist transition theorists that they captured the historic transformations without abolishing the future, all the while avoiding the teleological or genetic tropes in their theories. 220 and, if anything, later transition narratives, such as those of Dobb and Brenner, have gone further in introducing a non-evolutionary orientation to transition narratives. 221 In this sense, transition narratives are strictly non-predictive, founded on a recognition that a social formation contains within it contradictions and tensions whose outcomes are radically undecidable in advance. The Marxist concept of social totality is qualitatively distinct from theories founded on the unification of contradictory elements and a self-reinforcing and, potentially, self-transparent moment of pacific totalization. 222 Indeed, recent Asia-centric theories may be a good example of the latter, to the extent that they accept no contradictions, merely heterogeneity, in their societies, or if they do accept them, the contradictions are not of the sort that would produce anything of the order of class conflicts. Those are reserved for the West. At any rate, the conflicts indigenous to non-Western societies cannot disturb the self-identity of those societies preceding or even coinciding with the period of European colonialism. 223. In post-colonial studies, community consciousness may be the key to this sort of self-reinforcing and self-transparent unification. Thus Chatterjee maintains that while the peasant community was by no means an egalitarian and harmonious one, free from internal dissension and struggle, it was nonetheless the site of a unity based on recognizing differential rights entailing differential duties and privileges. 224 With this as a conclusion, we are invited to work back to a study of an Indian history of peasant struggles, rather than a history of peasant struggles in India, to ground one's historical consciousness in the imminent forms of social development that run through Indian history. Once confronted in its sheer vastness and intricacy, Chatterjee is confident that this material will prove incomparably richer than that contained in the received histories of Europe, a fact that the efflorescence of modern anthropology in the period after the Second World War has brought home to the European consciousness. If properly received, this Indian material will achieve a fundamental restructuring of the edifice of European social philosophy as it exists today. 225 Will the reverse apply? That is to say, will a proper confrontation with the realities of European history, rather than the garbled versions with which post-colonial theorists seem to work, effect a fundamental restructuring of the edifice of post-colonial thought? Somehow one doubts very much that this is likely to happen any time soon. Suffice it to say that this type of post-colonial narrative mechanism, influenced by the new six sciences of anthropology and linguistics. 226, seems to be part of a revival of cultural historicisms grounded in civilizational archives, even if the latter have been partially submerged by the onslaught of capitalism. Not surprisingly then, Chakrabarty's aversion to transition narratives, as implying an evolutionary historicism, seems on the face of it to contain a serious misreading of capital, and more broadly of the Marxist tradition. In the present context of post-colonial studies, this may, of course, afford him a strategic opening to reground his account of 19th-century histories, which saw numerous transitions to capitalism within and outside colonial conditions, in a more congenial narrative of self-identical civilizations facing each other as radically different formations, each with its own immanent logic of unfolding until the fatal collisions of the colonial period. Chakrabarty's account has at least the merit of getting down to developing a narrative replete with all manner of details based on an underlying civilizational geography. What it does very well in the process, and perhaps unintentionally, is to capture the dilemma of a cultural historicism, as it alternates between identity and difference, as a narrative of decline, loss, Nostalgia. It affirms the difference between India and Europe, two fairly arbitrary categories, and posits the existence of ancient traditions, unbroken and alive in Sanskrit or Persian or Arabic until the colonizers sundered them, and introduced a split that the colonists were forced to endure, and make themselves at home in, while resisting the imposed forms of modernity. Thus, clearly an element of his narrative, or that of Ranjit Guha, is that traditions deeply embedded in the Indian cultural soil are not only the ancient and authentic elements of Indian life, but continue to constitute, via the native languages and cultural competence sediment into language itself and not referring to concepts that the mind elaborates or that contain experiential truths, the only legitimate ground of nationalism. 227 In the polemical field it corresponds to authenticity, religion, Indian tradition, and the like. Conversely, those in modern India who wish to establish a critical distance between themselves and those so-called sediment traditions might be labeled secular, deracinated and westernist. It is hard not to see in this case a certain form of historical narrative underpinning the taking of positions in the Kulturkampf of Indian politics. This rather more modest political position-taking, rather than the grandiose and delusional goal of rocking the edifice of European social philosophy as it exists today, may be the key to understanding the post-colonial critique of Marxist historicism. 228. In the case of a very common expression, Gramsci remarked, one should put the accent on the first term, historical, and not on the second, which is of metaphysical origin. The philosophy of praxis, Gramsci's name for historical materialism, is absolute historicism, the absolute secularization and earthliness of thought, an absolute humanism of history. 229 He continues, matter as such is not our subject but how it is socially and historically organized for production, and natural science should be seen correspondingly as essentially an historical category, a human relation. 230 Peter Thomas explains that, in Gramsci's perspective, historical materialism is neither identified with any of the preceding cultural and philosophical formations, nor is it seen as descending from any particular formation or combination of them. 231 Rather, it is a moment in a movement of renovation that reveals, possible, sometimes hidden, affinities between phenomena that otherwise appear as discrete and disparate, and a dialectic between the initiatives and experience of the subaltern classes and the established order. 232 Its status in relation to them is heuristic, in the sense of permitting a reorganized narrative of modernity, rather than synthetic, in the sense of permitting a final annulment of contradictions between elements in a teleological progression. 233 Jameson offers a related insight, each mode of production, seen as a synchronic form, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, designates, in a Marxian framework, not merely a specific type of economic production, labor process, or technology, but also a specific and original form of cultural and linguistic production, along with the determinate place of the other traditional Marxist superstructures, the political, the juridical, the ideological, and so on. 234 Contemporary Marxism, exposed as it is to the fragmentation of life in our day, would not wish to exclude, for example, the psychoanalytic, the construction of a historically specific psychoanalytic subject, or the phenomenological, the organization of daily life, in a given social formation. But would insist that all those various instances are dialectically modified according to the structural place assigned to them within the organization of the various modes of production. Thus, the concept of production, or, for that matter, the economic, labor, and so forth, cannot be retrojected to a prior epoch based on the place it occupies in capitalism. Neither, for that matter, would it be possible to do so with respect to the centered bourgeois subject, the unconscious, and the like, theorized from modern psychic experiences. 235 In this view, Marxism's absolute historicism rests not just on the historically determinate form of material production, economics, or even class struggles, but, as Jameson insists, on a very different category called the mode of production, which projects a total synchronic structure in terms of which a variety of phenomena theorized by a number of different methods of analysis and interpretation find their appropriately subordinate structural position. 236 The mode of production understood synchronically would thus resemble a hub-and-spoke pattern in which the position of the various instances along a hypothetical rim would change according to the mode of production being represented. And none would necessarily occupy a privileged place throughout history. 237 The Althusserian distinction between structural domination and structural determination is used to explain the difference between the social form of capitalism and the earlier ones. 238 The determination of all these social formations is economic, in the sense of the type of production current in each. Yet each has its own distinctive version of a unifying ideology, the dominant various forms of religion, or the ethos of the polis or ancient city-state in classical antiquity, or else power relations exercised through an elaborate hierarchy of superordination and subordination in feudalism, and so on. In these cases, the ideological or religious dominant is distinct from its determinant in the type of production involved. But as Marx remarked, the Middle Ages could not live on Catholicism, nor could the ancient world on politics. It is the manner in which they gained their livelihood that explains why in one case politics and in the other religion played the chief part. 239 Only in capitalism is the economic determinant also the secular dominant, that is, the latter is structured by the money form. 240 The various pre-capitalist societies, whatever their technical production, were all organized collectively. Although it should be pointed out that in the cases where slave or serf labor predominated, this was a coerced collectivity. Only capitalism constitutes a social formation united by the absence of collective organization, by separation and by individuality. The identity of dominant and determinant in capitalism in principle constitutes it as the first transparent society, that is to say, the first social formation in which the secret of production is revealed, a knowledge of society becoming possible when commoditization has become tendentially universal, that is, when wage labor has largely superseded all other forms of class relationship. 241 Yet this possibility of truth in capitalism is immediately occulted by ideology in the narrower sense of what ideologists produce and invent to conceal that truth. 242 To argue, as postcolonialist historians do, that community was the basis of social existence in colonial India, for instance, is just another way of saying that capital had not fully separated and individuated people yet, that is to say, their pre-capitalist social forms, still, had a degree of collective socio-economic vitality. On the other hand, this notion of community has degenerated in the later post-colonial thinking because in fact the real community has given way under pressure from capital. And what exists now is in fact the pseudo-communities or virtual communities of people with self-consciously similar if not identical identitarian positions based on religion, race, ethnicity, and so on, most of which are instrumentally conceived to pursue either political ends, seats in elected bodies, or economic ends, competitive pots of money, and the like. Communitarian mobilization nowadays, rather like mainstream economics, seems to be a form of politics organized to deflect attention from the possibility of following through on the implications of a knowledge of the secret of production. Indeed, postcolonialism's disavowal of the possibility of pursuing the secret of production into all its hidden abodes is a fairly telling indictment. As I have tried to suggest, the transition from one mode of production to another would be a matter of both deep structural transformation and punctual ruptures, in the end the overcoming of older forms rather than merely a matter of evolution from one to the other in a straightforward non-contradictory manner. If now the threads of the foregoing argument are drawn together, for example, the mode of production as a synchronic totality, the structural dominant and determinant, together with the imperative towards totalization implicit in Marxism, it might begin to explain the latter's ability to transcend more specialist disciplines. It does so by showing that specialized objects of study, and the codes they generate, are not self-enclosed entities, but conceal a seam that closes them off from the social totality. It might also reveal the extent to which arguments about not seeking a more real secular reality are really about occulting the possibility of social knowledge. Thus, for example, the apparently self-enclosed practices of medieval religious rituals and theological doctrines, can only be revealed, retrospectively historicized, as a symbolic representation of the natural order of hierarchies on earth. Once secular thought has emerged as an autonomous domain of human activity, that is, with what we call modernity. In a positive register, then, Marxism does not seek to exclude or repudiate specialized objects of study, but rather serves to demystify the various frameworks that operate as strategies of containment by which they claim the status of self-sufficient systems of explanation. 243 In a different context, Eric Wolf points to the practical emergence of specialized and completely secular social science disciplines in the aftermath of 1848, largely as a reaction to the revolutions of that year and to the potential threat posed by Marxism in alliance with them, and the implications of the strategies of containment represented by the disciplines. 244 The minute division of the overall totality of capitalist society into the economic, social, cultural, political, and so on, gave the impression of overall coherence to the descriptions generated by the disciplines, allowed them to categorize post-1848 Europe in certain ways, and were designed to develop methods of specialist control over what was seen as the rising threat posed by the dangerous classes. At the same time, these disciplines also excluded from view the fears and anxieties that underlay the disciplinary developments, and pushed the repressive methods of control into the domain of practical everyday forms of governmentality, into the domains of institutional realism and practical reforms. In fact, in trying to work through the issue of absolute historicism from a Marxian perspective, it is important, as Jameson advises, not to yield to the cultural relativism of seeing one's relation to the past in purely contemplative terms as that which obtains between an individual and a cultural formation in the past, to which the theorist may relate either in the mode of identity or difference, but rather to think in terms of the quite different relationship of an objective situation in the present. With an objective situation in the past. 245 In the process, we enter a mode of relating to the past in which each individual reading, every local interpretive practice, is then grasped as the privileged vehicle through which two distinct modes of production confront and interrogate each other. 246 An individual reading thus becomes an allegorical figure for a collective confrontation of this kind. In this mode, encounters with the past are no longer a matter of mere aesthetic experience, but constitute a much more political act, in which the past speaks to us, in the register of difference, about the structure and habits of our life, its ubiquitous commoditization, monetization, instrumentalization, and so on. 247 Jameson suggests that among the conditions of possibility of Marxism as this new type of dialectical thought was the commoditization of land and labor completed by the development of capitalism. Marxism's absolute historicism may be said to originate with the understanding that only in the capitalist epoch does labor power, in the eyes of the worker himself, take on the form of a commodity which is his property, his labor consequently taking on the form of wage labor. It is from this moment that the commodity form of the products of labor becomes universal. 248 It is the universal commoditization of labor power and the universalization of wage labor that also defines the moment of emergence of the world market and globalization, which is not to be conflated with the mere existence or extension of trade routes, but rather understood by the transformation of older modes of exploitation in agriculture and the crafts into wage labor. 249 But if that were its only precondition, Marxism would be merely a theoretical reflection of that mode of production. However, it is also the anticipatory expression of a future society, a partisan commitment to a future mode of production that seeks to emerge from the hegemonic mode of production of our present. 250 So it is not only the past that is brought into a relationship with the present. Jameson insists that in the act of confronting the past, we also face the future. This necessary rectification of political perspective then creates an aperture to the future, to what Ernst Bloch called the utopian impulse. 251 It is with this partisan commitment in mind that one views Marx's own reservations about utopian thought and later Marxist readings of its possibilities. In the meantime, it is unclear how the new sciences of linguistics and anthropology, are there other candidate sciences for the job, are supposed to achieve the grandiose transformations that Chatterjee hopes for, but what is reasonably apparent is the manner in which the genetic trope is being employed to project the future and frame the rejection of dangerous utopian propositions. For the most part, as David Harvey points out, the most effusive propositions about the future have been proffered by the thinkers of a right-wing persuasion, and they have primarily espoused what he calls a utopianism of process. The odd thing here has been that the negative connotations of utopia and teleology have not been attached to the right-wing assault on the social order. 252 This is very much in the spirit of the post-1989 period, in which the right holds forth its utopia of a free market capitalism as being simultaneously anchored in an eternal human nature and holding the promise of the most advanced form of future productivity and innovation. 253 But it is apparent as actually existing globalization unfolds that some of this productivity and innovation has come at the expense of intensifying inequalities, partly a function of the operations of a supposedly free market across a variegated geographic terrain of resource endowments, communications, cultural histories, labor quantities and qualities, and so on, which is, as Harvey rightly points out, in itself a function of prior capitalist development. The limitations of the presentation of this process as a deterritorialist and geographically anonymous behemoth, or as a tidal wave of technology and irresistible market forces sweeping aside all the old boundaries erected by archaic social formations, not to mention the earlier moments of capitalism itself, are being addressed by its radical critics, Marxists among them. Indeed, actually existing globalization has been shown to rest not merely on the equal treatment of unequals, but on a deliberately framed political project whose aim has been a savage restructuring of class and social relations worldwide. 254 Rather than a smooth progression towards homogeneity and equality, the neoliberal capitalist utopia has been attacked for multiplying both regional and class inequalities. 255 The broad rejection of utopianism by the left in the post-1989 period, a process that certainly began much earlier, should be understood in the first place in terms of the collapse of specific utopian projects. The end of history scenarios that accompanied the definitive collapse of the Soviet Union and its satellites is beginning to take on the air of a prolonged nightmare with no end in sight. 256 The lack of attention given to the future, which Jameson suggests might be based on the notion that it might be construed as essentially frivolous when so much exists already. 257 Might have other causes, that of a closure of alternative horizons of hope in the face of what seems like a gargantuan machine, which seems frequently enough to break down but which recovers only by growing larger and more all-encompassing, and, to a very significant proportion of humanity, more menacing. The ideological occultation in response to the frequent breakdowns of the capitalist machinery of production, crises of overproduction and so on, has been to shift attention to the market, which is supposed to endow capitalism with a unifying principle and a natural form of collectivity, and moreover represent it as an expression of a permanent feature of human nature. 258 As a collectivity, the market is endowed with a will and an agency denied individuals who are supposed to make themselves available to its moods and its caprices. Thus, the occultation of the secret of production revealed by the capitalist mode of production. We will need to return from the noisy sphere of circulation to the secret abode of production to take stock of the situation. This might turn out to be one of the better reasons for not consigning capital to the archival cemetery. For all the mutations that have occurred in economy, social and political institutions, culture, not to mention the texture and pace of everyday life, each new stage of capitalism, shaped by crises of accumulation and recoveries therefrom, has remained true to the original essence and structure of capital first laid out in exhaustive detail in the 3 volumes of Marx: the profit motive, accumulation, expansion, exploitation of wage labor. 259 This is where the true originality of capital resides, in forming its ambitious dimensions and structural intricacy. 260 Indeed, Marxists like Mondale, writing in the late 1970s, could argue that as the archaic or residual elements still present in the earlier stages of capitalism were eliminated, the purer and more functional abstraction of the system built by Marx became ever more true, ever more relevant to contemporary conditions. 261 in the late 1970s, and more so in the 1980s. As renewed and more persistent crises of overproduction and overcapacity have settled over global capitalism, 1. has witnessed opposing tendencies at work. On the one hand, the increasing abstraction of capital and the ever-increasing scale of production and velocity of circulation of credit; on the other, a return to almost Victorian conditions of work, sweatshops, child labor, extra-economic coercion, the maintenance of reserve armies of labor in countrysides that now produce no agricultural products, and so on. 262 Nonetheless, the tendencies Marx projected in Capital have held true, by and large. Heightened polarization, increasing unemployment, the ever more desperate search for new investments and new markets. 263 If the limitations of the utopianism of process are becoming apparent with the passage of the years, it should be noted that Marx in his day opposed the utopianism of spatial form, or rather its underlying philosophical and ideological formation. 264 In the Communist Manifesto, for instance, Marx and Engels declared that the oppositional forces to capital were in such an undeveloped state that fantastic pictures of future society come to represent the first instinctive yearnings for a general reconstruction of society. The practical measures suggested by utopian socialists, such as the abolition of the distinction between town and country, of the family, of the carrying on of industries for the account of private individuals, and of the wage system, the proclamation of social harmony, the conversion of the function of the state into a mere superintendence of production, all these proposals point solely to the disappearance of class antagonisms which were, at that time, only just cropping up, and which, in these publications, are recognized in their earliest indistinct and undefined forms only. 265. Marx and Engels also noted that the revolutionary literature had necessarily a reactionary character, inculcating universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form, and that the proletariat existed for them only from the point of view of being the most suffering class. 266 As for the dream of an experimental realization of the social utopias of its founding principles, Saint-Simon, Fourier, Owen, a dream based on establishing isolated phalansteres, home colonies, or a little Icaria, these were castles in the air for whose realization they had to appeal to the feelings and purses of the bourgeois. The result was merely to deaden the class struggle and to reconcile class antagonisms, and so on. 267 In his open letter to the Icarians, Marx also pointed out, for communists, and surely Icarians, who realize the principle of personal freedom, a community of communal property without a transition period, actually a democratic transition where personal property is slowly transformed into social property, is as impossible as is harvesting grain without having planted. 268 But even so, Marx and Engels concluded that in attacking every principle of existing society, the critical utopian socialists and communists provided the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. 269 Whatever optimism Marx and Engels may have had, with regard to the progress of proletarian consciousness to the point of being able to act collectively to abolish capital and usher in the future, seems to have retreated if not disappeared in more recent times. The period between the two world wars in Western Europe may be viewed as a decisive repudiation of the proletariat's revolutionary potentials. So much so that Lenin was moved to ask in imperialism and the split in socialism in October 1916, is there any connection between imperialism and the monstrous and disgusting victory opportunism, in the form of social chauvinism, has gained over the labor movement in Europe? This he regarded as the fundamental question of modern socialism. Lenin noted that neither Marx nor Engels lived to see the imperialist epoch of world capitalism, which began not before 1898 to 1900, but they were already aware that England had revealed at least two major distinguishing features of imperialism: vast colonies and monopoly profit. Lenin cites a letter from Engels to Marx, dated October 7, 1858, which states, "The English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so that this most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat alongside the bourgeoisie." For a nation which exploits the whole world, this is of course to a certain extent justifiable. 270 Lenin thinks that such a proletariat cannot be mollycoddled. The bourgeoisie of an imperialist great power can economically bribe the upper strata of its workers by spending on them 100 million or so francs a year, for its super profits most likely amount to about 1,000 million. And how this little sop is divided among the labor ministers, labor representatives, labor members of war industries committees, labor officials, workers belonging to the narrow craft unions, office employees, etc., etc., is a secondary question. 271 But then again, the capitalist wheels do move forward relentlessly, and inevitably this must open up once again the possibility of new revolutionary conjunctures. Profits, let alone monopoly profits, may not be drying out in our day, but they are extracted against the backdrop of prolonged and apparently insoluble crises. There are fewer sops to be handed out to workers, and the pretensions of a labor aristocracy have been leveled out quite decisively. Lenin may not have spoken the last word on the subject. To conclude this section with a few observations, as Suvin points out when discussing Engels' socialism, utopian and scientific. 272 Once the propagandistic role of deterministic optimism is exhausted, the cognitive role of the scientific definitions in US socialism, utopian and scientific, while undoubtedly a very valuable contribution in a historical perspective, is revealed as insufficient. 273 He concedes that it was a great cognitive step to have stressed that an unclear future ideal or will, of socializing the productive forces, must also become possible through concrete economic conditions. However, that possibility is not defined precisely enough simply by speaking of historical necessity. Historical necessity is only one, strong but potential, force, which can be actualized or repressed by other forces. In such a dialectic, determinisms work, or do not work, through voluntary actions. In other words, scientific preconditions must be in their turn fused with utopian élan and projects. The so-called utopian socialists, Suvin concludes, are to be rightly criticized for not taking both the inertia and the potential real forces of material history into account. Theirs is a picture of society designed as though there were no other factors at work than conscious human will. 274 On the other hand, scientistic so-called historical materialists are also to be criticized for stressing economic determinism. Surely, the dialectically mature use of these somewhat one-sided oppositions, the only use liable to be a good guide to action, is a synthesis of what he calls the bold, vertical utopian will to revolution and the careful, horizontal knowledge of preconditions for revolution. Marx's criticism of the utopian socialists and communists was that they saw in poverty only poverty, without noticing its revolutionary and subversive aspects, which will overthrow the old society. 275 And to their doctrinaire, science was to be opposed a revolutionary science associated with the historical movement of the working class. 276 In this mode of encountering past and future, Marxism signals its originality and the politics of its absolute historicism. If we recognize, in the process, that capital is a systematic reconstruction of a historical phenomenon, not a historical account of the genesis of that phenomenon. 277 And that even Part 8 of the first volume of Capital, which describes capital dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt. 278 Is a dramatization of a specific process of uprooting and upheaval that occurred in England as opposed to some generalist transition narrative. Then we might also arrive at the recognition that the transition Marx cared about was something that would be premised on the overcoming of capital. And while his references to it were spotty and omitted concrete details, he was not a utopian in that sense. It is clear that his analysis of capital had an alternative horizon, in which the labor-determined mode of production could be superseded by life in intentional communities, in which the non-human side, commodities, money, capital, would no longer dominate humans, as it does in the present of capital. 279 There is no doubt that in his detailed exposition of capital's tendencies he saw a direct relationship between the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production and the simultaneous undermining of the basic sources of all wealth, the earth and the worker. 280 Capitalism was ultimately unreformable, its structural tendencies could not be abolished without overcoming the mode of production itself. By the same token, it should not be imagined that revolution was to be simple-mindedly opposed to reform, of which Eagleton informs us Marx himself was a persistent champion. 281 While being fully aware of the processes by which sections of the working class were being co-opted by the capitalists in his own lifetime. His harrowing descriptions of overwork, fatigue, extreme exhaustion, all of which have such a contemporary ring to them, were produced against the known limits of reform and barely imaginable potentialities of revolution. For his part, in perceiving the fractures of present time, the apertures they opened onto new political vistas, Gramsci demonstrated that the notion of a unified present is not objectively given in its sheer immediacy, but rather is a function of the social and political hegemony of the dominant social group. The latter seeks to impose its present as an unsurpassable horizon for all other social groups, an absolute horizon not simply of knowing but also praxis. Insofar then as we can talk about a unified present or contemporaneity in Gramsci, it only emerges as the hegemonic present of a dominant class. The ongoing struggle to unify the present, to produce a coincidence of times, denies in the process the actuality of the present as a Kampfplatz of contradictions. 282 For subaltern studies, and more so its post-colonial successor, the contemporaneity of the non-contemporaneous seems to be a maxim. The Santal is our contemporary. For Gramsci, as for Marx, the non-contemporaneity of the contemporaneous, time out of joint, is vital. The need to emphasize once again that different classes have different horizons and different time frames for their projects. It is, as Gramsci notes, the non-contemporaneity of the present that is a function of and symptomatic index of the struggle between classes. In this perspective, difference rather than unity is primary. 283 It is this view of difference, times of class struggles, the aperture to a radically different future, time out of joint, rather than the one opened up by the post-colonialist view of alternative and hybrid modernities existing alongside each other apparently without contradiction, which is important to capture. It is in fact an insight given expression by the absolute historicism of Marxism. So perhaps there is something other than the hollow comfort of various ways of being different in a world dominated by capital. One can even imagine humanly enriching ways of being different opening up when the realm of freedom is vastly expanded beyond anything that any sort of relations between classes, modernity even in the fullest sense, in Gramsci's definition, of whatever kind can offer. Chapter 6. The Postcolonial Orient. The final chapter of this book explores the politics of difference and the limits of a post-foundational approach to explaining such issues as fragmentation, dispersion, atomization, and heterogeneity, locating them instead in the very seams of the current moment of the historical evolution of capital. The post-foundational spirit in which post-colonialism embraces and even celebrates fragments and heterogeneity is an indication of the wider disorientation and disillusionment experienced in the metropolitan countries and the ex-colonies, reflecting to an extent the workings of molecular and institutionalist transformism in the Gramscian sense and the subsequent loss of a political will to grasp the workings of the capitalist system in its totality. The concluding pages argue for a revitalization of the irreplaceable Marxist will to grasp history understood as a condition born of a systemic rather than anecdotal curiosity about the fate and destiny of the capitalist system and its constituent parts. Fragments may be no more than the detritus of a system that pulverizes social solidarities and eviscerates collective life, in which case resisting decomposition into heterogeneity is probably the best way to rebuild what capital is in the process of destroying and effect a totalizing grasp of the directional dynamics of the system. The post-colonial Orient, conceptualized as an arena in which cultural claims, political debate, and polemical exchanges of the theoretical kind converge, rather than as a geographic space, emerges in this context as a crystallization of aspects of the post-1989 development of post-colonial thought. The social order of capital, not only now but back in the colonial period, although admittedly in a more embryonic fashion then, operates simultaneously at two levels, the uniformitization implicit in large-scale political and economic projects on the one hand, and the play of difference, the seduction of the commodity, the merchandising of the exotic and so on the other. The latter is now an integral part of the cultural lexicon and ideological hegemony of a far more encompassing capital than any colonial-era example can convey. One of the roots of difference lies in the drive of capitalism to go beyond the forms of commoditization familiar to us from the classical period of the Industrial Revolution. Now, as capital colonizes culture, the lavish multiplication of commodities that characterizes the commodity economy takes over the logic of culture itself. The evil genius of postmodern capitalism is to present the play of difference and, more covertly, the merchandising of the exotic as a form of emancipation. There is no shortage of pretentious universalising gestures in the world of a more total and all-colonizing capital. But these gestures are of the anti-totalising kind, that one can live in different worlds, move freely and inhabit different cultural skins, and make room for enjoyment of the world's wares. The notion of culturaliza difference underpinning it is a political gesture. It traces at the ideological level the Prometheanism of late capitalism. In this case, the notion of different ways of being in the world is no longer part of some phenomenological existentialist project. It is inscribed in the very DNA of postmodern capital. The postcolonial historians' most signal shortcoming may be their failure to convey this, and their futile attempts to make a virtue out of the deeply capsized political perspective that comes in its wake. These contentions can be illustrated by considering Prakash's argument linking the postcolonial, foundationalism, essentialism, heterogeneity and capital. Prakash states that the postcolonial exists as an aftermath, as an after being worked over by colonialism. 1. He also calls on us to reject foundationalism in history, defining it as the assumption that history is ultimately founded in and representable through some identity, individual, class or structure, which resists further decomposition into heterogeneity. 2. Prakash's rejection of capitalism as a foundational category on the grounds that we cannot thematize Indian history in terms of the development of capitalism and simultaneously contest capitalism's homogenization of the contemporary world. 3. Does appear to be arbitrary, a self-defeating refusal, a deliberate closing down of interpretative or analytical options. 4. With a little patience, reintroducing capital as precisely a foundational category allows one to explain a great deal of both colonial and post-colonial history, as the following pages will try to show. However, this is not to suggest that the entirety of Indian history, or any other history, is thematizable in this way, or that historians have generally done so or even advocated it. 5. After all, Prakash's point about decomposition into heterogeneity goes to the heart of Jameson's definition of difference in the postmodern moment of capitalism as variety and infinity, metonymy, and, to reach some more influential and seemingly definitive and all-encompassing version, heterogeneity. 6. Heterogeneity, then, can also be seen as a culmination of an all-encompassing process of the evisceration of social solidarities, collective life, even organized resistance, that capital seeks to impose on all forms of hitherto existing collectivities and solidarities, with mixed success. When it comes to defining the third world, Prakash says, rather than appearing as a fixed and essential object, the third world emerges as a series of historical positions, including those that enunciate essentialisms. 7. So now, even essentialism can be part of heterogeneity. But then it is worth noting that essentialist arguments shift ground over time. Orientalism and racism are both essentialist ideologies wedded to the notion of difference, but over time the criteria, ontological, biological, cultural, by which such difference was to be understood have changed. 8. Structure and movement are part of any dynamic understanding of capitalism, and the psychological states engendered by the operations of the system itself. Thus, the same system can spin out a vast heterogeneity in the levels of economic development, experiences of modernity, consciousness, and the like, while subjecting all to the homogenization implied by the value form. As Jameson notes, heterogeneity hardly means anything suitably subversive until homogeneity has historically emerged, to confer upon it the value and force of a specifically oppositional tactic. Point 9. Homogeneity here is nothing other than the operation of the structural force that we call capital. In this sense, one can say the same about fragments as about heterogeneity. That is, fragments can only be perceived as fragments of something whole. By the time one perceives them as fragments, there is in operation already the structural force that designates them as such. In the absence of the structural force, a fragment does not designate difference in any meaningful sense. It is sui generis, its own thing, with no value for posing an alternative of any kind. So, in order to grasp difference as heterogeneity, it is important not to lose sight of capital as the homogenizing force that gradually colonizes the world. That is to say, heterogeneity is itself evidence of capital's directional dynamic, which while subsuming everything to itself in its onward path also separates, fragments, autonomizes and dissociates what were once bound together in symbolic respects that no longer operate. Point 10. The capitalist mode of production might thus be characterized as the moment of difference in a purely historical sense, of fragmentation, alienation, exploitation, societal crises of all kinds. 11. Infinite divisibility of social relations. 12. And just as importantly, a crisis in the relationship of humans to nature. 13. It is useful to remind ourselves of Perry Anderson's remark in a different context of pulverization beyond measure or order that is so characteristic of our time. Point 14. Indeed, difference manifesting itself as heterogeneity can be seen as a self-propelling process without end in late capitalism. In the process, difference itself can become commoditized, and heterogeneity a source of surplus value. If, in this context, difference has become the providential ally of advanced capitalism, one of the very components of the new spirit of capitalism able to co-opt critics and absorb alternatives to its logic. 15. The principal instrument of the management of biopower, a partitioning of bodies, a renaturalization of social types. 16. This is not to be understood as simply an obliterating absorption of something that already existed as difference that is now subject to the core capitalist logic of the production of surplus value. Point 17. Rather, it is a process of making or remaking all manner of empirical and lived differences into various appearance forms of the capital relation. The very space for the proliferation of forms of mobilization nowadays, beyond the standard struggles for democracy and social justice, in the new social movements clustered around ecology, environment, gay rights, feminism, ethnicity, and so on, is sustained by the recent stage in the development of capitalism, by what Zizek calls its reflexive colonization of the last vestiges of privacy and substantial immediacy. Point 18. This reflexive colonization constitutes the condition in which family and sexual life, for instance, can be experienced as belonging to the sphere of free choices, that is, as an analog to the realm of circulation of commodities, the very Eden of the innate rights of man. Point 19. Similarly, the colonization of culture by capital gives cultural identity, and the politics attached to it, the semblance of a free if still somewhat constrained choice, although the constraints seem to be dropping off with the passage of time, as capital's pulverization of social life proceeds apace. That is, you elect to enter the political domain as a representative of a community defined by culture, religion, language, sexual orientation, and so on, in a field in which that community jostles with other communities for the attention of the big other. It is not the economic per se that is being privileged in Zizek's analysis, although he seems to think so. 20. Rather, it is the social form of capital that is driving the economy and inexorably informing the fragmentation and fluidity, with groups forming and dissolving all the time. Point 21. Capital has now, more than ever, and certainly more so than in Marx's time, invested the domain of culture and identity, bringing them within the purview of the commodity form of production and circulation at ever greater velocity. The abusive extension of the term economism to encompass any explanation that attempts to grasp the workings of such a process is perhaps the neurotic response to this situation, especially so if the objective of postcolonial studies is to understand, critique and enable opposition to the globalist operations of capitalism. Even at the local level, to achieve limited aims, as Patrick Williams points out following Lukács, an oppressed group, in Lukács's case the working class, but this could apply a fortiori to the various social movements, needs to understand the totality of the system that it confronts. 22 An interest in totality in no way contradicts a commitment to the local, the aleatory, the fragile value of different individual and social experiences. 23 And the like, but it does require something more than a simple retailing of a series of shifting positions. It is worth emphasizing that totality by no means implies something complete, and completed, which one invokes as an object. Rather, as with Lukács, it is the imperative to totaliza that is at stake, rather than a dogmatic or positive conception of the system. The imperative to totaliza is always a dialectical process with no premature closure involved. 24 That is, it will have to pay careful attention not only to the historic moment of capitalist development, but also the state of the class struggle, the potentialities for popular oppositional mobilization, and so on. Prakash's characterization of essentialism as one of a series of shifting positions in postcolonialism brings up another issue for consideration, namely, the normally fierce hostility towards essentialism in some postcolonial criticism. Eagleton argues that this signifies, among other things, the rejection of the notion of a general common humanity or human nature as a liberal humanist stratagem for suppressing cultural difference. 25 However, if one assumes that the qualities that postcolonial critics find attractive, cultural hybridity, fluidity, and so on, constitute a desirable condition for some, then short of either stereotyping others as not being able to possess those qualities, being innately other so to speak, or denying them the possibility of realizing those qualities for whatever reason, which could be regarded as tyrannical, postcolonial critics will have to acknowledge a common humanity. As Eagleton insists, it is sheer humbug or evasion to pretend otherwise. 26 The same with people subject to oppression for being different. If the argument is that this is undesirable in some cases, then it will have to be so in most others involving at minimum some notion of universal human rights. At the same time, not all political difference is equally tolerable. Prakash himself would find the essentialism of Hindutva offensive and might like to place real constraints on its free operations, especially in Muslim-dominated areas of India. On the other hand, the moral equivalence that Chatterjee seems to draw between the Hindu chauvinists and the secularists' projects, both supposedly involved in consolidating the regime of the modern nation-state. 27 As opposed to subalternist critics who are doing something else, undermining the regime of the nation-state, or consolidating it differently, can be seen as misplaced and unquestionably offensive. The difference summoned in postcolonial studies emerges both in the macro context of civilizational metaspatializations and in the micro context, in the latter case taking the form of the most minute differences associated with style, orientation, semi-private associational life, and so on. Oddly, postcolonial invocations of Europe generally posit a unitary totality operating within some relatively unchanging civilizational imperatives, while the fragmentariness is mostly associated with colonial and postcolonial subjects. Chatterjee's description of heterogeneous populations in postcolonial India, who are incompletely integrated into civil society and figure in piecemeal top-down reformist attempts by the state, has no counterpart in his delineation of the contemporary West. In the latter, civil society seems to encompass everyone, except perhaps immigrants from the former colonies. 28 The plight of African Americans and Native Americans, the Roma in Europe, and the millions of others excluded by the erratic workings of the state, discriminatory rules, not to mention the desperate daily grind of survival, vanish into thin air. If the macro context of civilizational metaspatializations authorizes the production of the kind of postcolonialist historiography this book has discussed, the micro context has become part of a postcolonial politics of hybridity, multiplicity, transgressiveness, and so on. 29 This is not only associated with the spheres of affinity and the intimacy of small or invisible differences, but is almost certainly reflective of a fine-grained segmentation of the marketplace 30 and an extension of capital into the very pores of social life at every level. The inside-slash-outside model of colonial modernity apparently has its post-colonial counterpart. That is to say, at one level a historiography that slyly leans on essentialization, at another a politics that draws on fluidity, flux, and so on. The two may be in contradiction, but they are part of the heterogeneous whole of post-colonialism. It is entirely conceivable therefore that heterogeneity marks a world in which capital has become thoroughly global and abstract at one pole, and thoroughly imbricated within communities of local belonging at the other 31 and ubiquitous in all human relations. Thus, communities subsumed to the ever-expanding drive of capital enact all the concrete experiences of dislocation, separation, the evisceration of all manner of solidarities, and the ensuing pulverization of society. I would further maintain that an analysis of the tighter subsumption of labor to capital, the ensuing, partial or complete, decomposition of older social forms, and the disjuncture between the concrete experience of modernization and the increasingly abstract domination of capital, would constitute precisely the best line of challenge to the bourgeois naturalization of the economy. Prakash's post-foundational notion of difference signals the tacit victory of capital. In the end, any politically oppositional stance must place heterogeneity within its proper historical coordinates. Contra Prakash, a proper foundation is necessary for social inquiry, without immediately descending into polemics about foundationalism. A celebration of heterogeneity in this context may be premature if not ill-judged, not so much subversive as entirely in conformity with the new spirit of capital. On the other hand, resisting decomposition into heterogeneity, or at minimum historicizing it properly, may turn out to be an important and necessary political stance. On the question of essentialism, to what could Prakash be referring? What is the relationship of essentialism to the Third World? In his much debated 1986 article in Social Text, Jameson argued that he took the point of criticisms of the use of the expression Third World, in particular those that stressed the way in which it obliterated profound differences between a whole range of non-Western countries and situations. But he goes on to say, he saw no comparable expression that articulated the fundamental breaks between the capitalist First World, the socialist bloc of the Second World, and a range of other countries which have suffered the experiences of colonialism and imperialism. 32 In Jameson's description there is already a considerable theoretical component, for as Georges Labica notes with reference to Lenin's report on the party program of March 19, 1915, there could be no imperialism without prior capitalism, indeed an immense lower layer of it that had developed in relationship to imperialism. 33 In other words, the very concept of a third world is incomprehensible without both metropolitan capital and the immense lower layer that had developed in the colonies in relationship to it. And the tensions and contradictions stemming from that relationship, not to mention the political struggles it unleashed, are integrally a part of nation formation and nationalism in the Third World itself. As Ijaz Ahmed puts it, or human collectivities in the backward zones of capital, all relationships with imperialism pass through their own nation-states, and there is simply no way of breaking out of that imperial dominance without struggling for different kinds of national projects and for a revolutionary restructuring of one's own nation-state. 34 The very articulation of a nationalist project, insofar as it was exposed to the fire of value-positing, value-producing labor and subject to the domination of capital, has involved class struggles, not only vis-a-vis metropolitan capital, but also with regard to its local lower layers of capital. Once colonized by the more advanced nation-states, there was no way back for the people who had been colonized. Their private fantasies of going back to a smaller scale of life, to a more human scale of attachments and affinities had to pass through the nation-state. To a very substantial extent, this is what populist versions of nationalist ideology expressed, the nostalgia, the sense of loss undergirded, in its more bourgeois variation, by the looming fears of a class struggle that might become something more than a mere sporadic local eruption. In some inchoate way, uncovering these layers of complexity was what subaltern studies set out to do, although it is clear by now that this facet has been substantially overlooked. However, None of this is to argue that First World nationalism was just a matter for captains of industry, lords and bishops. It too contained an element of radicalism from below. After all, what was 1789 if not a revolutionary attempt to define the basis of a national popular idea founded on the rights of man and citizen? And what of 1648 and the levelers, diggers, and ranters? Needless to say, there is a historicity to the concept of the Third World, but to insist prematurely and one-sidedly on difference is to overlook the fact that capital is no kinder to peasants and workers in Europe than it is to people abroad who have been subject to colonial rule. The sun may not have set on the British Empire, but it almost certainly never rose on the slums of East London. 35 It is useful in this instance to have some sense of history, to think historically, and not just adopt shifting positions. After all, the traditions that define the essence and antiquity of a nation are part of every nationalist mythography and became integral to the history of a whole spectrum of struggles to define community and representation. This was emphatically so in the various socio-political formations that came to be included in the Third World. When they first encountered the West in the form of colonizers and modernizers, not only were they brought under the domination of the latter, but in a counter-move something like an inchoate traditionalism emerged, often generating compact sets of beliefs affirming the authenticity, originality, and antiquity of national traditions, and emphasizing that they were a bulwark against westernization and in many ways preferable to it. The fact that such inchoate ideas were generally systematized by Western rulers themselves and their native interlocutors would in time generate the tradition/modernity binary, in which the West came to stand for modernity and the East for tradition. 36 Underlining an absolutist cultural or religious difference. Orientalism, in this sense, was born at the moment of the colonial encounter. 37 Of course, the claims of originality and authenticity made on behalf of tradition must have had a material basis in the very nature of colonial rule, which appears to have left significant areas of life in the colonies relatively autonomous, attempting to preserve or, more to the point, creating a traditional order replete with ranks, hierarchies, endogamous relationships, and ascriptive identities, which would have unraveled had the full force of modernization been unleashed on it. 38 These then became the original ground for claiming difference. My argument is that the Third World needs to be given a historical form. Once given this form, it is not a trans-historical term, but one that is, like modernity, historically delimited. It is associated with a certain moment of capitalist history that coincided with the immediate aftermath of a period of forcible occupation and restructuring of a number of polities, large and small, which in our geography of continents we associate with Asia and Africa, although a case can be made that some parts of the Americas also fit this description. The Third World excludes cases where the local populations were more or less wiped out and replaced by European settlers, the ensuing social formation coming to resemble quite closely the metropolitan originals they sought to emulate. It includes places where pre-colonial populations and socio-cultural forms were neither wiped out nor completely marginalized, although they were transformed in subtle and not so subtle ways. This left social formations in which there appeared to be significant vestiges of older social formations, which in each case served as a pole of attraction to indigenous populations badly treated by colonialism, and therefore as a standing reproof of the violence and mayhem created by the imperialist powers. 39 The Third World took shape within this constellation of forces. It included ex-colonies that adopted capitalism or socialism, after a fashion. It is much too drastic to reduce the Third World merely to the name of a political desire, as in, Cuba very much identifies itself with the Third World. Point 40 The sentiments associated with traditionalism were not limited to the Third World by any means. A nostalgia for authenticity and cultural autonomy was as much a metropolitan issue as it was one for the colonies and ex-colonies. The Catholic right in France, for instance, also bemoaned the loss of both in the wake of the French Revolution. If we expand that view slightly to include the imputed effects of the post-Enlightenment project beyond Europe, we find a rather similar argument in the colonies and ex-colonies, except now it is supplemented by a politico-cultural geography of inner, outer, Europe, other, and so on. The two sides are tied together by certain strands of Orientalist anthropology. When Guénon, Dumont et al. Made their interventions in the interwar and post-World War II cultural wars in Europe, they did so on the side of a universal traditionalism that had been interrupted only in the West. In the Indian context, for example, the colonial rupture took on a slightly different valence. Europe, always already predisposed to modernity, had foisted its agenda on older civilizations that had until then enjoyed their traditions uninterrupted. 41 And so it became a sign of difference. Prakash may wish to dismiss these issues, claiming that the effect of colonial power can be seen as the production of hybridization rather than the noisy command of colonial authority or the silent repression of native traditions. 42 Almost certainly intended as a critique of some of the themes of early subaltern studies from the vantage point of American post-colonialism. Kaya Ganguly, no doubt partly in response, counterposes to post-colonialism's decentered, textual, anti-essentialist moves and gestures of performativity, semiotic play, and indeterminacy that are supposed to provide us with our preferred coordinates for all criticism, the specter of Marxist thought with its reliance on the hoary concepts of class, determination, exploitation, and utopia. 43 That would open a window on something other than the production of hybridization. She concludes that while in the present climate the burden of vulgarity weighs heavily on Marxist concepts, they remain indispensable to an attempt to think concretely about the lived realities of colonial and post-colonial existence, which cannot be waved off as naivete about the real. Her argument draws on Adorno's struggles to adequate concept and object, truth and knowledge, around which to reckon with the concreteness of experience. Or the necessity of determination, which she concludes are not at all similar to theoretical frameworks in which questions of truth, objectivity, and meaning are taken to be the effects of various discursive productions. 44 Indeed so, but where does this leave the question of authenticity? Post-colonial theorists, by and large, have no problem with authenticity, but it is one that is surreptitiously located, in the diasporic context at any rate, in the ethnic or national identities of post-colonial critics in the metropole standing in for entire regions of the authentic Third World, even as they decry authenticity as a humanist fiction. 45 But behind this gesture lies something else, and this holds for the national contexts of immigrant intellectuals. The nation-state as a secularist business enterprise might be damned as inauthentic. But there subsists another nation, defined by age-old traditions, that is best understood, to take the case of India, through a concept like darshan, the indispensable means to grasp the rasa essence of nationalism. 46 Rather than through the hoary concepts of Marxism. For post-colonial critics in this second guise, the limits of the reach of European concepts are also the starting points for discovering authentic concepts that can help reground nationalism and, one assumes, a form of authenticity that it must be difficult if not impossible for people inadequately attuned to the culture to grasp. It is not difficult to see the pitfalls of authenticity in either register. Marx and Engels, in the Communist Manifesto, wrote about uninterrupted disturbance of all social relations, everlasting uncertainty and agitation as the inevitable fallout of the helter-skelter way in which capital established its worldwide dominance. 47 They sought to place the disturbances, uncertainty and agitation within a picture of an overall huge growth of output, a Promethean optimism about remaking the world, a demolition of all obstacles posed by the obdurate civilizations of old. All these tendencies, amplified and reworked, have come down to us. In this sense, Marxism ought to be able to locate historically the characteristic gestures and moves of post-colonial studies, placing them within the dialectical alternations of Dionysian optimism and profound pessimism and despair, the furious oscillations of modern times, the loss of any concrete sense of being anchored in a stable reality, and explain them rather than leaving them to the mystificatory dissipation of idealist versions of theory. 48 In those historical materialist terms, authenticity may also be interpreted as registering life's historical disasters, with all its dramatic contradictions, rather than a retreat to an allegedly prior state of plenitudinous wholeness before the fall into alienation. 49 That is, to amplify a point made earlier, the genetic trope itself is susceptible to a historical materialist interpretation. And so, when we leave the colonial period and fast forward to the present, we see that traditionalism of the older variety has, to all intents and purposes, disappeared in most places with the onward rush of capitalism, modernization. In most countries, it is the aftermath of colonialism that has made capital ubiquitous and chained the ex-colonial world more firmly to capital, rather than the rule of the ersatz aristocracies of the 19th century that sought to recreate elements of an archaic social order in the colonies that was rapidly vanishing at home. With the immediately preceding considerations in mind, we return to Prakash's contention that the post-colonial exists as an aftermath only to realize that this implies a further, from formal to real, subsumption of the ex-colonies to the planetary domination of capital, and the greater socio-economic polarization that follows. 50 It is not economism to insist on a proper economic foundation for post-colonialism. It is in this world that the place of tradition has been taken over by what might be called neo-traditionalism, a wholesale recasting of older traditions, the invention of new traditions, identities, and politics fashioned around those identities, sustained by mass public rituals, political theater on the grand scale, television plays, and computer images, all dependent on the technologies of the information age. 51 That is, neo-traditionalism is what takes the place of tradition when the material conditions that sustain the former are no longer available. The material conditions would include the formal departure of the colonizers, post-colonialism as an after in the chronological sense, but also the structural transformations outlined above, post-colonialism as an ideological effect of the structural economic dynamic of capital's onward movement. It is a characteristic of the economic and political conditions accompanying a far more globally encompassing capitalism that issues once considered settled are no longer so. If, for instance, the national question was once, in colonial times, resolved after a fashion on the minds and bodies of middle-class women defining and controlling their mobility and sexuality, and containing, when not excluding minorities and lower-ranked castes, recent conditions have unraveled the earlier resolution. The inner/outer and similar binaries, around which the resolution is supposed to have occurred in colonial times, failed to forge a passage from the minorities and the other excluded populations to the ruling class, thus undermining itself when the historical conditions were transformed beyond anything the earlier generations could have imagined. With all the necessary caveats, sweeping changes have also come to Europe and the US, where the national question was also once resolved by framing the issue in terms of the control of women and exclusion of minorities, especially African Americans and Jews, on the basis of race if not primarily religion. 52 Recent developments have seen the mass entry of women and minorities into public life, and no longer as subalterns, crossing earlier boundaries not simply as assertions of autonomous subjectivity, but as architects and participants in deep historical processes of change. 53 By doing so, they have entered, as it were, the external domain of political conflict. 54 The democracy project, such as it is, no longer needs a post-colonial perspective. It might, however, benefit from a popular internationalism grounded in an understanding of the coordinates of late capitalism, including crucially the workings of finance capitalism and its impact on state formation, and the limits henceforth to the creation and maintenance of anything like the welfare state of earlier times. 55 There is a third sense in which one can speak of the post-colonial as an after, and here a comparison with Terry Eagleton's witty description of postmodernism is relevant. The power of capital is now so drearily familiar, so sublimely omnipotent and omnipresent that even large sectors of the left have succeeded in naturalizing it, taking it for granted as such an unbudgeable structure that it is as though they hardly have the heart to speak of it. One would need, for an apt analogy, to imagine a defeated right wing eagerly embroiled in discussions of the monarchy, the family, the death of chivalry, and the possibility of reclaiming India while maintaining a coy silence on what engages them most viscerally, the rights of property. Since these had been so thoroughly expropriated that it seemed merely academic to speak of it. He continues. With Darwinian conformity, much of the cultural left has taken on the colors of its historical environs. If we live in an epoch in which capitalism cannot be successfully challenged, then to all intents and purposes it does not exist. 56. In an era in which neoliberal economics has taken on such unprecedented political importance, the New Left, as Zizek calls Eagleton's cultural left, has been directing the focus of progressives away from what really matters in shaping public life. As soon as the prospect of any far-reaching change affecting the economy is raised, as Zizek notes, an unwritten Denkverbot prohibition against thinking kicks in to suppress the questioning of global capitalism. 57 The blanket application of the term economism serves precisely such a purpose. Whereas earlier it might have referred to a project that limited itself to economic corporative goals in the Gramscian sense, it now applies to any form of critical thought that addresses the economy as the site of class struggles. Despite the fashionable anti-hegemonic rhetoric, this sort of suppression happens, in Zizek's opinion, as much in the postmodern academy as in the mainstream media. Philosophers as different as Jacques Derrida and Jürgen Habermas adopt the same left-of-center liberal stance, and one should not be fooled, Zizek suggests, by the outrage on the right at their relativism, permissiveness, and adversarial culture. 58 Even a minimal sign of engaging in political projects that aim seriously to change the existing order elicits a response along the following lines: benevolent as it is, this will necessarily end in a new gulag. The return of ethics in today's political philosophy shamefully exploits the horrors of the Gulag or Holocaust as the ultimate bogey for blackmailing us into renouncing all serious radical engagement. 59 Indeed, the conclusion seems inescapable: the postmodernist celebration of difference, becoming, otherness and the new plurality of lifestyles is radical only from the perspective of the cultural conservatives they oppose. 60 Of course, Eagleton and Zizek could also have been speaking about postcolonialism. This may well be the most important register in which we understand postcolonialism, the political, not having the heart to speak of it, capital, and making a virtue of it by resort to all manner of concepts and notions drawing on the intellectual heritage of Orientalism, some lost plenitudinous wholeness. The resurgence of religio-civilizational metaspatializations, for example, Christian Europe, the Muslim Middle East, Hindu India, Confucian China, to name but the most common, accompanied by an intense geographic fragmentation, and an advocacy on behalf of regional formations on a smaller scale, can be seen as symptomatic of this moment. This is already visible in the ex-colonial countries, but also in the Europe of regions and in the so-called Four Nations history that appears to be gaining ground in Britain. 61 Each is associated with a distinct territorial quality in a world that appears otherwise to have lost distinctness. This brings us back to Jameson's point about the place of quality in a world dominated by quantity, but in the case of postcolonialism this is within the confines of the reactionary spirit of Orientalism or its functional equivalents. Postcolonial intellectuals have a complex relationship to tradition and neo-traditionalism. Tradition appears as the proper domain of the postcolonial intellectuals, while neo-traditionalism is relegated to the domains of vulgarization, mass culture, mass politics, and the like. But, of course, tradition as such has disappeared in any meaningful sense. Therefore, it must be the case that postcolonialism is in fact part of a neo-traditionalist reaction to the demise of historical projects of transformation, albeit invoking the grounds on which tradition rested: authenticity, originality, difference. It is part of a latter-day worldwide thermometer, or at least its passive accompaniment. 62 Undoubtedly, while neo-traditionalism claims continuity with the earlier traditions, it is more accurate to see it as a fallout of the collapse of the latter, and the form that authenticity can achieve in a world of simulacra. And even those who bring an incredulity towards neo-traditionalism seem quite captivated by traditionalism, as if it were not as invented or as inventive as the former. 63 Indeed, the issue of authenticity that pits nativism against the West has a subordinate register in the opposition of tradition to neo-traditionalism. 64 In light of the foregoing, if I were to hazard a definition of postcolonialism, it would have to include a triangulation of postmodernism, traditionalism, and neo-traditionalism. but since a perduring fascination with the Orient, not as a geographic entity, although this cannot be discounted entirely, but as a symbolic discursive space of authenticity, difference, tradition, a vital categorical underpinning for post-colonial third-worldism, is so much a part of the political and academic culture of our times, one could with some adjustment of sites call this post-colonial Orientalism, a form of self-exoticization, in which the binary of East-West, Europe-Other, is as integral as in any classically European Orientalist text. A major constituency of neo-traditionalism is, not accidentally, the large immigrant communities from Asia who now live in dense concentrations in parts of most major U.S. cities and whose children attend the top universities in that country. 65 A notable fact of the present moment is that the ever-shifting boundary between East and West that formerly was said to run somewhere to the east of the Ural Mountains runs now through every city of the Euro-American world, or so Niall Ferguson informs us. 66 Given Ferguson's political orientation, and his bellicose rhetoric, he no doubt intends this as a provocation, the Oriental immigrant as a permanent incubus on the body of Europe and North America, a point that is perfectly familiar to the right in both regions. I suspect, at least in the USA, that Ferguson and his comrades in arms, Samuel Huntington and Pat Buchanan 67 are in a minority. A majority of the post-1965 immigrants from Asia, and their American interlocutors, are from comfortable middle-class backgrounds. The former have attained the status of a model minority, causing little trouble and generally espousing positions conforming to the broad spectrum of Middle America. These immigrants are touted for their work ethic and adherence to tradition, which might turn out on closer scrutiny to be some form of neo-traditionalism. It is in this milieu that post-colonial theories find a safe and acceptable ground. 6.2 The non-commissioned officers. To continue with Prakash's claims on behalf of post-colonial criticism, as he calls it, it seeks to undo the Eurocentrism produced by the institution of the West's trajectory, its appropriation of the other as history. Criticism formed in this process of the enunciation of discourses of domination occupies a space that is neither inside nor outside the history of Western domination but in a tangential relation to it. This is what Homi Bhabha calls an in-between, hybrid position of practice and negotiation, or what Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak terms catachresis, reversing, displacing, and seizing the apparatus of value coding. 68. These statements occur in the same passage as the one quoted earlier, in which Prakash claims that the post-colonial exists as an aftermath, after having been worked over by colonialism. Obviously, the post-colonial exists as an aftermath, but what is it about post-colonialism of the post-structuralist variety that Prakash finds so special? That it resists appropriation of the other as history, and that this is the ground on which fellow post-colonialists like Chakrabarty claim difference. A response to these claims might begin by noting that the appropriation of the other is a continual process under capitalism. That is, it is part of the continuous subsumption of a variety of previously autonomous social formations to the sway of capital. To the extent that this is also the process by which the other is drawn into modern historical narratives, the other is constantly appropriated, and the post-colonial critic's resistance to this appropriation is quixotic to the extent that it is voluntaristic, academic, and fundamentally apolitical, even reactionary. There is no particular institution of the West's trajectory that is not at one and the same time associated with the specific geography of capitalism and imperialism, resting ultimately on the worldwide spread of generalist commodity production. In this sense, the invention of a binary geography of East-West, a la Hegel's Beginning and End of History, 69 must also include an effort to mask the grounding of the West's trajectory in the contingent origins of capitalism in parts of Western Europe and its outward spread via the mechanisms of colonialism. This geography must also count as part of a huge ideological effort to mark Europe's singularity scrubbed clean of historical contingency. To the extent that the West's trajectory, or the Eurocentric reading of it as a European miracle, is not itself the subject of challenge, which would include the genesis of capital in localized and, at least in the early instances, unintended outcomes of wide-ranging class struggles not limited to the West, the work of undoing has hardly been started, let alone achieved. In this case, the West can begin to function as the category that buries the contingent. What then remains is an essentialist West, the home of capital, modernity, and the ultimate destination of Hegel's westward moving train of civilization. As for claiming difference as part of the process of undoing, difference is already something bestowed on the colonist by the colonizer, or in the metageography of Orientalism on the East by the West. Thus, to claim difference as part of the process of undoing is a Caliban-like response to Prospero's magic. It effectively cancels any conceptual distinction between difference and otherness, and is part of a self-exoticizing strategy, claiming some always already liberated zone from which to conduct practice and negotiation a la Homi Babha. Difference makes better sense if the historical specificity, singularity, of the subsumption of social formations in a variety of historical locations to capital is foregrounded with a keen understanding of the limits to the process. From this perspective, the futures that already are might serve as a ready-made apology for capital, a case for giving unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and giving unto God the things that are God's. The post-colonial critic might be a social theologian in disguise. As a case in point, one might take Kaiwar's statement that modernity becomes increasingly plural over time. It is tempting to read this as an argument that modernity leads over time to widening divergences between classes and between regions of the world. Perhaps we should ask why this is so. What do the widening divergences signify? Are they a consequence of some original cultural difference whose operations over time and space produce these results, in which case it must surely count as a defect given its dire social consequences? Or are they a result of active initiatives and political programs to halt and reverse income distribution from the top down? So, then, is increasingly plural a sign of widening social and economic divergences brought about by a class struggle in which the people at the top have successfully imposed their priorities on the rest? Simply to accept an implicitly culturalist argument with more than a hint of cultural integrasme built into it, that is, Bengalis, for example, just do not, will never, know the right, read. Western, way to be modern, is not only question begging, but also politically reactionary. 70 Bengalis may not know the right way to be modern, but it is sheerly appalling to explain what exists in India, 50% of the world's indigent and more than half the world's illiterate population, and one of the worst gender imbalances in the world, as part not only of culturalism difference, but also as something that is likely to remain or worsen with time. One might conclude that the retreat of a prominent post-colonial theorist like Chakrabarty into Heidegger's post-war quietist, and dare one say, self-mystifying, posture is overdetermined by the inescapable social realities of India. The surging demands of the lower castes for more power and a larger share of social wealth, not for an alternative modernity based on the time of the gods, seems to have put the frighteners on a whole host of social theologians. Prakash's claim that post-colonial criticism has put some distance between itself and Marxism, the universal mode of production narrative, not to mention nationalism, reason and progress, is open to qualification. 71 Undoubtedly, modes of production narratives are not in favor among post-colonial critics, nor apparently are reason and progress. If nationalism can be reduced to those, then nationalism is also out. But it is really the state, in the nation-state compound, and the project of consolidating its regime, at which post-colonial thought of the kind represented by Prakash targets its polemic barbs. Inspiration derives, no doubt, from Nietzsche, as little state as possible, whom Brennan characterizes as the fons et origo of radical theory over the last 3 decades, but we might be forgiven for seeing parallels with the libertarian right in the US, for whom the state as a monolithic ghost rather than a variable political form is not only dishonest and corrupt, but is rife with a sinister compulsion to survey, spy, moralize, and suppress. 72 But there is reason to question whether the nation is similarly in disfavor. After reading Chakrabarty's Provincializing Europe, Guha's Dominance Without Hegemony, and Chatterjee's Politics of the Governed, the best conclusion seems to be that what they express is an alienation from the nation-state as a sheerly civic secular entity, the product of all manner of political horse trading, but not the authentic nation which acquires a terrestrial body in the 19th century, an imperfect container for the national spirit, and so on. Nationalism in this version originates in a struggle against colonialism, declaring the domain of the spiritual the inner its sovereign territory and refused to allow the colonial power to intervene in it. 73 The nation, in other words, was imagined into being in the spiritual domain before it went to work in the political. One might wonder if Chatterjee intends this inner/outer dialectic to work for others, for example, the Dalits. In that case, perhaps the nation the Dalits might have imagined into being would have probably been much less hierarchical, less unequal, certainly less Brahmanical than the one the caste elite put together as part of their political strategy with, one imagines pace Chatterjee, the very considerable help of their colonial rulers. For the Brahmanical patriarchal nation imagined by Chatterjee's Bhadralok was one that colonial disciplines from archaeology to philology and anthropology conjured up for them. Louis Dumont captured the more romantic side of those colonial disciplines when he wrote, "One would rather see the vocation of anthropology, as well as fundamental science, in an inverse and complementary relationship to that of classical science and to modern ideology in general, re/unite, com/prehend, re/constitute that which one has separated, distinguished, decomposed." 74 Anthropology would thus accomplish its redeeming mission, to transcend the modern world, or rather to reintegrate it within the more human world which societies once had in common. 75 One cannot but see in statements like these something of the programmatic dimension of post-colonial thought, although frequently it is only implied and easily lost sight of. The inner/outer dialectic may have found its dominant expression in its anti-colonialism, however, it has its subordinate expressions in anti-Westernism, and in the anxieties it displays towards the class divisions of modern society. In that case, the position of post-colonialism vis-a-vis the class struggle is probably informed by a patrician disdain for the whole sordid matter of plebeian priorities, or some involvement in a practical decisionist spirit to keep the social lines more or less intact. What post-colonial thinkers like Chatterjee and Chakrabarty, not to mention Kaviraj and Prakash, may be trying to accomplish in the field of theory, post-colonial criticism, is to abstract from what is clearly a class struggle, even if carried out within the distinct idioms of caste and the iconography that accompanies it. Far better if people would retreat to their separate spheres, live in their own alternative modernities, their own sense of time and place, and not encroach on what was an upper caste space of privilege. It would appear that the subaltern split is itself split between two readings. It can claim to be about class, that is, the split is a sign of the world imposed on the working, exploited populations, their millennial toil as the nightmare of history, in which case no geographic common sense can encompass it. 76 Or, 2, it can claim to be part of an East-West, Orient-Occident, divide developed as part of colonial rule, in which the salient categories are not those of class but of civilization and its derivative forms. If the subaltern split incorporates the geographic common sense of the second reading, however mediated and slyly hidden it is by all sorts of qualifications required by a sophisticated academic discourse, then we have a situation in which history and too are haunted by the specter of Hegel's philosophy of history, in which to all intents and purposes history stands for the fully realized historicity of the West and history too for the mere presuppositions of elements of historicity prevalent in the East whose combination into history would require the agency of the West. Perhaps this is what Babha's in-between, hybrid position of practice and negotiation seeks to encompass. Babha's position is not too distant from Prakash's, for whom the principal effect of colonial power is the production of hybridization. 77 Presumably in the domain of the outer public culture, rather than in the inner spiritual domain. These positions are supported by a wider stream of thought ably captured by Stuart Hall, for whom the move from difference to difference from colonialism to post-colonialism requires that the oppositional form in which colonial struggle has been depicted must be Reread in terms of negotiation. It must be reread as forms of transculturation, destined to trouble the here/there cultural binaries forever. 78 Neither Hall nor Babha would have much use for the class dimension of the subaltern split, but it seems that even civilizational difference is now to be massaged away by the practice of in-betweenness and negotiation. Perry's comment on positions like this, namely, that they serenely defy the logic of colonialism's theory and practice, and more so, one might add, the logic of capitalism then and now, is most likely what stimulates more militant positions in the spectrum of post-colonial thought. Spivak's idea of seizing, as in expropriating, the apparatus of value coding supplies precisely the element of militancy in place of Babha's post-colonial mendicancy of negotiation. 79 This is a paraphrase, of course, of the phrase militancy not mendicancy, attributed to the so-called extremist faction of the Indian National Congress, led by Bal Gangadhar Tilak, except that the slogan referred to seizing power from the colonizers on behalf of the Indian bourgeoisie, or at any rate on behalf of those fractions of it that rejected the Enlightenment and its associations. Undoubtedly, the idea of seizing the apparatus of value coding is meant to chime with the punctual, revolutionary overthrow of a moribund order, but this time in the academic domain. It is, however, a mere diversion. Value coding is not value in the Marxian sense. Value, surplus value, exchange value, has a foundation in the capital social form. It is that foundation that is to be overcome in seizing the apparatus of state power and transforming the social property relations in which production is organized. Overcoming the value form would be revolutionary in the proper sense of ushering in a new epoch of socialized humanity. Nothing equivalent is achieved in Spivak's post-foundational seizing of the apparatus of value coding. What is of interest, of course, is that even in this degenerate form, a discourse of values, the value form asserts its presence in theory. Postcolonialism in its post-subaltern studies moment may indeed have abandoned all the things Prakash claims it has, although they surely sneak in through the side doors, windows, and cracks in the foundation. What this means is not that the post-colonial theorist's ambition is not global or totalizing. Indeed, the argument of this book is that this is precisely what characterizes post-colonial studies in its current metropolitan manifestation. Post-colonial theorists are not averse to the employment of universalizing notions and their accompanying claims of explanatory primacy, or offering totalizing explanations and the like, but these gestures are often quite reactionary in their political implications when advanced through such notions as autochthonous ways of being in the world, authenticity, authentic being, and autonomy, while excluding capital from a critical understanding of how such notions come to hold sway at a time when social life is so thoroughly within the gravitational field of the value form. The significance of what has been abandoned has to be considered. Insofar as there are theorists around for whom blocks synchronicity of the non-synchronous, the coexistence of realities from radically different moments of history, handicrafts alongside the great cartels, peasant fields with the Crook factories or the Ford plant in the distance 80, is a lived reality, they would have to be from the ex-colonies, although even here the presence of capital in the countryside is a reality and has been for a century or more. But let us say that for them the corrosive unevenness of the process would be more of a lived reality than for most people living in the fully industrialist societies. What this means in reality is that capital in its most developed forms now invades and occupies the lives of working people who will certainly not be aware of the full range of capital's operations even as the most basic subsistence needs and subsistence production are subordinated to it. For many millions this will mean a loss of access to a livelihood, chronic unemployment, unsanitary living conditions, massive exposure to dangerous chemicals, and so on. To turn this corrosive unevenness into some variation of a postmodern gesture, of negotiation of incommensurable differences creating a tension peculiar to borderline existences 81 seems like willful blindness. To speak in terms that reflect the peculiar end of history perspective characteristic of the bourgeois economists 82 who famously believe that there has been history, but there is no longer any 83 as if class struggles and projects of economic and social transformation have lost their salience, is itself an oddity of the uneven and combined development of ideology. The obverse of the arrival of the third world in the first, is the arrival of the first world in the third. 84 This may well be an additional dimension of postcolonialism, and in the end its most durable one. It is arguable that, on its terms, postcolonialism is unable to supply a methodology for provincializing Europe, much less come to grips with important issues like social justice. Indeed, the notion of the social as implying an identity not decomposable into monadic fragments is inadmissible, if Prakash is to be taken at his word. As Margaret Thatcher famously said, there is no such thing as society. There are individual men and women, and there are families. 85 And post-colonial theorists may be inclined to agree. Similarly, justice as implying anything not open to a primordialist cultural appeal is suspect for its entanglement with the Enlightenment. Of course, the latter, cultural primordialism, contradicts the former, monadism, but it is precisely contradictions like this that give one an inkling of the significance of what does not compute in post-colonial studies. It is then of some historical significance that post-colonialism of the variety Prakash extols arrived in the Metropolitan Academy at a particular temporal conjuncture in the larger cultural world that encompasses it. This is a conjuncture in which one can talk endlessly about freedom, so long as it is freedom to aspire to be different in the arena of consumption, freedom from the oppression of Eurocentrism, rather than freedom from the truly obscene oppression of hunger and privation, about choice so long as it is trivial, about class so long as it is middle, and one admits that social transformations are a bad dream of the past, now safely quarantined behind the wall of 1989. All mixed in with profound ambiguity about whether one should be for or against consumer pleasures, national sovereignty, tribal loyalties, or ambiguous non-places whose jurisdiction is in flux or indefinable. 86 The castigation of economism can be seen in the same terms as Eagleton's example of the expropriated members of the ruling class engaging in polite chatter about culture, the death of chivalry, and so on. Rather like Zizek's cultural left, post-colonialists silently accept that capitalism is here to stay, such that the very mention of capitalism as world system elicits the accusation of essentialism, fundamentalism, and other crimes. 87 The many ways of being in the world is what is left to celebrate when overcoming an oppressive economy is no longer on the agenda. Jameson's idea of transcoding is useful here. As he puts it, W-hat is blurred, left out, what does not compute or is inexpressible, in this or that theoretical language may be a more damaging indictment of the theory in question than traditional ontological or metaphysical critiques. He also suggests that, whatever its own, very considerable, truth claims, Marxism must also take its chances on this polemic level and measure its range, by way of the transcoding operation, against its various methodological rivals or alternatives. 88 If this is indeed the situation, then polemic engagement rather than anodyne readings or insipid attempts at synthesizing will be the requirement of the day, a view not alien to Marx, Lenin, or Gramsci. As Gramsci wrote in a letter from prison, my entire intellectual formation has been of a polemical order, even thinking disinterestedly is difficult for me, that is, studying for study's sake. Ordinarily, I need to set out from a dialogical or dialectical standpoint, otherwise I don't experience any intellectual stimulation. I want to feel a concrete interlocutor or adversary. 89 Indeed, the idea of doing a fundamental critique without engaging in polemics seems like some sort of post-sectarian withdrawal symptom of those who once engaged in sectarianism too freely and promiscuously. In this polemical mode, I would maintain that something like a post-colonial transformism has taken place, with entire groups of leftists passing over to the moderate camp. 90 Ahmed does not quite say so, but in a sense the unconditional war against political Marxism, antipathy toward working-class organizations and against organized politics of the left, and the advocacy of a global hermeneutics of suspicion. 91 Characteristic of this formation, is today's version of transformism. That is, the passing over of a large number of former intellectuals of the left not so much to the right as to a floating intermediate position from which both left and right can be attacked. but with the proviso that the incline of contemporary politics is such as to make it entirely likely that those groups will fall into a field dominated by right-wing maxims, such as the Tina doctrine. 92 The latter functions as a compact shorthand for a wholesale attack on meta-narratives that includes any attempt at an enlarged narrative of capital involving culture within the dynamics of the production and realization of surplus value, and on a range of other exclusions of which a categoric line drawn between class and community seems to be a key. A comprehensive definition of transformism can no longer be limited to the convergence of historic left and right parties in terms of their program. 93, although this has surely happened to any number of left parties moving to the right and adopting right-wing positions on crucial economic and social issues. However, it must certainly include the inexorable logic of progressive groups imperceptibly and unself-consciously adopting conservative positions. 94 How does this transformism occur in late capitalism? It is virtually impossible now to think of it as a function of the cultural prestige exercised by a national bourgeoisie by its ability to deliver democratic culture and economic advances down to the last person. The more likely form these days is the negative force exercised by momentous historic reversals and the vast if mostly invisible power of multinational capital securely invested in the culture industries and the corporate university system against the backdrop of the closures of the post-1989 moment. In that case, the arrival of post-colonial intellectuals from the Third World must be seen as an expression of complex tectonic shifts in global capitalism, the abandonment of some post-colonial, in the properly historical sense, goals, and the embracing of others. Gramsci's suggestion about intellectuals operating not only in civil society but also in political society, in an organizing role that traverses the boundary between political society and civil society. 95 is important here and quite appropriate for the post-colonial intellectuals under consideration. 96 With suitable modifications, to take account of the changed historical circumstances and roles, Gramsci's description of elite Southern intellectuals may be extended to their post-colonial counterparts operating in the in-between, hybrid position of practice and negotiation. As the non-commissioned officers of more fundamental social groups or classes, they function in their practical hybrid position as mediating moments of transmitting a class's hegemonic project from one attribute of the integral state to another, the agents of condensation of social forces into political power. 97 They function not simply as constructors of the trenches that characterize the complexity of a fully developed modern state. In their seemingly non-political organization in civil society, they function as points of prestige and attraction for a class's hegemonic project, and embody those trenches themselves. 98 In the more developed capitalism of our day, perhaps the two functions have been split up. The constructors of trenches, the activist, political intellectuals, and the constructors of ideology, the passive academic intellectuals, nowadays rarely communicate directly, it seems, but nevertheless they often enough effectively get the business done. Derlich's comment that what post-colonial intellectuals in the First World academe are celebrating is their newfound power takes on a quite significant political meaning, even if the intellectuals under discussion here are a relatively minor if highly visible component of it. The role of diasporic intellectuals, often arriving from the peripheral regions of imperial formations, formed an important part of Gramsci's thinking on the subject. In the Roman Empire, for instance, Gramsci argued that freedmen of Greek or Oriental origin formed a key stratum of traditional intellectuals, whose presence in Rome promoted centralization on a massive scale and whose role in the social organization of empire was largely a pacifying one. 99 In the United States, Gramsci found another adaptation for the diasporic intellectual. There, he noted, the necessity of an equilibrium is determined by the need to fuse together in a single national crucible with a unitary culture the different forms of culture imported by immigrants of differing national origins. The lack of a vast sedimentation of traditional intellectuals such as one finds in countries of ancient civilization explains, at least in part, both the existence of only two major parties which could easily be reduced to one only and at the opposite extreme the enormous proliferation of religious sections. 100. The American Negro intellectual, Gramsci wrote, would have a key role to play in the extension of American civilization and the conquest of the African market. 101 Diasporic intellectuals have played all the roles Gramsci assigns to them in various historical junctures. It is hardly disputable that their arrival in large numbers in the U.S. after 1965 has been an element in the prolongation of American dominance via the extension of American civilization into a variety of national arenas that might otherwise have remained indifferent or hostile to it. For the Southern intellectuals of postcolonial studies, after their brief flirtation with subaltern consciousness and subaltern autonomy, there was little to hold their attention in the permanent stasis of tradition, the endless obeisance, the tired reenactments of hierarchy in their own country of origin. 102 Their turn to the great ideas of European phenomenological existentialism, and its detotalisation in French post-structuralism, was probably to be expected once Marxism was consigned, ironically enough, to the scrap heap of Eurocentrism, a doctrine defeated it seems by history's inexorable progress. Prestige, we must conclude, no longer attaches to historical materialism and its categories and forms of thought. Insofar as Marxism breaks the surface of postcolonial studies nowadays, it is seen as practically continuous with those versions of European, or Eurocentric, thought, which imposed on the non-West its technological and epistemic violence, and was antagonistic to non-Western forms of emergence. 103 That said, postcolonial intellectuals differ from Gramsci's Southern intellectuals inasmuch as they are not products of the old classical, elitist Bildung. For the most part, they are principally educated in modern history and the social sciences, if not English literature and psychology, and many of them, in their early careers at least, had a real interest in Marx and the radical formations descended from Leninism if not from anarchism and Maoism. 104 And they have played a more troubled role in the anti-intellectual atmosphere of the U.S. Academy. 105 However, as we have seen, in the case of Indian intellectuals of the subaltern studies variety, they are not above claiming some knowledge of their national classics and linking them to classical European antiquity in a manner reminiscent of the most elitist, textual version of Orientalist thought. This sort of pseudo-classicism seems to have become a requirement for prestige and position in the New Rome. Perhaps there is some underexplored resemblance between the self-image of Gramsci's transformed intellectuals and Max Weber, and between Max Weber and the post-colonial intellectuals. Of course, post-colonial studies is unlikely to acknowledge the connection because Weber's scientific attitude to the study of religion and society apparently has little to do with the more overtly Heideggerian views of theorists like Chakrabarty. Still, Weber's frustration at the inability of the Second Reich to resolve the contradictions of the German Sonderweg, and realize its true world historical nature and his uncertainty over the position of his class and their hegemony in Germany 106 bears an interesting comparison with some of the dilemmas of the post-colonial intellectuals. On the one hand, the frustration of the German intellectual with the Reich's failure might indeed find its echo in the themes that are outlined in Guha's Indian historiography of India, culminating in the historic failure of the nation to come into its own. 107 As for the uncertainty about class position, a fortiori now more than even in post-unification late 19th century Germany, faced with the ruptures of colonialism, the vulgar ostentation and the new wealth of the post-colonial dispensation, the place of a genteel, learned bourgeoisie is marginal at best. Beneath the narrative of a different, alternative, hybrid, modernity one senses a certain nostalgia for traditions lost, and for a Brahmanical exegetical tradition rendered defunct by the circumstances of the times. Max Weber, reinvented after the War of 1914-18 as an intellectual who transcended politics and found consolation in personal and mystical life 108 would fit well with the post-colonial intellectuals in their metropolitan home, safely insulated from political conflict, free to meditate in an aestheticist fashion on conflicts happening elsewhere. The irony of the situation is that there is an immense repression and forgetting of the close association between the communist mobilizations and movements of the 20th century and anti-colonial and later post-colonial struggles. As Robert Young has pointed out, Communism was the first and only political program to recognize the interrelationship of the different forms of domination and exploitation and the necessity of abolishing all of them as the fundamental basis for the successful realization of the liberation of each. 109 The uprising that was to topple the Tsar began with demonstrations on International Women's Day in 1917, and the Bolsheviks made equality for women an urgent political priority, a principle that was extended to the colonial peoples and their struggles, a commitment unmatched by any party then or since. 110 Eagleton is right to insist that at its heart anti-colonial and post-colonial struggles were and ought to be seen as class politics. 111 The impetus for much of this radical thinking emerged from what we might identify as the classical tradition of Marxism, which found expression in a number of initiatives in Europe itself. Brennan lists a number of them. In France, for example, Le Paria, the organ of the Union Intercoloniale, the branch of the French Communist Party founded in the early 1920s to support insurgency in the colonies. 112 There was also the Comité de Défense de la Race Nègre founded in Paris in 1926 by Lamine Senghor, 1889–1927, a Senegalese politician, who also launched La Voix des Nègres in January 1927 and participated in February of that year in the Congrès Constitutif de la Ligue contre l'impérialisme et l'oppression coloniale, organized in Brussels by Willy Munzenberg, one of the members of the Communist International. 113 In England, the Communist Party of Great Britain sponsored a number of anti-colonial organizations including the League Against Imperialism, the Negro Welfare Association, the League of Colored Peoples, and the India League. The party also published journals such as In Precour 114 Communist International, and Labour Monthly, which were read not only in England, but in the colonies, carrying essays by the likes of Caribbean activist George Padmar, and future independence leader Jomo Kenyatta on the revolt in Haiti, forced labor in Africa, and labor imperialism in East Africa. 115 These interventions were not limited to organizational or journalistic work alone, they informed the arts in ways perhaps unrecognizable now. Raymond Williams, as Brennan points out, was persuaded that the enabling condition of avant-garde cultural practice in Europe was the sudden proximity of intellectuals from distinct national traditions. 116 In their turn, the Surrealists, for example, collaborating with the Communist Party of France, PCF, organized a counter-exhibit to the 1931 colonial exhibition in Paris entitled The Truth About the Colonies. Recent research has begun to reassert some interest in the quite overwhelming evidence of anti-colonialism's communist currents. 117. All this by way of showing that there were radical alternatives to the view of the colonies presented by colonial administrators, missionaries, anthropologists, and so on. So when the PCF leader Maurice Thorez wrote that France, like Algeria, is but a mélange of 20 races, or when Gramsci claimed that the indigenous peoples of Algeria were not even left their eyes for weeping. For several years we Europeans have lived at the expense of the death of the colored peoples. Unconscious vampires that we are, we have fed off their innocent blood. 118 They were not expressing heterodox views, but in fact the collective wisdom of the Third International on the colonial question. The influence of Marxism in the interwar years was such that Brennan concludes as follows. Marxism produced a particular constellation of thought that achieved mass density in regard to its colonial object, became a source of inspiration on a continental basis, knit together systematic investigations in several disciplines simultaneously, and lay behind the compulsive turning toward colonial motifs, often highly mediated ones, in writers who never consciously adduced Marxism, who were hostile to it, or who flirted with it briefly before heading off in new directions. 119. One will search in vain for an acknowledgement of this parentage in today's post-colonial studies. If in colonial times history was ethnology's surrogate, as Ranjit Guha informs us, in post-colonial times a vastly exorbitated ethnology has become history's winding sheet. Sarkar argues towards the end of his Decline of the Subaltern in Subaltern Studies that culturalism has in fact fed into an amnesia about class and class struggles. 120 In India, however, a significant left presence still allows for the study of historically determinate socio-economic factors as causal elements in popular struggles, and makes room for significant left-wing interventions in the political domain. But such scholarship is poorly known and basically unrecognized in the United States. There is room for the American-born Marxist in the US, but for the foreign-born Marxists, especially those born in the ex-colonies, there is very little room or interest. Even American critics of postcolonial studies generally seem to cite an older generation of the anti-colonial left, Fanon, Caesar, Lumumba, et al. Ijaz Ahmed and Arif Derlich have made it into that rarefied pantheon, Ahmed generally through his in theory rather than his Indian publications. For the rest, there is not much patience, Sarkar gets a brief nod here and there. The Indian post-colonialists themselves in their major publications, Chakrabarti, Chatterjee, Guha, Prakash, Spivak, basically ignore them. However, 3 ranks of post-colonial intellectuals are welcome. 1. Post-colonial populist writers like Vandana Shiva, whose positions on authenticity are quite close to Nandi's and latterly Chakrabarti's, and who might fulminate against corporate greed, but do so in the name of a properly authentic politics of being. 2. Ex-Marxists like Chakrabarti himself, who while citing Marx and even discussing his work at length, have decided to find in Marxism a left outlier of Eurocentrism. 3. Foucauldians, or pseudo-Foucauldians, like Chatterjee, who manage to combine Foucault's championing of the specific intellectual as opposed to the universal intellectual 121 with a newly discovered spirit of practicality and institutional realism, while availing themselves of the considerable theoretical freedoms afforded by the Metropolitan Academy on post-colonial issues of hybridity and the like. While area studies might have anticipated many of these tendencies, 122 post-colonial studies has been far more effective and totalizing in its approach. A blanketing strategy would involve supplementing area studies specialists, who can only stand in the place of the native, with authentic representatives from different parts of the world. 123 The freed persons of the empire, so to speak. And it is best in that case to bring in people who can speak and write with the weight of personal experience, while steering the argument in directions that ultimately compound confusion with debility, and adding the weight of their national traditions to metropolitan theory. Is the reception of post-colonialism a causal or symptomatic feature of the present impasse? One should not exaggerate the causal factor. While, of course, some form of leftish critique is never absent in the academy, its forms are important. If it contributes to the confusion, alienation, and disorientation that is already widespread with the rapid restructurings of capitalism in the post-Second World War period and particularly over the last 20 or so years, so much the better, especially if it also sounds radical. In some ways, post-colonial studies typifies the situation, with its critiques of economism and historicism, read, political economy and history, respectively, critique of meta-narratives, read, mainly Marxism, and general orientation in a culturalist direction, adapting German aesthetic nihilism with its fear of civilizational decline and its ponderous explanations of world history in terms of racial classifications. 124 Via French theory, to today's rainbow consumer culture. My argument is that the prominence of post-colonial studies is explicable in terms of what reaches the level of audibility in the current academic setup. The latter's connections to capitalist restructuring is a matter of sophisticated and mediated articulations, rather than a simple causal link. So, in some ways, it is closer to symptomatic, that is, of all the possibilities offered by third world intellectuals, it is neither the grotesquely militant political right, nor the activist and historical materialist left that reaches this threshold. A small group of post-colonial intellectuals meet and exceed the level of what can be heard. The intellectuals in question must have a critique of imperialism, now refocused on the Enlightenment legacy that is not well defended in the West, either for being Eurocentric or for having contributed to colonialism, or now for wreaking violence on non-European ways of being in the world. Since globalization claims to have ended the epoch of imperialism, this line of thinking serves many purposes. They must also have some knowledge of Marxism and political economy, but must be able to point to its defects, having supposedly failed in 1989, a properly sophisticated account of Marxism's limits and failures coming from the ranks of those it was supposed to have helped is very useful. Once a threshold of audibility is reached by the critique of imperialism directed towards the Enlightenment, and a critique of Marxism as a quintessential expression of it, through plausible inferences rather than systematic and serious reading of Marxist texts, all manner of third-worldist interests and concerns can be slipped in. This will involve, for the Indian intellectuals, for example, and they are a prominent contingent of postcolonial studies, attaching themselves to the romantic idealist strain in Indology. This is a venerable stream of thought, pioneered by Schlegel and his fellow German romantics, picked up and developed during the interwar period by Guénon and Dumont, among other French intellectuals, who adapted some of the favored theses of the Catholic right regarding the dangers of secularism, and were given an institutional form in the U.S. by the likes of Mircea Eliade 125 and others who helped popularize the study of South Asian religions and civilization in the United States. 126 All this can then be resumed under the banner of a phenomenological existentialism linked to Heidegger, and a post-structuralism linked to the likes of Foucault and Derrida, if not Deleuze and company. Some of the old political issues and cultural neuroses of a once colonist country like India are nicely reinforced by recourse to the above-mentioned strands of a philosophical and theoretical organon. This combination is hard to crack in a purely textualist mode. And here the non-commissioned officers await the future, either a demobilization as the present phase of intellectual production inevitably winds down, or a reassignment for which they might not be ready, especially if it involves a further sharp right turn. 6.3 The Orient as vanishing mediator. The notion of a bedrock of the authentic, beyond the vicissitudes of history, seems to exert a central categorical and interpretive force in postcolonial history. In the case of postcolonial theorists from countries that are seen as the cradles of ancient civilizations, an Orient in all but name is often conjured up to play this role, especially in today's diasporic manifestations of postcoloniality. The Orient mediates the disorientation produced by colonial modernity, while the rediscovery of elite and plebeian forms of authenticity, grounded in traditions that while sadly diminished and rendered into history, or hybridized by contact with the colonizer's culture, the West in this polemic mode, 127, nonetheless offers psychic consolations of various kinds. As this is a continuing condition, albeit under new, post-colonial, conditions, the Orient persists and plays an enduring role, albeit in elaborate guises, recovered through a rediscovery for post-colonialism of a Nietzschean Heideggerian genealogy. No doubt Brennan is correct in insisting that Heidegger is not a pronounced source in all post-colonial theory, yet there is equally no question that the turn to being is a philosophical gesture that has proven irresistible. In part, this is because it elevates the overly pragmatic discourse of identity politics to a more dramatic plane without changing its substance. 128 Needless to say that both Heidegger and Nietzsche have found their way onto the reading lists of important post-colonial theorists like Ranjit Guha and Dipesh Chakrabarty, from whose work their influence can flow downwards into second and third order theorizing. The Orient, explicitly in the founding philosophies of being, and implicitly in derivative versions, anchors the politics of post-colonial studies. What about Latin America or Africa in that case? Functional substitutes for the Orient have always existed, repositories of timeless tradition, authenticity and similar keywords supposedly with their roots in pre-colonial times, in Latin America and Africa, revived for our times in indigenism or Afrocentric reworkings of African history. 129 In the Euro-American world, mainly still the Anglophone countries, the discovery of post-colonialism provides a fertile way of addressing the disruptions produced by late capitalism, the debt crises, national disintegration, the collapse of the welfare state, the massive disenchantment of a life determined by quantity with no alternative in sight, global warming, immigration, aging, and so on, at an ideological discursive level. The audience for post-colonialism is in this case a section of the left, both left liberals and repentant Marxists. Neo-traditionalist post-colonialism may be a version of anti-colonial authenticity for the global age. but it must be said that for a properly metropolitan audience the Orient has no enduring significance. The metropolitan audience will discover its own sources of authenticity, if need be, in traditional Christianity, or in secularist hermeneutic readings of Christian texts, alongside the pleasures of an unspoiled rural life, not to mention fantasies about feudalism minus its brutal realities. In Jameson's explication of the logic of the vanishing mediator, originally opposing moments of an emerging social form are mediated by the evolution of one of them to serve as a necessary link at the level of the ideological superstructure to facilitate the adequate development of the social form. That is, the mediator serves an indispensable function at a transitional moment when a new social form is taking shape, 130 serving to normalize or make acceptable an unfamiliar way of conducting a familiar activity. Thus, the emergence of a particular form of Protestantism, in Jameson's example, the Calvinist form of it, rather than the Lutheran, facilitates the moral ethical universe of religion to inform the domain of economic activity, giving the latter a prestige altogether lacking in medieval times. After a while, the religious mediation is no longer vital to the development of new forms of economic activity and retreats, as it were, to a purely or largely spiritual domain. Having given its all, the Calvinist form of justification of economic activity for its own sake, as an end worthy in itself, can vanish from the economic domain, leaving the new economic form in its adequate self-sufficiency. Historically, the vanishing mediator ushers in a new epoch when the prestige attendant on economic activity in the new social dispensation actually leads to a whole new dynamic, transforming it from a purely ends-oriented activity to a means-oriented one, for example, capitalist economic production as a means to a means. Point 131 That is, it opens the way for the identity of dominant and determinant with which we are familiar in the developed capitalism of our day. Diagrammatically, Jameson represents the relationship in the following way: 132. Medieval Luther Calvin Modern. Religious ends +++. Rational means ++. Since the countries that colonized large parts of Asia and Africa, in addition to the European settler ex-colonies like the USA, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, are all now considered post-colonial, perhaps even more properly post-colonial than India, for example, it is worth asking whether the post-colonial is simply a discursive position, rather than a structural one. 133 If, indeed, the West, including its settler offshoots, is more properly post-colonial than the rest, it is quite arguable that the element of nostalgia for an Orient as it was, or is imagined to have been, before the eruption of the Occident in the form of Enlightenment inspired colonial projects, must fade away from metropolitan post-colonialism. Even among the small section of the Western intelligentsia with an interest in the East, however the latter might be construed, there appears to be a preference for material presented without too much detail or complexity, and in a way that fits into the slots of an anti-Western cultural nationalism or a post-structuralist play with fragments. 134 Of course, the two are not the same, with the former relying on the plenitude of wholeness violently interrupted by colonialism, while the latter is committed to a notion of hybridity that acknowledges no such hard knocks. That the latter view is gaining ground at the expense of the former is perhaps an important sign of things to come. In discussing Chaturji's The Nation and its fragments in this light, Sarkar notes that this book tells us nothing about the powerful anti-caste movements associated with Phule, Periyar, or Ambedkar, all of whom ought to have been of keen interest in a history of social thought and mobilization emerging from the social margins of Hindu society in India. No book can be expected to do everything, Sarkar writes, but silences of this magnitude are dangerous in a book that appears comprehensive enough to serve as a standard introduction to colonial India for non-specialists and newcomers, especially abroad. 135 However, there is a logic to Chaturji's presentation. Plebeian attraction towards secularism, Periyar, or towards modernization, Ambedkar, cannot be allowed to interrupt a narrative in which subalternity, by and large, has come to represent the occult layer of bourgeois consciousness, a resistant presence that signifies post-colonialism's indispensable foundation. Similar observations can be made about Chakrabarti's provincializing Europe, whose stresses and omissions signify a definitive moment of the production of knowledge, in this case, pressing into service a range of Orientalist keys to compose an elitist, Brahmanical worldview as something authentic, indigenous, and unproblematic in a properly nationalist context. In this case, a Western audience is being asked to assent to a native interlocutor's superior command, going beyond mere linguistic competence, of source materials, the cultural nuances of a class of which he is a member, and the like. Of course, we can recognize here routines that have become familiar to us from the claims and counterclaims made in the writing of European history. In the new post-colonial regime, post-colonial theorists are being given the same rights, as it were, in the spirit of multiculturalism. Difference, in this context, also comes to signify interpretive exclusivity. If, in this type of political cultural milieu, an exotic element is to be found within Europe, it can easily be generated out of a neo-traditionalist reading of the ancien regime, the beauty and charm of country life, a recapture of the territorializations of a Europe before nation-states, even a sentimental regard for the old church, all reworked into the specific terms of a post-colonial politics. The fully operative enchantment kit that enabled the priests of science to supplant the priests of God 136 at the dawn of modernity, will have to be replaced if the secular hermeneutist successors of the priests of God are to restore old Europe to some proper civilizational standing. Provincializing Europe then is not just about showing the limits of Enlightenment reason, it has its own built-in version of a civilizing mission, for Europe anyway, a re-civilizing of Europe for post-colonial times. The work is well underway. This could plausibly take the form in metropolitan post-colonialism of a Europe from which all traces of colonial histories have been erased. The objective of the Four Nations history, alluded to above, may be to take down an England-centered historiography, but the result is often an explicit post-colonial perspective fudging all the older, entirely valid distinctions of metropolis and colony that are key elements of a definition of colonialism 137, not to mention the equally valid distinctions of class. The four-nation post-colonialism appears to have little to do with colonialism as classically understood, as an exploitative socio-economic relationship between colonizer and colonist. 138 That perspective, given memorable expression by Marx in Volume I of Capital, in which modern colonialism and modern capitalism developed simultaneously, in part by the capture of resources, the discovery of gold and silver in America, the expatriation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the hunting of blackskins, in part by the capture of territory and markets and their subsequent monopolization by the mother country, and finally by the transformation of looted treasure into capital. 139, is in danger of disappearing. In its place, we have more Pacific readings based on a civilizational predisposition, built into the West. As Huntington puts it, Western civilization arose in the 8th and 9th centuries, developing its distinctive characteristics in the following centuries long before it began its modernization in the 17th and 18th centuries, or to put it simply, the West was the West long before it was modern. 140 Lazarus notes two further implications of this teleology of the West in Theodor von Law's work. In essence, von Law asserts that from the 16th century onwards, the world was brought together, for the first time in human history, into inescapably intimate and virtually instant interaction by the actions of a small minority commonly called the West, and for the first time, this minority imposed its own accomplishments, including the arts of peace, as a universal standard to which all others, however reluctantly, had to submit. 141 The end result is that the global dispersal of capitalist modernity is presented in terms of the universalization of the West. Lazarus finds this tendency reproduced in the work of theorists as different from one another as Anthony Giddens, James Coleman, and Francis Fukuyama, in which the West itself is constructed in a fundamental or primary sense as a cultural disposition, a civilization always already primed to dominate the lesser ones, but which in its essential being can be understood without any such intervention of history. In different ways, European and North American post-colonialisms could be finding their own regional paths towards such an amnesiac recharacterization of their histories, a move made possible in part by the deployment of the categorical arsenal of authenticity, autonomy, and paradigm, which are also central to post-colonialism from the margins. While Huntington, von Law, and their ilk purport to find in the West the highest development of reason, science, modernity, the only properly universalist civilization, and the like, post-colonial critics see in these claims little more than a masking of the grimly functional instruments of the West's brutal rise to hegemony. 142 Of course, in any longer historical perspective, East and West seem to have been rather amorphous and expandable or collapsible entities. The earliest European form of the West, according to Raymond Williams, originated in the division of the Roman Empire from the 3rd century onwards, followed in the 11th by the schisms and divisions within the Christian churches, both superseded in turn by the contrast between the West as a Christian civilization and an East defined either as Islam or as the civilizations beyond it from India to China. 143 Western and Eastern, or Oriental, worlds were commonly defined in this way from the 16th century. 144 During the Cold War, Lazarus refers to a further refunctioning that gave the binary opposition of West and East a new geopolitical significance, resting originally on the evident political divisions between Western and Eastern Europe, but subsequently generalized to be part of a universal contrast between political and economic systems of different types. 145 Since the development of the East/Communist bloc could be represented in the West as a disease of the transition. 146 The diagnosis could be quietly extended to those other parts of the world that appeared to be suffering from identical symptoms. Fernando Coronil argues that in post-colonial theory a cartographic term is used to represent the relatively intangible historical relations among peoples in terms of the material, thing-like, tangible form of geographical entities. 147 Resulting in a fetishization of the West or, more likely, its reification. Lazarus amplifies this to suggest that the West is used metonymically to refer not to a polity or a state, nor even a confederation of states, but to a civilization, something altogether more amorphous and indeterminate. 148 So amorphous and indeterminate in fact that Foucault was able to turn the tables on those who had constructed an imperial genealogy for Europe extending back to classical Greece and Rome. Foucault's Orient, as Afari and Anderson point out, seems to include the Greco-Roman world as well as the more generally accepted Eastern. 1.149 Nietzsche's genealogy of morals includes in the category of noble races at the bottom of which one cannot fail to see the beast of prey, the splendid blonde beast prowling about avidly in search of spoil of victory, not only the Homeric heroes, the Roman, the Germanic and the Viking, but also the Arabian and Japanese nobility, all sharing in this hidden core. 150 Undoubtedly, some affinity for Bahubal seems to be shared by all the members of the Aryan race, straddling the accepted divide of East and West, with the odd inclusion of the Semitic Arabs. What they all share is a nobility standing above the supine masses. The contrast, for Nietzsche and Foucault, was between tradition and modernity. In this version of the Orient, there is no denunciation of upper class, or caste, predation, spoliation, violence, and so on, since they all predated the decidedly effete and degenerate values of the Enlightenment and modernity. Some version of race solidarity and aristocratic virtue was part of the more romantic end of Orientalism, described in Vincent Smith's version of ancient India, as an essentially mobile society of a kind typical of the heroic age in other lands in Homeric Greece, for example, and in the Celtic West a warrior aristocracy, interested in feeding and fighting but little concerned with its humbler foot-slogging peasantry. 151 Smith was doing nothing more than summarizing a well-worn tradition of depictions of Aryan civilization, and from that perspective neither Nietzsche nor Foucault was being particularly innovative. At most, they were perhaps being just a tad more inclusive in their idea of the Orient. Indeed, the Orient, or the East in a more prosaic rendering, was part of a civilizational battle in which its traditional virtues were pitted against those of a modern Occident. Depending on the values being promoted, this civilizational battle was no simple matter and has included, From the late 18th century to the present, the very definition of what constituted the West in Europe itself, alongside the delineation of the essential lines distinguishing it from the East. When Edgar Quinet came to define the Western world in the mid-19th century, he included Russia, together with England and France, among the wise men destined to carry the light of civilization and Christianity to the Orient through colonization. 152 Closer to our time, for altogether different reasons, Friedrich Hayek excluded not only Germany, which had since the time of Bismarck adopted positions antagonistic to Western civilization, but also the French tradition, leaving just the Anglo-Saxon tradition, minus those who had shown some enthusiasm for the French Revolution, for example, William Godwin, Joseph Priestley, Richard Price, Thomas Paine, and Thomas Jefferson, at least the Jefferson who had been fatally contaminated by his stay in France. 153 Hayek included Hegel and Marx among the disastrous Eastern imports, while Karl Popper, for his part, condemned Marx for his support of a collectivist and holistic theory deriving from Hegel, along with Plato and Aristotle, whom he labeled totalitarians. 154 But Hayek and Popper disagreed on the centrality of Christian virtues to the West. Hayek viewed Christianity with suspicion when he claimed that a large section of the clergy of all Christian denominations borrowed the aspiration to social justice from socialism, and expressed grave doubts about saintly figures whose moral and religious beliefs can destroy a civilization. According to Losurdo, his words recall Nietzsche's view of Christianity, although he lacked the intellectual courage to proclaim his horror of Christianity. Popper, on the other hand, praised the ideas of 1789, the synthesis of individualism and altruism, which he celebrated as the basis of our Western civilization and a product of the central doctrine of Christianity. 155 The fate of Immanuel Kant is instructive. Émile Boutroux included him among the other representatives of barbarism pouring in from the East. 156 But over time he has been fully rehabilitated by assimilation to the Anglo-Saxon world. Ralph Dahrendorf, for instance, claims that Kant discovered and developed the British tradition for Germany, or rather for Prussia. 157 This notwithstanding Kant's own views of Britain as the most depraved of all nations, its tendency to regard other countries and peoples as mere appendices or instruments for its will to power, and the fact that he called William Pitt an enemy of mankind. 158 Hayek's condemnation of Hegel is interesting, branded as alien to the Western world and tied to the despotic and illiberal, if not barbaric, Orient for the extraordinary influence he exerted, through Marx, on the East, this time via Leninism and Bolshevism. 159 Hayek, as Losurdo notes, is drawing on a motif that had spread through much of European culture after the October Revolution. Authors as far apart as Bernstein and Weber saw the cause of the Russian Revolution in Hegel's dialectics and philosophy, which for the most part was equated with the cult of success and force. 160 Hegel was also subject to criticism by the Nazi ideologue Alfred Rosenberg. 161 who in his implicit attack on Hegel's philosophy of history expressed his complete revulsion by what he called materialist historicism for being a Philistine philosophy of life. 162 Certainly not suitable, one would imagine, for a blonde beast of prey. However, Losurdo warns that to try to contrast German reactionism and Nazism on the basis of an exalted pathos of the Western world would be a major mistake. 163 In reality, the criticism of the West as an enemy of Germany in Nazi and Third Reich circles was strictly tied to a boundless celebration of the Western world, of which Germany saw itself as a bulwark and as an authentic interpreter. 164 When Hayek passionately praised Western man from ancient Greece onwards. 165 He was unaware, or so Losurdo maintains, that he was using an expression and a motif already largely present in the culture of the Third Reich. 166 Losurdo concludes that the elimination of actual historical facts was a necessary part of the construction of the West, the seemingly arbitrary inclusions and exclusions, but most absurdly of all its 20th century reduction to the image of England and the liberal Western world of the 19th century as the standard for the Western values of individualism, freedom and human rights. 167 England was the country not only of rotten boroughs, but also that of the political monopoly of property owners, whose system, according to Jeremy Bentham, hardly a revolutionary himself, perpetuated the all-embracing imposture of British legal and cultural tradition that paved the way for all sorts of falsehood and deceit. 168 His contemporary, John Stuart Mill, described the same system as a degrading idolatry which, instead of perpetuating the perfection of reason, constituted a disgrace for the human intellect. 169 Since the elimination of actual historical facts, the randomization of history and a contempt for materialist historicism have all become naturalist in today's post-colonial world, one should not expect the construction of either the West or the East, the Occident or the Orient, to follow any decently rigorous criteria of definition, if that were even possible. With political reaction in full flow, perhaps it is time to wonder about Foucault's fascination with Iran, and its larger ideological ramifications. Afary and Anderson pose the question about Foucault's interest in the Iranian Revolution, while he showed no similar interest in the Nicaraguan Revolution, which was unfolding at the same time, and only slightly greater concern with the Solidarity movement in Poland. 170 The authors also wonder about the perplexing affinity between this post-structuralist philosopher, this European critic of modernity, and the anti-modernist Islamist radicals who eventually hijacked the Iranian Revolution for their own ends. Often construed as his error, this perplexing affinity may point instead to some of the implications of his Nietzschean Heideggerian discourse, his attraction to Oriental forms of ascetic speculation that went along with his fascination with monasticism, and the rituals and techniques that could be reinvented for a new, political, spirituality, a modern form of penitence, a Heideggerian freedom towards death, and a Nietzschean will to power. 171 Afary and Anderson suggests that both the Islamic radicals and Foucault were searching for a form of political spirituality, both clung to idealized notions of pre-modern social orders, both admired individuals who risked death in attempts to reach a more authentic existence. Afary and Anderson maintain that an examination of Foucault's writings on Christian monastic literature, including lectures he gave before traveling to Iran and in preparation for writing the second and third volumes of the History of Sexuality, will show that Foucault, like Heidegger, was interested in a secular, hermeneutic reading of Christianity, especially of those rituals and techniques that could be reinvented for a new spirituality. Foucault also reworked the Heideggerian freedom toward death as a liminal space for artistic and political creativity. Khomeini's call to millions of Iranians to sacrifice their lives in the struggle against the Shah's regime seems to have become, for Foucault, an instance of Nietzsche's will to power. 172 Heidegger's call of conscience and questioning of modernity have been likened to Oriental forms of meditation, including Japanese traditions, and linked to Foucault's preoccupation with various forms of Christian and Jewish mysticism, as well as magic, Hermeticism and Gnosticism. 173 Yuda Schwab further argues that the appropriation of Oriental lore in Foucault nonetheless went along with the idea of an East that remained supposedly incomprehensible to the modern, rational European world. 174 Indeed, like a passionate romantic, Foucault may have exoticized and admired the East from afar, while remaining a Westerner in his own life. 175 Be that as it may, a dualism emerges in which the pre-modern social order, assumed also to operate in many Middle Eastern, African and Asian societies of today, is privileged over the modern Western one. What Foucault admired about the pre-modern order is instructive. In an interview of 1982, Afary and Anderson note that Foucault combined an admiration for the Orient with a certain nostalgia for the aristocratic, ostensibly paternalistic system of taking care of one's subordinates. 176 Which modernity had replaced with a callous form of individualism. 177 This goes along with an admiration of silence, which Foucault believes to be a more interesting way of having a relationship with people. What sort of people though? Foucault continues, young Romans and Greeks were taught to keep silent according to the people with whom they were interacting, and he goes on, I'm in favor of developing silence as a cultural ethos. 178 As Afary and Anderson remark, there are echoes of Heidegger in this encomium to silence, for as Heidegger claimed, the discourse of conscience never comes to utterance. 179 Alongside that, Foucault also regretted that we, that is, the West, don't have a culture of suicide. Either. 180 Afary and Anderson seem to think that Foucault was blissfully unaware in his encomium to silence of the hierarchical traditions that regulated relations between adults and youths, men and women, and upper and lower classes, in pre-modern societies. 181 But that is highly unlikely. It is much more likely that Foucault's invocation of innocence, authenticity, not to mention the organicity of the traditional community, is now part of a profound reorientation of political culture towards a respect for hierarchy, order, tradition, and the like. All the more so if it can be fused with authentic tradition and opposed to the unleashing of egalitarian and leveling forces associated with the radical Enlightenment and its 19th century amplifications under the inspiration of Marxism. And just as important, although hardly admissible, so long as those who romanticize that traditional order do not have to live under it. This is the magic of neo-traditionalism. The combination of Nietzsche, Heidegger, Foucault, Orientalism and cultural kitsch constitutes the powerful foundation on which postcolonialism builds. Foucault's evocation of political spirituality may have been intended to provoke controversy in France, and it certainly did in what Afary and Anderson call the most determinately secular of any Western country. But what is significant for my argument is the crucial point that, for Foucault, France itself had important lessons to learn from Iranian political spirituality. In a relatively unnoticed 1978 roundtable on discipline and punish, Foucault mentioned political spirituality as an alternative to the hyper-rationality of the modern disciplinary apparatus. 182 Perhaps in this overall context, the earlier point that Dumont was translating into the language of social anthropology a whole range of philosophical and sociological questioning about the direction of French modernity takes on a new significance. 183 A number of exogenous impacts, many originating with the Enlightenment and the Revolution of 1789, had knocked the organic community of hierarchy, ritual, and tradition sideways, and created a host of alienations, anomie, and so on, preventing the French nation coming into its own. Sarkar wonders, in the historical context of colonial India, about the curious equation of the spiritual with home, domesticity, and femininity. How, he asks, did highly patriarchal religious traditions like Hinduism and Islam manage such an identification? 184 The answer may lie in the politics of political spirituality, the search for new bases of patriarchy, hierarchy, a gerontocratic and unequal system in all social dimensions, a return to core civilizational values of Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, and so on, reformulated in a secular hermeneutic manner. The very equation of community with religion points in that direction. How ironic it would be if the blonde beast prowling avidly in search of spoil and victory should be temporarily refreshed by a post-colonial search for authenticity. Perhaps some neo-traditionalist will rediscover the Aryan roots of Bengali civilization. Like Ranjit Guha, the Orientals may desperately want to retain a long-lost connection to Homeric heroes and Germanic tribes, but for the blood descendants of the blonde beast in the West no such connection will be necessary or even desirable. The long way home for Europe, the homecoming after a journey through the foreign and the strange, will almost certainly involve a forgetting. One anticipates seeing the eventual recasting of the old literary trope of the Middle Ages as Europe's exotic within, but perhaps now as the bedrock of European identities, or its post-colonial manifestations, Europe as rejuvenated Christendom, a new holy alliance, positioned against the Islamic other, for example. Huntington sounds the militant note when he argues that the West's very survival is at stake, and Europeans and Americans must reaffirm their Western identity, accept their civilization as unique and renew and preserve it against challenges from non-Western societies. 185 These being postmodern or post-colonial times, a certain amount of cultural kitsch may be expected to come along for the ride in the form of neo-traditionalist popular culture, not to mention restaurants, boutiques, pilgrimage centers 186 and tourist destinations, along with the postmodern commoditization of terroir 187 the Disneyfication of the medieval, and so on. 188 In the process, the Europe of the post-1989 period must yoke itself to its own properly European roots, a project aided by the incorporation of the former Eastern Bloc into Europe. From these margins will arrive the latter-day Iliades, some no doubt claiming to be on the left. The Orient works as a placeholder in the sense that it is the figure ultimately of self-identical authenticity in the post-colonialism that emerges from a former colony. To the extent that Europe must discover its own version of such. 349 The post-colonial Orient. Self-identical authenticity, it must work through this placeholder, ultimately rejecting it, while substituting something equally durable in its place. The Orient, then, must vanish once Europe has supplied itself with its own version of self-identical authenticity. Diagrammatically, this can be represented as follows. Ex-colonial, Third World, post-colonial. Post-colonial, metropolitan arrival. First World, metropolitan, post-colonial. Orient ++. Occident ++. The collective confrontation of two social forms, or historical epochs, that this sort of model stages is the reactionary counterpart of the framework Jameson has in mind when the past sits in judgment, as it were, on the present, informing us of the ubiquitous commoditization, monetization, instrumentalization, and so on, of life in the age of capital. 189 The sitting in judgment is only productive for the other political rectification Jameson has in mind, the aperture to a future in which the capital social form is overcome, to the extent that the present that encounters the past as a different social form is not informed by the spirit of post-colonialism. 6.4 The unrenounceable project. The logic of capital, as Jameson notes, is dispersive and atomistic, individualistic, unlike the various forms of pre-capitalist modes of production that achieved their capacity to reproduce themselves through various forms of solidarity or collective cohesion, an anti-society rather than society, its systematic structure a mystery and a contradiction in terms. 190 Even as capital homogenizes the exploitation of human energies in pursuit of profit, constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. 191 It creates massive disorders on the world scale, and psychic and emotional crises to match. The disenchantment experienced by people and expressed by social theorists as an inevitable feature of modern life is in fact a social effect of a historically unprecedented but rather perverse form of enchantment, the seduction of the commodity world, its play of difference, and so on, and the simultaneous giving up of hope of making sense of or even acknowledging the existence of an economic system, once sucked into the strange vortex of the value form. To the extent that people get subsumed under the strange, estranged, disorienting value form and its enchantments, they emerge disenchanted about overcoming its psychic and emotional disorders, naturalize them in their everyday life and appear to be chronically afflicted with uncertainty. Moreover, to the extent that workers and working class consciousness are brought into the desiccated fold of bourgeois disenchantment, the end result is business unionism undertaking to manage the contradictions of capitalism and contain the class struggle on behalf of corporate masters, seeking respectability in looking and behaving like poor imitations of their class superiors, and indeed even going to the extent of denying their membership of an exploited class. Cultural identity politics steps in to address the situation, but it remains trapped within the very system of the reproduction of capital, merely responding to it by creating illusory escape hatches. Religion, and its secularist surrogates like psychology and philosophy, may step in to advise and pacify, but they largely transport people into the now commoditized domains of the unconscious, the ontological, and the mysterious, which are all starting to sound alike in their mediation through money. Disenchantment, then, can be understood as an effect of the enchanted world of money that miraculously produces more money via its self-propelling velocity. The nightmare of history, nothing less than the loss of countless generations of children, women, and men sacrificed through a lifetime of back-breaking labor to produce the comforts of the ruling class and its hangers-on, has itself been displaced either onto some ontological or cultural level. It can be portrayed as a consequence of the abandonment of myth and acceptance of linear historical time 192, or perversely now shifted onto that demiurge that we are told has brought so much misery to the non-West, namely, the Enlightenment. The latter appears to have a will of its own to suppress the time of the gods and spirits, replacing it with science, design, order, surveillance, and control, to repress history too for the benefit of history. Marx and other radical thinkers acknowledged that we now inhabit a much larger world than our predecessors, in which a world literature and world history have emerged as almost unreflected realities of our lives, but they also noted that these have occurred mostly within forms admissible under capital's dominance. 193 The universalism we experience is seriously truncated, incomplete and, for many, crippling and incapable of resolving the problems engendered by capital's own expansion. 194 The postcolonial attack on universalism, however, is grounded in a different line of thought, the idea that as modernity unfolds it becomes increasingly plural, untranslatable, and even perhaps the subject of mutual incomprehension and non-communication across cultural divides. This is a rather outlandish suggestion when, as is usual with post-colonial studies nowadays, the dividing line is between Europe on the one side, and the many other, alternative, and hybrid modernities on the other. But this is also inevitably a consequence of the fact that post-colonialism is, as Eagleton suggests, or has become in my reading of its trajectory, like postmodernism inasmuch as it tends to inflate the significance of cultural factors in human affairs. Eagleton maintains that this is a vice to which literary intellectuals are especially prone, but again, as this book has tried to show, it is a tendency if not a vice that has conquered the historical and social scientific disciplines as well. 195 It would be comforting for them, Eagleton continues, if what was at stake between the north and south of the globe were questions of value, signification, identity, cultural practice rather than arms, trade agreements, military alliances, drug trafficking, and the like. He concludes that the acknowledgement of difference, hybridity, and multiplicity is a drastically impoverished kind of political ethic in contrast to the affirmation of human solidarity and reciprocity. 196 In our day, we may have to fight our way through the seductions of difference, hybridity, and multiplicity to develop the necessary solidarity and reciprocity, but this is a fight to which apparently post-colonialism is not willing to commit itself. There is too much at stake, including all manner of academic institutional inducements, not to mention the great historic reversals of a generation or more, to want to undertake it. We may have to look beyond its purview. The operations of culture-based identity politics are far from being a purely verbal invention of idle academics. 197 The perception of oneself as first and foremost a member of an ethnic group, a religiously based community, a minority, and so on, alongside the expulsion of political belonging from the sphere of identity. 198 Especially one based on something as old-fashioned as human solidarity, let alone class-based mobilization, had spread throughout all levels of society, as Cussett notes in the context of the United States. In turn, those are integrally linked to several political economic developments, the cultural repercussions of the struggle for civil rights, or, more likely in my opinion, the gravitation of those struggles away from a class-based internationalism towards ethnic particularism under the pressure of repression and co-optation, the decline of the democratic left, identity-based clustering in an increasingly competitive economic climate, especially as the boom-bust cycles and their accompanying recessions deepened, and the segmentation of consumers into like-minded identity groups. 199 However, in the age of globalization, these tendencies have not been confined to the world's largest capitalist power. Similar tendencies were operating with some degree of punctual coincidence in other capitalist Anglophone countries, and with some time lag in other countries, including the ex-colonial ones as well. If one were to look for the source of the workings of a delirious otherness machine 200, it would have to be traced to capital in search of profits in a climate in which the older methods that worked for a generation or so after the Second World War had ceased to be effective. That is, once the extensive job of rebuilding after the destruction of the war had more or less been completed, what was left was not only the conquest of nature and the unconscious, but the body itself. The body, segmented and parceled out into the most minute differences, was now the final market to be conquered. This was a climate in which the strategic production of identity, not only race, but everything else that could count as difference, operated in a manner in which a mobile, radically contingent, and hierarchically organized lexicon of oppressians was beginning to displace more foundational schemas of domination and exploitation. 201 By the same token, it can be argued that identity politics has had to cluster around the commoditist body, sends a critique of capital. The post-colonial critic effectively had to disavow those foundational schemas and write within theory, which given the historical moment of its emergence meant post-structuralist theory. 202 The post-colonial critic was authorized to write about historical or textual matters with the assurance that such commentary was always ultimately about the self. A hovering emphasis, as Brennan puts it, would be on an epistemological divide based on national, ethnic, psychic being. 203 What identity politics needs to suppress, particularly in university circles, is class. It might be necessary, of course, to mention class, and that awful word, classism, in any course on race, class, and gender, or some variation thereof, dependent on location, but it will be equally necessary to quickly suppress class in favor of the others, not as a temporary strategic device either for people to think through the contradictions of identity politics or on the way to enriching a notion of class, but definitely as a form of erasure, as a bad dream of yesteryear, a surrogate for all the crimes of what was once called actually existing, now defunct, communism. This is fertile reactionary ground, particularly well tended in the U.S. Academy and gaining ground elsewhere, a carnival that post-colonial studies has participated in, if not initiated. From this vantage point, I find puzzling what appears prima facie to be a reversal on Cussett's part, after he has shown his readers the liabilities of the fragmentation of identity politics, and its operations in the academic world. This is a world in which the mere enunciation of cultural difference and thus identity is made to appear as a political act of crowning importance, rather than what it usually signifies, namely, the disappearance of politics. As such. 204 Cussett rightly points to its deleterious impact, especially on minorities outside the university. However, towards the end of his book, Cussett notes that everywhere, except in France, Deleuze, Foucault, Lyotard, and even Derridian hypercriticism incarnate the possibility of continuing a radical social critique beyond Marx, a critique that relative to Marx was finally totalist, refined, diversified, but more so opened up to questions of desire and intensity, to flux and signs of the multiple subject, to social movements confronting the crucial question of difference. 205 Perhaps he has in mind a long journey through the realms of desire, intensity, and flux to arrive once again at an enriched and expanded purview for Marxism. Then again, perhaps not. After all, for that to happen we would need, once again, a movement based on the relationship of exploitation that is fundamental to the capitalist mode of production, and which would place all of the above into a framework in which difference itself could be seen as a moment of capital. But as we know, that has not been the case in the countries where French theory was welcomed and embraced, most notably in the United States. Separating politically debilitating forms of difference from politically energizing and enabling ones will require a prolonged engagement with capital, starting, dare one say, with capital. As Anderson concluded long ago, French theory itself appears not to provide the tools for concrete social investigation, witness not merely Levi-Strauss's fleeting fieldwork and fictive map of kinship systems, Lacan's 10-minute psychoanalytic sessions, Foucault's credulity in The Ship of Fools and fable of the Great Confinement. 206 Not to mention the altogether more deplorable consequences of his fatuous generalizations about the Iranian Revolution, all not so much personal limitations or lapses of the practitioners concerned as the normal and natural licenses in a play of signification beyond truth and falsehood. 207 When Zizek contends that today's post-politics cannot attain the properly political dimension of universality because it silently precludes the sphere of economy from politicization, he is, of course, calling attention to something crucial. The domain of global capitalist, market, relations, he suggests, is the other scene of the so-called repoliticization of civil society advocated by the partisans of identity politics and other postmodern forms of politicization. 208 However, some clarifications are needed here. For one thing, the economy is far from being depoliticized in its entirety. The battles over taxes, the social welfare system, the imposition of austerity on the working class, the looting of their pensions, and so on, all involve politicization of the economy by other means and methods. They are part of a class war, conducted by capital and the state, a supranational state in the case of the European Union, against the workers in a time of crisis. It is conducted in a way that intensifies the crisis itself, policies leading to renewed recessions, and so on, which in turn have the effect of fragmenting the sphere of civil society even more. What is completely excluded, and this is where Zizek's argument has the potential to become significant, is any possibility of changing the social basis of production, transforming, so to speak, the social relations of production. It is not the noisy sphere of circulation, market relations where everything takes place on the surface, but the hidden abode of production that is at stake. 209 This is where the real trick takes place, where the process of the exchange of equivalents turns into private profit for capitalists, or, at any rate, where the process begins, a process in which the proletarian is merely a machine for the production of surplus value. 210 The noisy sphere is what we might call, following Zizek, the abode of post-politics. Every instance of modernity is, of course, singular, but the proper analytical approach is to reveal what they all have in common that makes singularity part of the larger movement of history. Terms like unhistoricizable, untranslatable, and uncomprehending are the terms of a culpable abdication of a responsible politics of academic practice. They are at best self-exoticizing propositions, designed to mystify. Calcutta may never become London, but then neither will Shanghai, Moscow, or Paris, for that matter. A proper history too will recognize that Calcutta, or Shanghai, Moscow, Paris, and all the spaces around and between, has seen more than its share of dispossession, insurrection, class struggles and miseries. All of them house any number of secret abodes where workers, no matter what their cultural or ethnic identity, are systematically exploited through a process by which the products of their labor appear as capital, as alien property, and as an alien power that in effect they now seem powerless to confront. Perhaps this recognition is one of the adequate grounds for universalism, albeit a negative universalism in the first instance. That is, it grounds universalism in expropriation and exploitation. There are two advantages to this approach. 1. It locates a possibility for universalism in opposition to the dominant social form, capital, of our epoch, and makes a critical analysis of it possible, and 2, it directs attention to labor, including productive labor, as the form that structurally underpins the virtually limitless multiplication of commodities and services that govern our lives. Instead of those possibilities being explored and enriched, what we get now is a certain displacement effect whereby the structural aspects of the struggles of socio-economically marginal populations are presented as secondary, if mentioned at all, to their religious, gender, ethnic and cultural identities and struggles for recognition. The ferocious and concerted attacks on unions and organized labor has coincided with the entry into the ranks of wage labor of many millions of people who were outside those ranks a generation or two ago, that is, the entry of marginalist peasants now fully proletarianist. These processes have rendered the very category of the marginal an amorphous and expandable one. In the planet of slums we occupy, is it necessary to argue about what is happening when the ethnically or otherwise marginalist people, who depend on wage labor, assert themselves, however fleetingly or inchoately, against their employers or against the state for simple resources, say, for water, electricity, housing, and such like, all of which should be counted as part of their wages? Is this not integrally a part of the class struggle even if fought under a variety of banners? When Eagleton refers to certain forms of political conflict that are proving hard to crack, he might be referring either to the fact that ruling class domination has become more involved and complex, and less transparent certainly than it was previously, if not as hard to decipher as the workings of finance capital, or that surveillance and repression have become more all-encompassing and effective. 211 To speak in contingent, metonymic, aleatory terms seems better than to speak in terms of structural transformation. Either way it signals the possibility that post-politics, of which post-colonialism is a significant representative, begins with a tactical withdrawal, which after a period of time begins to acquire what seems like a strategic dimension. And when Zizek refers to the spectral presence of capital as the figure of the big other, which inexorably compels the forms of our life that are seemingly dominated by fluidity and becoming, not to mention new forms of politics based on ethnic, gay, ecological, and other groupings, forming and dissolving all the time, I think he means to say that capital has now, more than ever, certainly more than in Marx's time for instance, invested the domains of culture and identity. In the process, it has brought them within the circumference of the operations of the value form. Since the depoliticized economy is the disavowed fundamental fantasy of post-politics, a properly political act would necessarily entail the repoliticization of the economy, for, in Zizek's words, a gesture counts as an act only insofar as it disturbs its fundamental fantasy. 212 And since there is no economy that is not also the site of exploitation, a primal scene of classes in direct confrontation over such basic issues as wages and working conditions, repoliticization is also another way of speaking of class issues and class struggles, whatever other layers of overdetermination and complexity one might wish to add to it. The persistent desire, then, to deflect attention from that primal scene, a good deal of the urge to think away the unthinkable reality of alienated labor, is at the root of the post-colonial attack on economism. It is also at the root of the desire to see the deprived lives of working people in terms of cultural plenitude, to romanticize the lives of peasants and artisans as symbols of autonomy and self-determination at a time when the real subsumption of their labor to capital makes a mockery of what little autonomy and self-determination they may have formerly possessed, and to conjure up the many-sided creativity of people who have few opportunities to exercise it. In this world, historically determinate abstractions, capital, labor, socially necessary labor time, and cognate categories, have been declared signs and symptoms of the Enlightenment tyranny of homogeneous, empty time. What we are given instead are ahistorical abstractions, authentic being, nothingness, time of the gods, and so on. Rhetorical flourishes aside, the field of postcolonial studies operates simultaneously in two modes: 1, the theoretical mode, in which all sorts of post-structuralist flourishes are part of the rhetoric of hybridity, marginality, liminality, and so on, and 2, a historicizing mode, in which all manner of continuities are posited by native experts whose interpretation of texts is supposed to be adequate to settle the issue. The two are loosely linked by a critique of transition theories and economism, historicism and, astonishingly, nihilism, alongside the advocacy of populist decisionism. This toxic combination actually leaves untouched or even reinforces the universality of a certain segment of the ruling class, those whose ethnicity is encompassed by their Euro-Americanness or derived Europeanness, who have placed themselves outside the domain of identity politics, a position from which they adjudicate claims and counterclaims of identity and authenticity. While identity politics is based on an inchoate sense of oppression, the machinery of difference production steps in to make sure that the actual, historically realized power structure is hardly shifted at all, it simply goes underground. From the ahistorical abstractions come pseudo-concrete formulae, the many ways of being in the world, the authenticity rooted in primordial cultural roots sediment into language, and the paradigms bequeathed by dying generations of social life. It is in this world too that it becomes easier to contemplate the thoroughgoing deterioration of the earth and nature than the breakdown of late capitalism. 213 A triumph, one might conclude, of the bio-naturalistic over the political economic, grounded in the idea of communities of soil and blood, a characteristic we earlier recognized in postcolonial populism 214 and now in a somewhat more sophisticated and all-encompassing form in postcolonial studies. So when in reference to a couple of essays by Gyanendra Pandey, in which the author engages in agonist contemplation of violence and pain, as fragments 215, the perception of which is implicitly assumed to be direct and certain, Sarkar quotes Jameson's comment about empirical and anti-systemic positivist attitudes and opinions presented as heroic forms of resistance to metaphysics and utopian tyranny. 216 he no doubt means to suggest precisely the triumph of ahistorical abstractions and pseudo-concrete formulae, all kept afloat by some version of postcolonial existentialism. This is reinforced by E.P. Thompson's observation regarding the fatuity of statements about the human condition, which unless further qualified and disclosed, properly historicized, we might conclude, amount to nothing but a kind of metaphysical full stop, or worse, a bundle of solecisms about mortality and defeated aspiration. 217 Some such considerations need to be kept in view when confronted with claims on behalf of the new forms of politics emerging all over the world, incessant activity of fluid, shifting identities focusing on particular issues, the construction of multiple ad hoc coalitions, and so on. 218 In the U.S., between 1980 and 1990, the number of Americans claiming Native American status increased by 255%, while in the same decade 20 times more people called themselves Cajun, and 3 times more people affirmed their Francophone heritage. 219 Since these affirmations are part of an unfolding of ethnic politics, there is no way to assume that such identities will somehow settle into permanent formations, rather than yield ever more fantastic combinations in the future. Cussett, who cites this evidence, notes that while outside the university these take the form of community rituals or are at most reflected in census statistics, and some marginal funding for projects, in the university itself minorities are encouraged piously to cultivate what Freud called the narcissism of minor differences. 220 It is doubtful that similar levels of ethnic fragmentation and fluidity can be replicated elsewhere in the world, but within the post-colonial framework under analysis even the past is not safe from this sort of ethnic fragmentation. History itself has been taken captive by ethnology's imperatives. From the perspective of the state overseeing the vast upward distribution of wealth over the last 30 years or so, these are most welcome developments and are to be encouraged by any means whatsoever. More consequentially, while the postmodern politicization of domains hitherto considered outside the public domain of politics, Zizek cites feminism, gay and lesbian politics, ecology, ethnic and other so-called minority issues, has had a liberating impact, and the point is not to return to some new version of so-called economic essentialism. 221 Both the fragmentation and the depoliticization of the economy have had the effect of conceding far too much ground to consolidated right-wing formations, which often have the state at their back. And that combination has today become, Zizek claims, the main obstacle to the realization of the very feminist, ecological demands on which postmodern forms of political subjectivization focus. 222 The argument for a return to the primacy of the economy then rests on precisely creating the conditions for the more effective realization of the issues and demands raised by postmodern forms of politicization. Perhaps this is the best one can do at the moment, social democracy for the postmoderns, but it must also be weighed against the understanding that there is something inauthentic about all this incessant activity of fluid, shifting identities, multiple ad hoc coalitions, as well as, I might add, about the methods that emerge to formalize all those manner of social divisions, as if they originated outside a historically determinate set of conditions. Zizek's conclusion is well taken, namely, that ultimately there is a resemblance here to the behavior of the obsessional neurotic who talks all the time and is otherwise frantically active precisely in order to ensure that something, what really matters, will not be disturbed, that it will remain immobilized. 223 Eagleton's dispossessed right, eagerly chattering away about reclaiming India while avoiding the issue that most exercises them, namely, the rights of property, has its popular left equivalent, or so we learn from Zizek. Moreover, if the social turbulence emerging from a variety of movements remains unsystematic and disorganized, but continues to grow under the pressure of events, the response will most likely be an intensified state repression, wherever piecemeal concessions were not possible, and perhaps even a strengthening of the right-wing. 224 Historically, the social constituencies that today's identity-based movements encompass have tended to do well when intimately connected to large-scale liberation movements, whether these were national liberation movements, revolutions, or civil rights movements, when those were organized under a secular universalist banner, rather than 221 Zizek 2000a, p. 356. 222 Ibid. 223 Zizek 2000a, p. 354. 224 Eagleton 1998, p. 26. 360 Chapter 6. An ethnic particularist 1. At a time when there are so many battered, besieged economies around the world, and the contagion of recession and austerity seems to be spreading, and when, as noted, even a dyed-in-the-wool cold warrior like Zbigniew Brzezinski does not expect the reign of the indispensable nation to last forever and is led to speculate if a pre-revolutionary situation is not taking shape. 225 It is hard to summon much patience for the production of hybridization and other post-colonial gestures. So, yes, it is time, as Kayaganguli reminds us, to question the supposed superiority of relying on the constructionism of discourse over the essentialism of reality. 226 For after all, it is a system that is in question, and this system of capitalism, while registering the most astonishing mutations and changes during its historical course, also remains essentially the same in its fundamental structural properties and tendencies: the profit motive, accumulation, expansion, exploitation of wage labor, constantly breaking down and repairing itself not by solving its local problems but by mutation onto larger and larger scales. 227 Using space to buy time. And here, two further points need to be considered. The first is the point made by Zizek concerning Marx's metaphor of capital as a vampire-like entity, feeding on the blood of living beings. 228 That is, if the image is designed to tell us something essential about capital, it is that capital needs some form of pre-reflexive natural productivity, outside itself, as it were, to feed upon, whether this be uncommoditized nature, the labor of peasants and artisans whose access to the means of subsistence still lies substantially outside market circuits, or the autonomous talents of scientists, artists, and so on, paid out of the circuit of revenue. 229 In Luxemburg's view, capital resolved its crises of profitability by helping itself, through extensive colonization, to pre-capitalist areas, bringing them under its formal subjection in the first instance. But this is a self-extinguishing process, since each new conquest of natural or pre-reflexive productivity limits the spaces outside capital. In its latest mutation, capital has turned to an intensive colonization, bringing into the circuit of surplus value all forms of labor, even those involved in the most marginal sorts of services. 230 Activities associated with the production of art, science, culture, along with human relations and language itself. 231 Not to mention the sale of body parts or their products including kidneys and ovaries, and so on. 232 Remaking all of them into moments of the circulation of capital. The second is Marx's insistence that the limit to capitalism is capital itself, a limit exposed by the eroding of the last resistant spheres of non-reflected substantial being, which has to end in some kind of implosion, when capital will no longer have any substantial content outside itself to feed on. 233 If so, the implosion may take the form of prolonged crises with no immediate prospect of resolution, but also the form of a massive assault on acquired standards of living at the very heart of the capitalist world, a process that began slowly with some halts and resumptions after the mid-1970s, but has acquired an unmistakable urgency and clarity after 2008. However, this is not the end of the story, or it would be a monstrous dystopia. Capitalism began the world historical process of developing the productive forces on a planetary scale, but, as Georges Labica puts it, globalization as every internationalist has dreamed of it is still something to be won. 234 In his view, quoting Luxemburg, it can only be won by the application of socialist principles. 235 Capitalism's inherent contradictions prevent it from completing the task it began. But it is also worth reminding ourselves that many of the left movements, of the post-political variety, today are conservative, if not reactionary, in their implicit romance with the past of small-scale production and community. The free market right seems to have captured the rhetoric of innovation and modernity, insisting both that their market ideal is anchored in an eternal human nature, and that it is the most advanced form of future productivity and innovation. 236 Much post-politics veers erratically between the romance of pre-capitalist community and a practical capitulation to the logic of neoliberal rhetoric of markets and commodities. The point is, as Jameson insists, that Marx alone sought to combine a politics of revolt with the poetry of the future and applied himself to demonstrate that socialism was both more modern and more productive than capitalism. To recover that futurism and that excitement is surely the fundamental task of any left discursive struggle today. 237 And here we might remind ourselves that even after the end of history, a persistent historical curiosity asserts itself, as Jameson notes in The Seeds of Time, of a generally systemic, rather than a merely anecdotal, kind, an anxiety about the larger fate or destiny of our system or mode of production as such. 238 A persistent curiosity that apparently can neither be fully contained nor vanquished, even if it can be misdirected. The irreplaceable will of the Marxist heritage is to master history in whatever form that turns out to be possible, to find a way out of the nightmare of history via the conquest by human beings of the otherwise seemingly blind and natural laws of socio-economic fatality. 239 This is a prospect that cannot be expected to hold much attraction for people uninterested in seizing control over their own destinies. 240 The nightmare of history, as this book argues, is indeed the millennial toil of generations, the alienation from the workers of the product of their labor and its crystallization in the form of capital that then confronts the workers as alien property endowed with mysterious properties of self-expansion. It is this process that grounds the phenomenon of reification, as an attempt to efface from the commodity the traces of production, not so much the technical process that is the stuff of capital's triumphalism, but the social form of production, the presence within each commodity of the dizzying and culpabilizing store of the alien, exploited labor of other people. 241 It is the social form that also contains the secret of the systematic structure. Here a history grounded in the social form, capital, is potentially a resource against anti-society and an ally in unraveling the mystery of the systematic structure. It might also be a way to think of the conditions in which an authentic form of autonomy and self-determination might emerge. At a historical moment like ours, when capital is intent on colonizing every hitherto autonomous sphere of life, when it has all but obliterated the last vestiges of pre-capitalist social forms, harnessed every wilderness in a world abluted of nature, a world in which the economy has expanded to become virtually coextensive with culture itself, where every pore of the world is saturated in the serum of capital. 242 It is sheerly a form of class violence to neglect to unlock the mystery of the systematic structure and to instead venture off in the direction of celebrating autonomy, creativity, and authenticity in the forms of culturalised difference. A celebration of the futures that already are. 243 seems to be nothing less than a ready-made apologia for capital. The unrenounceable Marxist project remains a totalizing comprehension of an apparently unlimited capitalism. The collective agency required to confront the disorders of the present may be missing, but, as Perry Anderson remarks, a condition for its emergence is the ability to grasp it from within, as a system. 244 The ambition to do so seems to have become a casualty of the post-colonial moment. 6.5 Provincializing Europe. The onward march of global capital may have succeeded in provincializing Europe in some respects, but this very process has also seen the rise of the United States as the apotheosis and safeguard of Western civilization. 245 As early as February of 1850, Marx and Engels had written in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Now we come to America. The most important thing which has occurred here, more important even than the February Revolution of 1848, is the discovery of the Californian gold mines. The center of gravity of world commerce, Italy in the Middle Ages, England in modern times, is now the southern half of the North American peninsula. Thanks to California gold and the tireless energy of the Yankees, the Pacific Ocean will have the same role as the Atlantic has now and the Mediterranean had in antiquity and in the Middle Ages, that of the great water highway of world commerce, and the Atlantic will decline to the status of an inland sea. 246. The years since have seen something more than the flowering of commerce. They have witnessed a concentration of industrial and military power on a scale unprecedented in world history. This second coming of the West is a phenomenon of a different order to historic Europe, in that it has allowed for a regrouping of power relations in ways that make them quite impervious to what used to be thought of as the emancipatory potentials of anti-colonial nationalism and piecemeal detachments from the status quo. More so than any earlier dominant social formation, the United States has also obfuscated the very nature of class power, reinforcing the notion that there is no ruling class as such. In addition, the United States is globally inclusive to a much greater degree than any European country, inasmuch as it draws continually on waves of immigrants, including, more specifically, waves of intellectual migration, whether or not the migrants actually settle here. 247 It is a far more osmotic and absorptive culture situated in a capitalism that has burst all bounds. Everyone is free to be different and find their private visions of emancipation. All the potentialities opened up by those properties of the United States were vastly accentuated, if only for a brief moment, by the defeat of communism and the global triumph of capitalism, the dismantling of the left in countries in which they had exercised a significant role in the decades following the Second World War, and the crushing of organized labor movements across the world. As Ahmed makes clear, the Cold War did not just fade away, it was won by one side, lost by the other. 248 He adds that it was precisely these interrelated developments that gave license to the ideologues of capital to move to the far right and, we might add, to drag any number of intellectuals with them, at least part of the way. But the manic triumphalism, which accompanied the politics of the end of the Cold War, has not ushered in a new golden age of capitalism. On the contrary, the economic slowdown, stagnation, and recessions visible at least since the mid-1970s have only intensified, and capital has become in the process more threatened and threatening than ever. What we have before us is not a period of enhanced liberty, but one of far more brutal regimes of accumulation, and of resurgent racisms and fascisms. 249 Ironically, it is in this world that we are presented with culturalized difference as the final frontier of human emancipation, and with pointless reproaches directed against economism and its derivative economic determinism. However, it is precisely in this world that one has perforce to rethink the significance of the anti-colonial spirit of gratitude, especially when it manifests itself as the post-colonial spirit of surrender within coordinates that are consistent with archaic designations of the world. 250 Provincializing Europe is all well and good, but any attempt to overlook the global lines of power and force is sheer escapism. The world may not have followed Europe's path and is surely now unlikely to do so, but pointing out such a banal truism is neither a great historical insight nor particularly theoretically significant. If one is tempted to go in that direction, it will not do to claim that the mobilization of the concept of Europe is hyperreal. 251 One is required to examine the historicity of the Europe that is to be provincialized, and the significance of the American location of post-colonial thought within the geopolitical lines of force of our world. The book began with this theme, and the intervening pages have made the argument that it is more imperative than ever to refocus attention on close analyses of the social form to understand both colonialism and post-colonialism, and indeed to grasp the historicity of the theories that attempt to explain them. If, in Cleary's words, colonialism is conceived as a historical process whereby societies of diverse kinds and location are differentially integrated into a world capitalist system, then it is on what he calls a comparatist conjunctural analysis of such processes that debate must be developed. 252 He also goes on to say that cultural analysis has an important role in this conjunctural analysis, since this is the decisive area where social conflicts are experienced, articulated and evaluated. But it is ultimately the structural properties of the wider capitalist system that shape those conflicts, whether cultural, political, or economic. 253 In fact, as already indicated, this sort of materialist post-colonial studies, the kind advocated by Cleary, is no different from what one used to think of as Third World Marxism. But this is not where post-colonialism is nowadays, and while some post-colonial critics or theorists, or whatever they are calling themselves, invoke Marx, it is never in the spirit of a totalizing understanding of the world, or even a Marxist analysis of capital, let alone the political implications that follow. In response to Cleary, one might also point out that the novelty of colonialism, as we understand it, was that by the 19th century it had become completely a moment of capitalism itself. For the first time, we have a truly planetary scale system, meaning that, effectively, very many societies are integrated differentially into the system, and after a while the system itself is the totality of these differential moments. The economy under capitalism exerts a tremendous field of force over culture and politics that in other modes may have exerted their own force over activities governed by the need to produce the material necessities of life. However, while capitalism tries to swallow everything in its path, it sets in place more or less different forms everywhere, informed to a greater or lesser extent by antecedent modes of social production, a process that appears to generate greater differentiation even as its serum permeates social life around the world more fully. Difference becomes meaningful in this structural context. The overall workings of capital are so opaque and counterintuitive that it is not easy to grasp its internal mechanisms, and more so its colonization and commoditization of culture. Jameson argues, quite familiarly, that the objective of different forms of left political mobilization has been either to reach for a more human scale, aiming to preserve the few enclaves still remaining from a simpler era, or to recover something of their collective or communal social life. 254 Or in the case of social democracy to aim at reforms that will help the capital social form work better for a short period, to innovate and grow without becoming completely disruptive. 255 However, vis factory legislation, for instance, Marx observed, as soon as capitalism is subjected to state control, even at a handful of points on the periphery of society, it seeks compensation all the more unrestrainedly at all other points. 256 Such legislation, he also pointed out, hastens capitalist concentration, the demise of competitive small business, and the ultimate maturing of its inbuilt tendencies which bring the system to its breaking point. That is to say, neither the reactionary reaching for the small scale, nor social democracy's attempt to manage the contradictions of capital, do more than momentarily deflect capital's onward motion, which has the cumulative effect of revealing more sharply its underlying contradictions between growth and crisis, development and immiseration, its tendency to grow with differential effects in the core and peripheral countries, or increasingly now with hugely disruptive effects between town and country or between regions in individual countries, and to take the form of gross polarization and unmanageable environmental dangers. In this broader scenario, there can be no farewell to work, unless it is the pink slip, the layoff, enforced idleness when one is, sometimes, paid by capital not to work. For most people, a livelihood involves selling their labor power to capital in return for a wage, mostly to work in conditions that rob them of their health and well-being. A few, perhaps Negri's immaterial workers 257 might escape this fate, but for most this is hardly an option. If, indeed, Capital is a book about unemployment, then it must be that the fate of the unemployed was of some concern to Marx, and should be so to Marxists, at the very least to the extent it reveals the fundamental and inescapable nature of capitalism as such, by which an unemployed reserve of labor is structurally inseparable from the dynamic of accumulation and expansion. 258 Larson argues, in anticipation of Jameson, that far from being in a productive relationship to capital, much potential labor is unemployed. 259 As the productive capacity of technology grows, fewer and fewer workers are needed to produce the commodities and services on which the system depends before overproduction, declining rates of profits, and so on, set in. So ironically, while working time is still the measure of value, it is no longer the measure of material wealth, as Postone convincingly argues. 260 Moreover, it is no longer an everyday reality for a vast and growing number of workers or potential workers. All but a dwindling number of individual laborers are now or are en route to becoming superfluous, unexploitable, a situation manifested in layoffs, lockouts, destitution, and an upwelling of reactionary movements of all kinds. 261 It is in this light that we might read the dialectic of globalization, the coming to fruition of overwork and unemployment, overproduction and scarcity, overconsumption and starvation, simultaneously, and reckon with a form of naked life more deeply rooted in the economic system than Agamben's hopeless inhabitants of the concentration camps. 262 Jameson maintains that the destitution of unemployment is the more fundamental and concrete form of naked life, for what is concrete is the social, the mode of production, what is humanly produced, and historical, metaphysical conceptions, such as those involving nature and death, are ideological derivations of that more basic reality, and explains that Agamben's pseudo-biological concept proves in reality, like those of Foucault, to draw on categories of domination. These considerations would also apply to Pond's agonist contemplation of violence and pain as fragments. 263 When one is prone to philosophies on violence and pain, then we already know that these have been fully integrated into the workings of the political economy as a daily profitable aspect of it. Jameson holds open the possibility of a productive change in theory and practice by situating all the lost populations, not only the unemployed, but also the homeless, the refugees, victims of ethnic wars and famines, and people who are prey to the incursions of warlords and charitable agencies alike, in relation to exploitation rather than domination. 264 If this picture of immiseration were all, we would merely conclude with a moralizing denunciation of capitalism and probably proceed from there to a regression to communities of soil and blood and all those backward-looking temptations, or alternatively to hopeless and agonist depictions of pain and loss. What is distinctive about Marxism is also the presentation of an immense development of the system, constant revolutionizing of the means of production, constant innovation and turbulence, gales of creative destruction. Jameson suggests, following Karl Korsch 265, that Marxism contains two codes, which could alternate with one another, be substituted for one another or translated into each other, that of value, and the development of the productive forces, and that of class struggle, exploitation and domination. The choice of which one to emphasize at any moment is political, not scientific or logical, and would depend on what could politically energize and mobilize a people, the positive, hope, or the negative, anger. But, of course, under capitalism, and thus far only under capitalism, it should be said, does exploitation lead to economic development? As Brenner once noted, the feudal social property system produced the very opposite of economic development. In fact, it established certain distinctive mechanisms for distributing income and, in particular, certain limited methods for developing production, which led to economic stagnation and involution, doing so because it imposed upon the members of the major social classes, feudal lords and possessing peasants, strategies for reproducing themselves which, when applied on an economy-wide basis, were incompatible with the requirements of growth. 266 Capitalist exploitation is productive in that, as Marx notes, the workers themselves forged their own golden chains, and that through their own labor they produced capital and all its accumulation. However, they have done so by being dispossessed of their means of subsistence and forced to sell their labor power to the, now, owners of the means of production. It is the competition among the latter for market shares and profits that henceforth drives the processes of innovation, and acceleration of the productive forces. This requires one to see the relationship of exploitation and domination rather differently. Both capitalists and workers are dominated by the abstract tyranny of a socially necessary time of production established not by class collusion, but by the competition of capitals on an ever-increasing scale and by the concrete domination in the places of production of capitalists over propertyless workers. The argument for socialism is not an either/or, not just anger or hope but both, not the mere realization that capitalism is poisoning human survival. 267, for that could lead to a despairing surrender to the present logic of development, but that the innovations, the development of the productive forces, indeed the unlimited sociality of capitalism has created the potentiality for a transformation from its now indirect, market-mediated form to a more direct social form. 268 The free association of associated producers would be more transparent, not only in the collective choice of priorities, but also in the way that the priorities would be available for collective inspection. 269 It would also be immensely more productive, not in the matter of forging or strengthening the golden chains that bind labor, but in fulfilling some of the unfulfilled possibilities that capitalism first creates. Thus, machinery, gifted with the power of shortening and fructifying human labor, would actually do so instead of starving and overworking it, and all our invention and progress would no longer result in endowing material forces with intellectual life and in stultifying human life into a material force. 270 The only solution to the runaway logic of capitalist development and the immiseration of millions would have to be some version of the direct socialization of the productive forces. 271. A commitment to that elusive goal ought to be informed both by anger, at the present state of things, and hope, for the future. When push comes to shove, there will be pitched battles on the streets, in town squares, factories, offices, and elsewhere. There can be no peaceful accession to socialism. Even minimal demands for dignity and democracy seem to make the ruling classes of the world anxious beyond measure or order. That being so, some unity of the resistant forces will be necessary, whether this is in the first instance tactical, strategic, principled, or whatever. People will have to find a way to recognize and deal with whatever imposed and ascriptive differences appear to govern them now. Difference is radically incomplete without class struggle. If one thinks in terms of revolution in, in a faint doff of the hat to the history in of Chakrabarti, revolution the mature version of the bourgeois revolution, was accomplished for a while anyway in the post-Second World War boom, in a limited corner of the world, the West, the First World, the developed world, the global North, or variations thereof. It is now rapidly unraveling, unevenly but consistently, across a broad front, spatially and socially. It was a long time coming, lasted a very short time, and seems to be ebbing very rapidly indeed. This might be the clinching argument for Revolution 2, the one that will overcome capital and set up some self-transparent system of workers' power. Yes, workers' power. After all, no matter what identity one dons, most people are also workers, employed, semi-employed, unemployed temporarily or permanently, structurally. The argument for socialism, and a democratic socialism at that, unless democracy is already included in a definition of socialism, based on a free association of associated producers, is that the cast-off are an intolerable indictment of the system as a whole, that their numbers are bound to grow and that anyone can find themselves in this position. Even the most productively employed and well-paid workers must be persuaded of the necessity of socialism, and for that we expect, minimally, that the system's powers of recovery, from its frequent crises, and growth must be fatally impaired in some ways, the closing off of the possibilities of restarting growth within the old parameters, and that they must feel the pain of those who are its victims or feel its imminence, not see it as someone else's misfortune. In this regard, capitalism's very dynamic of blowing through every obstacle in its path clears the way for its overcoming. Much of the drive to conceptualize the discordance of times, the not yet implicit in it, stems from an impulse to remember the millennial waste into which a large part of human life, that of exploited and alienated labor, has disappeared into silence and amnesia, and to ground the desire for an alternative on some properly historical and political understanding of the crucial. 371 The Postcolonial Orient. Categories of capital and labor. The not yet is not, as a certain strand of postcolonial thought imagines, a sign of the inadequacy of colonial social formations and their postcolonial aftermath, a sign that some people are permanently consigned to the waiting room of history. It is not about hanging around for events to transpire during the quiet passage of homogeneous, empty time. History, as Walter Benjamin remarked, is the subject of a structure whose site is not homogeneous empty time, but time filled by the presence of the now. 272 It implies rupturing the continuum of a duration of degenerate progress, shattering its linearity, ushering in a new epoch. 273 Radicalizing the elements of a crisis that have been growing within the old social form, a dialectical leap into the open air of history, which is how Marx understood the revolution. 274 The universal too might, in those circumstances, acquire a valence altogether different from that of a mere placeholder for pretentiously empty gestures, becoming instead an antidote to capital's dispersive and atomistic tendencies, and perhaps even a sign that a total subversion of the existing order is possible. 275 However, radicalizing the elements of a crisis that have been growing within the old social form hardly seems to be on the agenda. More typically, one encounters something along the lines of Cussett's formulation that the real problem, and the one that all intellectuals from the Third World have faced since the end of the decolonizing process, is that the battle cannot be fought but with the arms of the adversary itself. That is, the terms of a program of postcolonial emancipation have still to be taken directly from the Enlightenment and rational progressivism, democracy, citizenship, constitution, nation, socialism, and even culturalism. 276 This does seem like a rather incoherent list, a kind of mishmash of elements taken from a range of political positions from right to left, as if all of them derive from the adversary. Does rational progressivism culminate in socialism? What does socialism have to do with culturalism? And who, finally, is this adversary? The West? If so, this statement is more or less a direct inversion of Huntington's view that there are adversary civilizations, culturalisms, out there against which the West must unite. Now it seems the Third World must do likewise in reverse. In support of this view, he cites Gayatri Spivak to the effect that the task at hand, for which French theory, which remained Western, would hardly be useful, was to wrench those regulative political signifiers out of their represented field of reference. 277 Spivak seems to have a penchant for seizing the apparatus of value coding, and wrenching regulative political signifiers out of their represented field of reference. When this is cast into the terms of de-Westernization, for example, that the large concepts of political change needed to be de-Westernized, a vast project that in more concrete terms came to inspire subaltern studies. 278 One must assume that Cussett is referring to a much larger field of criticism than subaltern studies. For the West is, as Lazarus makes clear, an indispensable fetish of postcolonial studies. Two gestures proceed from this. The first, as Lazarus notes, is the desire to provincialize Europe, to dismantle Eurocentrism by demonstrating that the enabling concepts on which it has been founded are not obvious, transparent, or universal, but rather are situated, contingent, and so on. The objective here is to demonstrate how, through what historical process, Enlightenment reason, which was not always self-evident to everyone, has been made to look obvious far beyond the ground where it originated. 279 The second consists in the contention that within the problematic of modernity, there is no space or act of utterance that is not Eurocentric. The argument that follows is that it is necessary to do away with all the traditions of modern thought in order to break with their Eurocentrism, for modern thought is constitutively Eurocentric. 280 But as Lazarus rightly insists, the way in which Europe has been conceptualized by the provincializers fatally undermines the efficacy of their critique, involving as it does the hypostatization of modernity and the West, a dematerialization of capitalism, misrecognition of its world historical significance, and a construal of it in civilizational terms, as modernity. 281. The result is that the structurality of the global system is rendered either arbitrary or unintelligible. 282 De-Westernization, in whatever form, seems to be the category within which post-colonial theory works. Indeed, it is its constitutive form, as it were. It might be too much to require post-colonial theorists to ask what the West might consist of, quite apart from the incoherence of the term itself. 283 An incoherence shared by Hayek, Popper, Huntington, and their epigones. What if the concept of the West itself is constituted by prior acts of repression, some of them undoubtedly of the most vile and violent kind, and if the West can emerge as a sanitized category only once the repression is complete? What if the Westernization is complicit in this repression, through a kind of unspoken elitist compact entered into by both Eurocentric intellectuals and their post-colonial counterparts from the former colonies? Finally, is there a de-Westernist method of overcoming capital, or is this an unimportant consideration, part of the debris floating in the wake of 1989? In any case, the whole issue of de-Westernization has other historic valences that also speak to the contemporary project of provincializing Europe. For de-Westernization has two moments in the anti-colonial struggles of the 19th and 20th centuries that I will elucidate with reference to the Indian case. The first coincides with what we might call, following A.G. Hopkins, the moment of self-government, when an emergent ruling class, a bourgeoisie nurtured by colonial rule in fact, tries to establish its autonomy and difference from the colonial rulers, while making a pitch for a modest share of power, a junior partnership in the profits of empire. This claim was realized in small part by opening channels to emigration to British colonies in Africa and Southeast Asia, and by favoring forms of exploitation in India itself that allowed the local bourgeoisie to cream off a part of the profits of alienation in both town and country. But any larger scheme was frustrated, not least because it coincided with the hardening of lines between colonizer and colonist, and because it overlapped with the economic downturn of the late 19th century, the so-called Depression of 1873–96, which may have actually begun earlier and certainly lasted down to the First World War. Racism had already emerged as the counter-ideology to partnership and was exemplified by Curzon's statement that the highest ideal of truth was a Western conception. 284 The names of Naoroji, Dude, and Gokhale, and any number of minor regional equivalents, would be associated with this phase. The second we might call the moment of independence, when some measure of power sharing had already been instituted and the indigenous ruling class had acquired a degree of self-definition and self-confidence, in the immediate aftermath of the often reactionary and patriarchal settlement of social, mainly gender and class, issues to which Chatterjee refers. But this was also the moment when it had fully recognized that empire itself had become a moribund structure, and that the main lines of colonial investment and innovations flowed either to the white settler colonies or indeed to the informal empire in Latin America when not to the United States. 285 Recognizing the need to construct their own dominance within a post-colonial nation, and the requirements of conducting class struggles and class repression without the aid of the colonial state. This moment of de-Westernization would require more than the usual claims of cultural autonomism. This was a period associated with the names of Tilak, Lajpat Rai, Savarkar, Golwalkar, and the rest of their hangers-on, when vis-a-vis the colonial rulers they presented an ideal of independence and self-determination, which they were fully prepared to deny to those lower down the social order. This was the moment when, under the banner of democratic opposition to the continued rule of the colonizer, the brutal repression of even the most modest claims on the national income could be mounted. The ruling class of the colony now implicitly took on board what was learned during the period of colonial rule, prefiguring in the political domain what post-colonialism admits in the discursive one, the spirit of indebtedness to Europe as the indispensable mediation for their own trip into modernity. 286 De-Westernization had therefore a historic strategic dimension, but to acquire any sort of moral ethical cachet it had to be recast in terms of a cultural transhistorical set of imperatives. This type of recasting also serves as a definition of culturalism tout court. Post-colonialism inherits the tertiary aspect of culturalism, the need to wipe the historic dimension clean in order to represent class-specific tasks as culturally transcendent ones. Postcolonialism from the margins is a form of nationalism, but one that is easily misrecognized, especially as it becomes overlaid with all sorts of post-structuralist flourishes in its metropolitan location. The wrenching of political signifiers is an altogether more dubious matter than Cusett seems to recognize. In its post-colonial context, de-Westernization involves the covert appropriation of the more conservative technical aspects of the strategic class-specific political dimension, for example, the practical spirit of realism when it comes to containment and repression of the dangerous urban classes. It also involves the presentation of the essential tasks facing the ex-colonies, the Third World, or what have you, in terms of cultural and moral ethical self-governance, now that globalization has made true economic independence, semi-autocentric development, a virtual impossibility. It is in fact politics in counterflow. If in the first iteration, in late colonial times, it was mostly enacted in the form of tragedy, the instrumental suppression of even the most basic requirements of the people for land and subsistence, in the second iteration it is mostly farcical, involving some piecemeal reformism and a separation of the moral ethical tasks of cultural reconstruction from the political economic tasks of governmentality. 287 If one now thinks of the project of provincializing Europe in the context of de-Westernization, it assumes a properly historical dimension. In the latter, a consistent repression of class issues is required for provincializing Europe as the common sense of post-colonial studies to take root. This consistent repression has needed a vital mediator. The United States has here fulfilled its appointed role to the ex-colonial world, not only in facilitating the development of area, civilizational, studies, the cultural geography of which allows post-colonial people to orient themselves vis-a-vis their ex-colonizers and vis-a-vis each other, but also in providing a home for its global diasporic, transnational, supplement, which goes by the name of post-colonial studies. It is now well understood that transnational studies can never replace area studies, but can serve as its necessary supplement, and it is equally well accepted that without a cultural and more so civilizational dimension, transnationalism is mere corporate ideology masquerading as the production of critical knowledge of the world. Provincializing Europe is not really about the non-universalism of European development. This has been all along the mantra of Eurocentric theories of the European miracle, one of the most conservative and doctrinaire ideological formulations of all time. Huntington puts it very clearly when he writes that European civilization is unique, not universal. 288 So post-colonialism adds nothing new to this idea, it just writes the same script from the margins. What is essential to post-colonialism's de-Westernist agenda of provincializing Europe is precisely the suppression of vital elements of both European and ex-colonial histories. In this, they might be taken as part of a broad stream of historiography of the past 30 years or more, and a necessary moment of the global consolidation of right-wing ideologies for the 21st century.